Chapter 1 The Beginning of Traversing. Chapter 1 The Beginning of Crossing. The gloomy sky enveloped the city, and the setting sun slowly disappeared in the distance with white clouds. There are almost no stalls and vendors in the streets and alleys, and the lonely atmosphere makes the city a little desolate. Looking around, the deserted streets and the high-rise city are completely out of touch, as if there is something to break the silence here. Suddenly the sound of footsteps broke the silence here, and groups of soldiers armed with guns came and went between the alleys, seeming to be looking for something. Long Yao constantly shuttled through the streets one after another, looking at groups of soldiers with cold eyes. He was a criminal wanted by the world. He turned out to be a scientist who helped various countries study. After the study was completed, he refused the solicitation of various countries. The leaders of various countries believed that Long Yao was not a person who could control, and his talent was scary, so the countries united and hunted him down. With his own plans and instincts, Long Qi has been avoiding one after another that should have been killed, and has continued to retaliate against other countries. Every day there are news of the death of officials of which country. Long Qi is for all countries. A madman, thug, and knowing a series of killer skills and skills can be said to have never been traced. But this time, someone must have told his whereabouts, so thought. Not many people know their whereabouts, but at this time and place, only Mr. Long, you can't leave this time. This city has been banned. The neighboring cities are also holding heavy soldiers from various countries. So don't try to escape anymore. Seriously, let the country do its job. Although I don't know what you have done, I can't let you escape, said a middle-aged officer in military uniform. Life is a series of death and resurrection. I'm very curious how you know my whereabouts. Let me guess, is it Guanchong? Dragon Key? Another unfamiliar voice joined in, and it sounded so familiar and unfamiliar to Long Yao. The person named Guanchong said coldly, "Why don't you want to meet other people? The first thing that comes to mind is me. Because I really can't think of what I am now worthy of. They have to die for me, and I really didn't expect it to be you. Can you tell me why? Because as long as you are not dead, I am not the lead researcher. Those scientific research project countries will not be allowed to start research if you are not dead. Without you, the research results of these years should be mine alone. All because of you. Why are you still alive? Why? It's all because of you." Guanchong roared loudly. "So, I thought they gave you any benefits or forced you for some reason. It seems that I was thinking too much." Long Yaoqiang said with a smile. "When you were an ordinary researcher, we researched together. I have been helping you to make up for any shortcomings in your experiment. When the country awards, I give priority to reporting your name. When you are deemed to have plagiarized the research when the results are achieved, only I have always believed in you, and in the end, when I was recruiting me, I was still recommending for you, ha ha ha, it's really retribution. I didn't expect it to be because of my continuous help to you. You have this kind of heart, Guanchong and Guanchong. It's because my Long Qi doesn't know people. Yes, that's it. After you die, your completed and unfinished research results are mine. Those bastards who used to study with you, I have already sent them to hell first. You can meet them. Are you happy? Happy? Don't you always want to study with them again? You can see them again soon." Guanchong said with a smile. Long Yao looked at Guanchong with cold eyes. "You actually killed the people who contributed to the country with your colleagues who were in trouble together. It seems that in the past so many years, you have forgotten what kind of person I am." Long Qi came out from behind a bottle of green test tube, which contained a compressed virus. If it broke, it could infect an honest person in a short time. Guanchong obviously recognized this thing. Thinking about what Long Qi was like before, Long Qi is a crazy person. In order to study and do everything for the purpose, he once did a series of heinous things with living people from prison. In the experiment, it is obvious that people like Long Qi would not let the chance of killing him just because of the life and death of civilians. Guanchong regretted having arrived here today recklessly. Tell others the news well, come here and join in the fun, Guanchong thought regretfully. But there has never been any regret medicine in the world. You can only shout, Klein, don't let him throw that green bottle on the ground. That thing can instantly kill everyone in this city. What? Colonel Klein, the middle-aged officer, said in shock. Fire! Fire! Quick! It's too late. When Guanchong spoke and warned, Long Qi had already thrown the virus on the ground, and bullets flew towards him. Looking at Colonel Guanchong and the surrounding soldiers in panic, Long Qi only felt unspeakable peace in his heart. Is it over like this, my life? Long Yao has been following various experiments by his father's learners since he was a child. His mother died when he was very young. When he was 8 years old, his father also died because of something other than an experiment. Since childhood, Long Yao has been very indifferent, and nothing can cause it. With his attention and concern, he kept experimenting until he met a group of colleagues, and finally died because he was imprisoned and injured. So, not bad too, exclaimed like this. It's just that no one noticed that a Uzumaki sucked him into the Dragon Key's explosion. In a forest, a black-haired boy hugging a brunette girl crying bitterly. Lin. Why? Under the intense grief, he even fainted. No one noticed that the space around the black-haired boy was suddenly distorted, and a silver light ran towards the boy. The rain kept falling, as if to tell the sadness of this boy named Obito, or to cheer for the arrival of a man named Long Qi. No one understood what happened tonight for the future ninja world. How much turbulence there is, it is even greater turbulence than before. Chapter 2 Uchiha Obito, for Flower Collection. Chapter 2 Uchiha Obito. Where is it here? After the explosion, Long Qi's consciousness was already in a coma. After waking up, only a piece of darkness appeared around him. Is this the world after death? There is no such thing as hell and underworld as I thought before. Suddenly a white light flashed, and Long Yao only felt that there was something in his head. This is... Long Qi discovered that it was a memory, the memory of a boy named Uchiha Obito. Long Qi had heard the name of this boy in the previous Earth. It was in an anime called Hokage Ninja. Long Qi had probably watched the anime, but he didn't watch it very carefully, and he didn't understand the content behind it very well. Uchiha Obito, Long Yao saw this boy for the first time, thinking it was just an ordinary dragon set, until Obito said his surname was Uchiha. Long Yao felt that this boy named Obito was a special dragon set. Uchiha Obito's first impression felt weak, but it was so different. Long Qi's feeling is not wrong. Obito, as one of the more famous crane tails in Hokage, has been despised by his family and outsiders since he was a child. Both sides think Obito insulted the surname Uchiha. It can be said that Obito's childhood grew up under various blame and contempt. Even so, he has faced everything with a cheerful personality. The girl she likes has a good impression of Kakashi, her teammate and opponent, but Obito has not dared to do too much. Encountering the future 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato as a teacher, with teammates who actually don't despise him, it was a good choice for him to spend his life in a bland way. It wasn't until the Third Ninja World War broke out, and the Battle of Shinryu-kun-Kiao came. When he saw Obito die, Long Qi did not cry like other people watching Hokage, nor was he sad. Some only lamented the reality of the world. Without power, there is no ability to live. In the Battle of Godwu-kun-Kiao, Konoha appeared 2 heroes with Sharingan. One was a young ninja named Hitaki Kakashi, and the other was a dead Uchiha Obito. Obito is lucky and unfortunate. Fortunately, after that battle, he did not die. He was rescued by an old man named Uchiha Madara and inherited his legacy. Unfortunately, living like this is like dying together. I am Uchiha Obito from the Uchiha clan. I will surpass you one day. Although in the world of ninja, people who violate the rules will be called waste by others, but people who don't cherish their companions are not as good as waste. Since they are all waste, I would rather choose to violate the rules. If someone says that people who are not ninjas, then let me defeat the so-called ninjas. I'm dying, but I will be your eyes to help you see the future. The moon has left tears. What is going on here? I will never agree with it. I will never agree with this kind of thing. By the way, I'm in hell. Linear. Lin, she used to be the only light for me. After losing Linear, the world I saw changed. It became a dark hell. There was no hope in this world. It became Madara. Behind the stand-in, I observed the world, but the result made me more convinced. Even with this Sharingan result, I still can't see anything, there is nothing. Linear. The world without you. My existence. What's the point? After a quick review of the memories of Obito from birth to the present, Long Yao just wanted to sigh. Boy, you are too tragic to live. After accepting the memory as if he was on the scene, and knowing Obito's future deeds, I was more convinced of this. Obito was too tired to live. Dragon Key is not Obito. He can't fight for peace in the shinobi world. He cares. The only thing is how to become stronger and how to survive in this world and reach the peak. I was also a person who was once desperate for reality, but my despair was just trivial compared to Obito's despair. Obito rose up in despair, I fell in despair, and then I wanted to open up and accept reality. In fact, my reality not cruel, but my soul is too fragile. Thank you, Obito. The fusion of Obito's soul and the immersive deeds make Long Key's mood more stable, and his indifferent personality is even more ruthless. Now Long Key just wants to tease the world well, not just the Obito belt in the soul. The hatred that comes is also the result of his own character. In his previous life, Long Key was not a good person. Crazy research and brutality after being hunted down made Long Key a ruthless character. There may really be friendships in this world, but this has nothing to do with me. Now I only believe in loyalty and strength. I walked through the valley of death, snatched the candlelight of life from Shinigami, thinking that it would be the avenue of light from now on, but when I opened my eyes, the world was already completely different. Staring at the blood-colored eyes with only one left, seeing that the favorite is disappearing from the hand of fetters, and the empty eye sockets also left painful tears as they handed them to others' eyes to see the future. The hope that I had been asking for from Shinigami was shattered in an instant, and he screamed up to the sky. I could only bury everything in blood, but I could never recall the past that I longed for with my life. Life, love, and destiny are all left under the boulder, waiting quietly for corrosion, and then buried with him is the past self. Too deep in love and too cruel to hate, so that everything in the world loses its color. The past is too painful, and the future is too far away, only the reality is slowly eroding the soul. From then on there is no one from then on, nothing from now on, nothing from now on. No place, no destination. This ridiculously painful world can be changed by myself. And all this pain and hatred, let yourself bear it alone. Let go of the cowardice of the past, there is such a powerful force that can play the world in the palm of the hand. Over the years, I have long been accustomed to the submergence of darkness and the blood of the day, but only in a quiet morning can I let myself go in order to obtain a moment of tranquility. Standing alone, the fresh morning dew mixed with a rotten breath drifted by in the wind, raising his sleeves feebly, as if in silence for the world. He added his black robe, carrying the slowly rising sun on his back, looking up at the sky colored by the morning glow, reaching out his hand and gently taking off the mask. Between the handsome eyes, there were wounds that could not be eliminated and knots that could not be opened. It seemed like a chuckle, a sigh, and a hoarse voice of good morning, so light that it was inaudible, but he didn't care. Everything that I want to greet has long since disappeared. He seemed to think of something again, lowered his head, closed his eyes, let the memory break free from the shackles, opened his claws and swallowed himself. Holding the weapon in his hand, trembling slightly, thinking of the taste of death, it seemed to be easier than this devilish bite. The sun is about to reveal the whole picture. Sighing, put on the mask to cover himself again, took up the weapon, and walked towards the battlefield full of smoke in the distance. What happens next, who cares? Future? It was just a ridiculous word long ago. Because of this world, it has long since become so desperate that there is no grass. Obito, watch it. How will your destiny change in the future? The world will tremble because of us. Why? Because I am you. It's Uchiha Obito. Well, ask for some flowers and evaluation votes, your support is the best encouragement to me. Chapter 3 Pupil Power, Seeking a Collection of Flowers. Chapter 3 Pupil Power. Long Qi merged his memories and stood up from the ground. From this moment on, he is Uchiha Obito, who will use this name to make a strong mark in the world. Obito looked around and saw his face clearly under the shining of the lake. It was not the face of Obito in this life, but the face of the previous life. The left half of the body does not have ugly wrinkles like the original. Obito looks very strange in the previous life. In other words, it is not ugly, but beautiful. Yes, it is beautiful. It may be weird not to use the word for men, but Obito in the previous life is like this. In the process of being hunted down, Obito was dressed in women's clothing and avoided a few mortal crises. No one doubted him, because after changing into women's clothing, Obito has changed from a gentle and beautiful woman to an exclusive woman. Some charming and beautiful amorous feelings, the difference between the two is so much different, it is really hard to distinguish. Obito looked at himself without any fluctuations in his heart. For Obito, after experiencing all of his previous life and Obito, there are few things worthy of a wave in his heart. Looking not far away, outside Lin, a boy named Hitaki Kakashi fainted on the ground. There is only one Sharingan in the original Obito at this time. After crossing over, the other eye is not empty, it is just an ordinary black eyeball from the previous life. The original Obito, Sharingan with the right eye when Lin died, awakened to become Mangeki Sharingan. For the current Obito, he does not have the same feelings for Kakashi as in the original book. At this time, he wants to go and see if Kakashi's Sharingan has reached the point of Mangeki, and if it has reached Mangeki, then it will. It's just to Obito's disappointment that Kakashi's Sharingan did not awaken as Mangeki Sharingan. Could it be that Lin is not so important in his heart? Obito couldn't help but think angrily. No, what's wrong with me? Obito said in surprise. In theory, I am not the real Obito, why would I care about these things? In fact, Obito didn't know that although the soul of Dragon Key was fused with Obito, it was just that the soul was extremely mysterious. How could it be so easy for two souls to merge? In fact, the current Dragon Key is Obito, and Obito is the Dragon Key. There is no objection to this, but the original Obito is particularly concerned about some things in this world, which leads to the original Obito in facing this matter. There was a commotion in his soul. Perhaps there is something left for this world. Although Obito was clever in his previous life, he couldn't figure out what was going on in the face of the mysterious soul. He could only think of so much. And Obito found a very depressing thing: Kakashi's Sharingan can't take it off, because as long as it takes off the eyeball, it will be destroyed. This is set here. I really don't know how Lin's medical technology can do it. Then there is only one way left, to absorb pupil power. Obito also learned this method from Uchiha Madara. It can be said that this method is very difficult and requires very high requirements on the human soul. Uchiha Madara only came up with this method but did not dare to practice it. Absorbing pupil power is a very subtle operation, and the strength of the soul supports this. The soul of ordinary people can't do this, but Obito is an exception. Whether it is Obito or Dragon Key, they are people with very strong willpower and soul. And when the two souls are together, they are even more powerful. It's just that when Obito was about to absorb the pupil power, he was depressed to find that the soul in his body was agitated. Obito understood. Now Obito hated Kakashi when Lin died, but he told Kakashi before that he would become his eyes. Look at this ninja world. The original Obito's soul obsession was only a trace, so his intelligence was not high, and he was constantly entangled on both sides. Obito discovered this, and the current Kakashi didn't awaken Mangeki, only 3-hook jade, and he didn't particularly want to absorb it. It was good to be transplanted, but he can slowly awaken Mangeki later, but unfortunately he can't do it now. Then just absorb some, and when Kakashi wakes up in the future, Mangeki is taking it over. Hearing this, the soul in the body began to calm down. It seems we are all in favor. Obito laughed. At this point, the last obsession of Obito and Kakashi disappeared. The rest is the obsession with the world. When he said that he did it, he put his hands on Kakashi's left eye, and gathered chakra on the fingertips of the index and middle fingers of both hands. Touching the chakra of the fingertips and the surface of Kakashi's left eye, the subtle chakra flows, and Obito slowly connects the eye to the chakra of the fingers. The power of the soul allows him to always find all kinds of subtle details. Even so, this kind of mental exhaustion is still very large. Under Obito's anxious expression, a hint of coolness finally came from his fingers, and slowly passed to his left eye. Obito didn't absorb too much because of the previous agreement with the soul, but he felt his left eye slowly change under a hint of coldness. Until the left eye turned blood red, and a guyu slowly turned around in the left eye, Obito knew that he could finally stop. It's really exhausting, but it's worth it, Obito said. Who? Obito said suddenly in one direction. Don't get excited, Master Obito is me. A white object slowly appeared from the ground, saying that he was an object because he was surrounded by white things like thorns, and only half of his face looked like him. Some are scary, and there are traces of human beings all over the body. Sure, what can you do here? Obito said. Seeing this object, he knew that it was the superb ability of Hokage to gather information and hide. It shouldn't be discovered. Obito can only be attributed to the fact that it hasn't grown to the point where it will be in the future. It seems that it hasn't fully formed yet. It was Master Madara who asked me to come over. You have been out for too long and have not returned. Master Madara was a little worried, so he asked me to come and have a look. A dark and hoarse voice said from Ju's mouth. Teacher, I know, I'll go back soon. Obito hugged Lin quickly, and looked down at Linear unnaturally. The soul moved Obito's eyes to reveal an indescribable look. Obito didn't notice, this scene was noticed by a woman from a distance. Xiao Nan. What's the matter? A shout came from a distance. Ah, it's okay, I'll be back soon, Nagato, Mi Yan. The woman named Xiao Nan said. She saw a beautiful young man walking by holding a woman just now. Xiao Nan had never seen such a beautiful man before, and gradually moved to the young boy's eyes. What kind of look was that? Despair, pain, and sadness, as if everything in the world could not touch this young man. Xiao Nan couldn't help thinking about what happened to this boy. Shaking his head, Xiao Nan turned back and walked towards his companion. Chapter 4: The Man Standing on the Peak of the World, Seeking a Collection of Flowers. Chapter 4: The Man Standing on the Peak of the World. Obito took Lin to an underground base, put Lin in a holding tank where her body would not rot, and walked out. Uchiha Madara in memory is an old man who treated him extremely well. Thinking of the plot a bit different from the original, Obito couldn't help but feel a little strange. She has studied psychology in her previous life. If you tell from the memory, Madara should really regard Obito as her own descendant. Instead of using it like the original plot, it really pinned his will to this boy named Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Madara, summoned by impure world reincarnation in the original plot, shocked the ninja allied forces with great strength, and is the pinnacle force in the original work to fight the ninja with Obito. There are too many legends in Uchiha Madara. As long as his story is mentioned, it is as magnificent as epic. Impressions in memory are one thing, but seeing them with your own eyes is one thing. Obito couldn't help but look forward to seeing this late old man. You are here. A calm and majestic voice came out in the dark. Although the voice sounds like an old man, it can't conceal the majestic and majestic Kun's imposing momentum. Yet Obito looked at the old man in front of him without fear, even if he knew that he was the famous Shura Uchiha Madara. Seeing Obito's undaunted eyes, Uchiha Madara couldn't help but feel a little stunned, but in the next second he changed back to that imposing Shura. When you go out this time, your mood and soul are much stronger, and even your personality has changed. You didn't dare to look at me like this before when you saw me. Is it because of that little girl? Obito didn't say anything, because he and Obito before him were completely two people. But Uchiha Madara thought Obito was saying that he was like this, so he said, "Is that right? But this is the aura that my Uchiha Madara disciple should have. What is left after Hashirama's death is the vitality attached to me, what is left after my brother's death is the pupil power of my eyes. If something can be inherited, it is just hatred. Senju Hashirama, how strong is he? Now if you recover your body, can you beat him?" Obito asked. "You are not from that era, you will not understand. If I add Rinnegan's power to me now, I will definitely defeat him," Madara said proudly. Senju Hashirama is the opponent of his life, and only Senju Hashirama can make him have real fighting spirit. "One day, I will surpass you." Obito's cold voice came when Madara was happy. "Hey, wait till someday. Obito, I know you are very sad about that little girl, but you have to know that not everything in this world can be as you wish. The longer you live, the clearer you can see, reality is actually helplessness, pain, and emptiness. Listen well, in this world, where there is light, there must be shadows. Promises to think about selfishness and want to maintain peace will inevitably lead to war. In order to protect love, hate is bred. The cause and effect here cannot be cut off. The reality is like this. The real world is hell. There are only winners, only the world of peace, and only the world of love. I just want to recreate such a world. Power is everything, without this as a prerequisite, it's nothing," Obito said. "Yes, but power is different from will. It is the interaction of matter," Madara said. "Do you know why I can get to this point? Because of obstacles. When you encounter an insurmountable obstacle, you may give it up and make excuses for yourself. And what you pick up again may be hatred. This is the wall. The wall can easily make a person abandon his will. Listen, don't abandon your will. Obito, you have to make it your stepping stone. There are only 3 things I really remember in this life. The first thing is that I took Izuna's eyes. Although I gained stronger power, I lived in the eternal sorrow of Manjiki all my life. The second thing is the battle with Hashirama. Even in the past few hundred years, I can't forget my original mood. Senju Hashirama is my opponent for life. The third item," Madara said, stopping here and looking at Obito. "The third thing is that I met you Uchiha Obito. Now you are almost exactly the same as the young me. You are obsessed with strength, longing for victory, and disdain for the world. You have a more outstanding talent than me. In you, I see my will and dream. I am the undead of Uchiha, Shinigami to a certain extent. Indeed, if there is no golem behind me to constantly supplement chakra, I am an immortal will die in the next second. So, Obito, live on, witness this world for me, and become the strongest in the world. Reach the pinnacle of the world." Speaking of this, Obito already feels something is wrong, and Uchiha Madara didn't talk so much in the past. And now Madara seems to be explaining, "Future teacher." Obito couldn't help but exclaimed. Obito was really touched by this man who truly treats him. It is because he and Uchiha Madara are the same kind of person that he can feel the value of this feeling even more. Ah, have you guessed it? My time is running out. If you have anything you want to ask now, just say it. What is yin-yang escape? Obito expressed his doubts. He only heard it occasionally in Obito's memory, but he didn't understand it very well, but his instinct told him it was a very powerful ability. I knew you would ask this. Yin-yang done, take the spiritual energy of the master phenomenon as the source, use the power of yin done to create a form from nothing, use the body energy that controls life as the source, use the power of yang done to inject life into the form. Sage of Six Paths used yin and yang escape to separate 9-tail beasts from the body of 10 tails. Ordinary ninjas will never understand yin and yang escape in their lifetime, let alone learn. Yin and yang escape is the expression of ninja escape to ultimate. The only way to learn yin-yang escape is to gather all the tail beasts to resurrect 10 tails. As 10 tails Jinkraki, use 10 tails' own power to use yin-yang escape. This is also related to my original plan. The original plan. Although Obito guessed that it was Project Tsuki no Mi, he could only pretend not to know. Yes, I call it Project Tsuki no Mi, Madara said. Chapter 5 Starting from today, you will be Uchiha Madara, for Flowers Collection. Chapter 5 From today, you will be Uchiha Madara. Yes, I call it Project Tsuki no Mi, Madara said. Project Tsuki no Mi is to collect 9 tail beasts, and then use Rinnegan's ability to seal the tail beasts in the Gedo statue, resurrect the 10 tails on the moon, and release infinite Tsukuyomi. It's just that your growth is beyond my imagination. I want to see what you plan to do in the future. Madara said. In fact, Obito wanted to say that, I thought so too, but I didn't think it was right when it came to my lips. I don't have much left in my life, and I have tossed enough about this world. It will be your world in the future. I wish I could fight Hashirama again. I have planned Rinnegan and handed it over to a kid named Nagato. He belongs to the Uzumaki clan and is my chosen Rinnegan user. If that guy has no value in the future, you can take Rinnegan back. As expected, Obito thought of it. Konoha's Uchiha family, if there is a chance in the future, I hope you can help me destroy this family. The Uchiha family, who has lost their ambition and ideals, do not deserve this name. The Uchiha clan was born to fight, not to live in this world like them. If there is a chance, help me destroy the Konoha Shinobi village. Although it was created by me and Hashirama, it is not owned by me and has no meaning to stay in this world. Obito, you have to remember that the world is loyal to you. Most important. The soul of the Uchiha family is evil. I have researched a soul imprint that is most suitable for you, whose soul is extremely powerful. Absolutely, come here. Madara ordered. Master Madara absolutely came to Madara's side immediately. I saw Madara's body come out with black chi, and slowly merged into Ju's half of her body. Gradually, Ju, who was only half of her body, became black and white. This is my new creation with my soul. He is a new soul. He has my combat awareness and knowledge record. I have imprinted my soul in their minds. They will never betray you. From now on, you are Black Zetsu. You are White Zetsu, Obito will be your new owner from now on. Yes, Madara-sama, Black Zetsu said. Don't worry, Madara-sama, we will follow Obito-sama better and cut off all those who block Obito-sama's path, aren't you, the black guy? White Zetsu said. Shut up, you are noisy, Black Zetsu said. What? You fellow, you came later, I am your senior, do you have to respect your seniors? White Zetsu was initially unhappy that someone shared a body with him, but he knew that this newcomer was so self-righteous, and suddenly became angry. Madara-sama's order could not be disobeyed, but White Zetsu didn't want to talk to Black Zetsu in a low voice in the future. To shut up. White Zetsu's loud yelling only changed to Black Zetsu's ignorance. White Zetsu couldn't stand this anger. Since he was born, he has seen Madara, the pinnacle of the ninja world, and Obito, a peerless evildoer. This black guy seems to him to be nothing remarkable. Nr. I am the master of this body. If I refuse to accept it, I will fight to determine the winner. White Zetsu yelled. What do you call me? You idiot! Come if you can. Black Zetsu was not happy anymore. He couldn't sit still when he heard the strange name of White Zetsu and the sovereignty of the body. You're so dark, don't you call me ANR, why call me an idiot? Is it because you are white? White Zetsu said. Idiot Black Zetsu still scolded. Now White Zetsu jumped up angrily. Go over there and fight. White Zetsu said as he walked. Humph! Black Zetsu snorted and went in the direction of White Zetsu dash. Madara was explaining the last thing to Obito. The two suddenly saw Black Zetsu and White Zetsu split, just as the clothes were about to fight. Obito said, Teacher, don't you stop them. Uchiha Madara shook his head and said with interest, Black Zetsu and White Zetsu are both created by me. They both inherited different things from me. Looking at them, I have found a way to win. Very curious about the outcome. Obito did not speak, but watched with Uchiha Madara. Black guy, are you ready? Don't say anything if you lose, White Zetsu said. Come on, Black Zetsu said. Obito has squinted his eyes and opened Sharingan, and he is also curious as to what ability he will have in the future. Rock paper scissors. Black Zetsu. Rock paper scissors. White Zetsu. Both Black and White said at the same time. Obito now feels a little pain in his eyes and a little cramp in his face. He turned his head and said to Uchiha Madara, Teacher, your usual hobby is very unique. Because Black-White Zetsu was created by his separation and somewhat of his characteristics, when Obito said so, his face suddenly became dark, and his face was covered with black lines. Never over there. What? Impossible, you cheated in black. White Zetsu said. Can you cheat? Idiot Black Zetsu said with disdain. Do it again. White Zetsu. I am willing to bet. Black Zetsu. I'm talking about 2 wins and 3 games. White Zetsu. Who won 2 games with you, Black Zetsu? Obito saw Madara's face getting darker, and hurriedly turned to the Black-White Zetsu. Black Zetsu has a more calm personality, and White Zetsu will be led by Black Zetsu in the future. Master Obito. White Zetsu was suddenly unhappy. No. No opinion. Seeing Obito's gaze swept over as if it were true, he didn't comment immediately. Teacher. Well, Obito, my time is running out. Remember, the individual will lose the truth. Only my words, who are no one, are the words guided by the truth of the world. No matter what happens in the future, you have to stick to what is today. Idea. Feeling the slow reduction of chakra transportation behind it, Uchiha Madara proudly said, Uchiha Madara is dying too, but the old generation of Uchiha Madara is dead, and the new generation of Uchiha Madara has become a new generation of Uchiha Madara. This world will always be Uchiha. Trembling with his name. Obito, Uchiha Madara's name can save you a lot of trouble, and it will also bring you a lot of trouble. How to use it is up to you. My Sharingan pupil power can be taken away when you need it. Don't insult this name after I die. Obito. From today, you will be Uchiha Madara. Since the death of Uchiha Madara, a generation of heroes, a man named Uchiha Obito is trembling in ninja. Chapter 6 Uchiha's Power. Chapter 6 The Power of Uchiha. After Uchiha Madara's death, Obito thought about future plans after a brief period of grief. First of all, I still don't know enough about the plan of this body, so Obito plans to register in the underground mercenary place in the future, and understand his own strength during the killing, so that he can accelerate the growth of his strength. Thinking of his own power, Obito first thought of Sharingan. Obito's left eye is now a jade, and his ability is negligible in a real master match. And his right eye is a very famous ability in the entire Hokage, and it is also the most powerful Mangeki ability in his previous life. Obito's right eye, Mangeki Kamui, is capable of transferring oneself or other objects to a different space, and from the different space back to the real world. When in use, the surrounding space is twisted in a spiral shape, and it cannot be virtualized, it can only be an entity. It is invisible in the real world after inhaling a different space. It is slow to use, and the speed of absorbing or releasing itself is slower than other objects. One is hollow, which turns any part of the body or the whole body into a different space. The body is still visible in the real world, but it is only a phantom, which invalidates the opponent's attack and looks like the opponent's attack passes through. It is faster to use. Obito is often used as a defensive ninjutsu, but the incorporeal body cannot attack, nor can it absorb or release objects. The third ability is space teleportation. In a different space, you can specify the coordinates of any point in the real world and move instantaneously. The three abilities can be activated without chakra, and the speed is extremely fast, which is simply a heaven-defying ability. And the other pair of Mangeki Kamui with eyes is to distort the space they see from a long distance, so that the enemy can tear apart in the distortion, which requires chakra. Obito's Mangeki can be said to be close and distant, with both offensive and defensive capabilities. According to the memory of previous lives, Obito later made Hollow and Kamui's abilities to be able to be used even in the normal Sharingan state. Izanaga needs to use the powerful pupil technique that Sharingan can use. It requires both Senju and Uchiha's powers. After using it, Sharingan will lose light forever. Izanaga can turn the unfavorable factors in reality into illusions, and turn the factors that are beneficial to himself into reality. It was originally the technique of Sage of Six Paths to create the world. Obito's Izanaga lasts for 10 minutes. It can be said that Obito is the true Prince of Heaven. With the talent of space, even the fourth generation cannot be compared, let alone Obito, whose two souls are now merged. In addition to Sharingan, Obito certainly inherited the fire style of Haki from the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan is a family with a natural talent for fire, and their accomplishments in fire style are not just simple to say. And out of fire style, Obito found that he still has the abilities of earth style and wood style. Earth style is okay, but the ability of wood style is extremely unstable. Obito originally integrated the cells of first generation into itself, but it would take a long time, even hundreds of years, for the cells of first generation to truly blend with itself, so wood style couldn't very good use. Obito is a little upset now. Although Obito's abilities are already very strong, many abilities Obito has the potential to be used but cannot be used. It is like a golden mountain placed in front of you, but you can only watch. Looking at the fan and chain in his hand, this is Uchiha Madara's dying money to him. One is Uchiha Madara's iconic weapon during his lifetime, and the other is the chain that was added to the Chakra blockade beast, which was taken from the Gedo statue. After shaking his hand, the fan group was too swagger, so he put it in a different space, and put the chain into his sleeve. Obito feels that his cuffs are like magic weapons. It seems that he has put the chain in the cuffs, but in fact it is put in a different space, giving people the illusion that they have been hidden in the cuffs. It's better to go to the underground money exchange office to register a mercenary. Zetsu, go to find out the location of Nine Tails, the country of fire, and continue to nurture White Zetsu. Obito thought about it and said to Ju. Understood. Master Obito. Ju said. Call me Madara in front of others, or Master, Obito reminded. I see, Master, go ahead. In the underground money exchange, a mysterious man wearing a black cloak and a black mask with a gold background appeared here. The cape of the cloak seems to enclose the whole person, but the face that is exposed from time to time is covered by a golden and black mask. Some Uzumaki-like patterns make the whole person reveal a mysterious and evil atmosphere. The only thing that is exposed on the mask, only eyes, were extremely cold, as if they had no feelings at all. Obito is now 13 years old, but he has the height of the original book when he fought 4th generation at the age of 15. He looks no different from a young man. Big, people, please, excuse me, what do you want to order? The young man in charge of entertaining and accepting tasks saw Obito. With years of vision, he knew this one. It didn't seem to be annoying, so he hesitated and asked immediately. Sign up. Obito sat down and said without looking at the man. Haha, I thought it was a powerful character, it turned out to be just a newcomer, a middle-aged ninja laughed. Well, do you want me to cover you, as long as you pay half of the money for each task in the future? The man came to Obito and said. Hey, kid, talking to you. The man felt a little angry when he saw Obito ignored him. Go away, don't quarrel around me, Obito said. Boy, you're going to die. The man slashed at Obito after hearing a furious cry. When the man's blade was about to touch Obito, Obito suddenly stretched out his hand and clamped the middle of the knife with 2 fingers. Then he came to the man's back in an instant and stabbed the knife into the man's body. The fight between the middle-aged ninja and Obito was just a moment, and it was solved by Obito. The people around couldn't help letting out faint coolness. The blood-stained knife in Obito's hand seemed to remind them. Seeing those around him no longer dared to laugh at Obito or embarrassed him. My lord, what is your registration code? Few people in the underground world use their real names, and they generally use code names, which can save a lot of things in the event of trouble. Obito remembered the Moon Eye project of this world. New Moon. Okay sir. Here you can take a look at the task you want to take, I'll get you a code card. Obito had nothing to do. He saw the wanted, down to civilians without any force, and up to Hokage, Deming, from various countries. It looks like I'm going to work out here recently, Obito thought. Chapter 7 Accidents. Chapter 7 Accidents. Not far away, a man dressed in a black robe and a golden mask with black stripes slowly pulled the chain in his hand toward the cuff. Another one. Throughout this whole year, Obito has been continuously carrying out various murder missions in the underground world. In 1 year, Obito can be said to have killed all kinds of people without the slightest mercy. I remembered those people's begging for mercy when they killed people many times. Compassion? That's the only behavior of the Virgin, Obito replied like this at the time. This is a world where people cannibalize. Compassion for others and relaxation of others will one day cause fatal death to oneself. As for things like keeping alive, Obito is even more incapable of doing it. Will it leave others to seek revenge in the future? Obito couldn't help laughing. The strength is almost running in, it's time to go back. In 1 year, Obito had opened his left eye to the level of a 3-pointed jade, but to Obito's surprise, his left eye did not show the slightest power. Originally when he was promoted to the 3-go jade, Obito looked forward with excitement. Now Obito's integration with Sharingan has achieved that even if Manjiki is not opened, he can use or understand the release of the weakened version of Manjiki pupil technique. During this year, Obito's right eye, Manjiki, actually awakened Kamui, who was supposed to be the left eye, which surprised Obito. At the same time, I looked forward to the ability of my left eye even more. Disappointing thing, after the 3-gyu, Obito's left eye not only did not awaken any space-related ability, but also other Amaterasu months and the like did not come out. Obito was flabbergasted for a long time, and only when he realized that he didn't have any special abilities, he became very depressed. Obito was just about to leave, but he felt a figure slowly approaching him around him, and the chakra volume was a real cage level. Obito has gradually become famous in the underground world in a year. This cage level rebel is here to kill Obito. Oh, I heard that there is a new moon with a lot of limelight recently. It must be you. Hey! A slender uncle walked over to Obito. The uncle used a strange tone, the corners of his mouth were exaggerated and he looked at Obito one by one. In short, in Obito's eyes, this uncle. Very arrogant. Yeah, that's right, Afei, I am called Zinyu, uncle, are you here to bully Afei? Tell him that Afei is very powerful. Obito thought of the later Afei. So he replied in this tone. My mother, I've always been told by others that I have a weird speech, but this time I encountered someone stranger than me. How did someone like you cultivate to such a level, hey? It was still a weird tone, with the inconspicuous word added at the end. Oh, uncle, Afei has always been a good boy, and has always been a hard-working child. Does the uncle admire Afei's talent? Obito said this, slowly approaching the ninja. Ha ha ha, I envy you. Isn't he just a fool with a broken brain, ah? Suddenly, Obito was holding Kyo in his hand and suddenly passed through the ninja's throat. Between the waves, as black light swept across, only the middle-aged ninja's neck was splashed with blood. Obito doesn't have the fighting ideas of righteous people. What kind of open and upright frontal combat? Obito is a person who does not scramble for the purpose. As long as you can kill the opponent, no matter what method will do. And that middle-aged ninja apparently came to kill him. Although he looked a little bit different, Obito always remembered the lion fighting the rabbit and used his full strength. Besides, the opponent is a fierce tiger to Obito now. Although I don't have a cage-level chakra right now. But Obito's tricks are erratic, and they are the best choice for people who are stronger than themselves, as you can see from the battle between the original book and 4th Hokage. And, now Obito is much stronger than in the original book. Even if the opponent chakra is stronger than himself, Obito has no idea that he will fail. But thinking about how to defeat the opponent, this is the mentality of the strong. No. Obito thought, narrowing his eyes. I saw that the corpse of the middle-aged ninja that should have died turned into a native Earth clone. Obito had never thought of easily solving the opponent under a sneak attack. I thought that the other party should use the body replacement technique to avoid it, but I didn't expect that it was not the body at the beginning. It seems that this uncle who looks very different does not look the same on the surface, he is a very vigilant person. Sharingan was turned on in an instant, and he felt someone attacking him from behind. The chain in his hand was thrown out of the cuff at an extremely fast speed. The middle-aged ninja didn't expect Obito's reaction to be so fast, but he changed his reaction in the blink of an eye to block his sneak attack. Feeling the force of Kunao's collision with the chain, the middle-aged man did not expect Obito to be so powerful. What a funny person, ah! Thinking about that, he rushed towards Obito and punched Obito's face hard. But Obito tilted his hind thigh, caught the powerful blow with one of his hands, and kicked the oblique hind leg towards the middle-aged uncle. The middle-aged uncle put his other hand on his chest, but was still kicked away by the blow. The two were not far apart, their eyes facing each other. Oh, how did I react so fast? It turned out to be a guy from the Uchiha clan. Ah! At this time, the middle-aged uncle obviously noticed that the right eye exposed on Obito's mask was like a three-gold jade. Obito didn't speak, but stared at each other tightly. However, the eyes of the two people completed a confrontation in an instant. The middle-aged uncle's expression instantly became dignified. He had seen Obito's look before. It was the look that was only for killing people to the ultimate, the slightest disdain for human life, and the kind of ridicule for life. The middle-aged uncle didn't know how many people died in Obito's previous life research. The country sent a large number of live experiments to support the research. For 10 years, Obito didn't know how many people would be killed every day. My name is Nishidahara. This is the name that killed you for me to remember, said the middle-aged uncle named Nishidahara. At this time, he didn't speak as casually as usual, but at the end. The tone of the second word still exists. Nishidahara already thinks that Obito is different from other quasi-shadows. It may cost something to kill Obito. Obito's bounty in the underground world is really high and scary. The reason is also because Obito doesn't care about the forces behind the person who kills. So he was beaten by many rich people. Obito fell silent, but his body was slightly bent forward, ready to move forward at any time. Chapter 8 The Power of Space. Chapter 8 The Power of Space. Obito's body was like a leopard before the explosion, leaning forward slightly. Nishidahara looked at Obito warily without any distraction. With a move of Obito's hand, the seal was completed instantly. Fire-style Great Fireball Technique. In the face of Uchiha's signature ninjutsu, Nishidahara did not have any underestimation. The offensive ability of Great Fireball is directly related to the ninja's own strength and chakra output. Facing the huge fireball in front of him, it has reached the scope of A-level ninjutsu, right? Nishidahara thought. The fireball has not arrived, but the momentum of a heat wave has been felt, without hesitation. Earth-style Earth front wall and between the fireball and Nishidahara, a thick rectangular wall rose quickly. Bang! There was a loud noise, and the fireball collided with the earth wall like this. In the blink of an eye, the earth wall burst, and the fireball slowly dissipated to the surroundings, but there was still a small flame passing through the earth wall towards Nishidahara. Nishidahara sideways avoided the remaining flames. Before he had time to react, he subconsciously felt the crisis. Kunao's hand waved upward subconsciously. The sound of weapons intersecting and rubbing into his ears. Is the one who put the great fireball just now a clone, but the main body is hiding in the shadow of the great fireball? Uchiha's, not bad. Feeling a bit broken in his hand. It seems that your chain is not an ordinary thing, but after killing you, it will be mine, Nishidahara yelled loudly. I can't help myself, Obito snorted coldly when he heard it. It's just a guy who hasn't reached cage level, let you know how powerful cage level is today, Nishidahara disdainfully said. Earth-style Earth Dragon Ball technique, Even if it's ninjutsu, he doesn't forget to say in the second grade. After that, a dragon made of earth rushed towards Obito. Fire-style Fire Dragon Ball technique. Obito also immediately seals, and there will be a violent collision between the Fire Dragon and the Earth Dragon. It's not over yet, Earth-style Yellow Spring Marsh, After Obito heard it, he only felt that he called the original Stone Land, which was immediately covered by patches of damp mud, and his body was indeed unable to move at all and slowly sank down. A whole of Uchiha family, I want your bounty, wind style, The two sharp blades attacked Obito. It's just that the wind blade didn't pierce Obito like Nishidahara imagined, but when it met Obito, it seemed to have encountered something illusory, staggering a ripple on Obito, and then passed through it. On the other hand, Obito is nothing. Uchiha's illusion. Nishidahara thought. Sharingan from Uchiha's family, a Guyu can increase the ninja's insight, and can see through some physical skills. Ergu Jade has increased insight on the basis of one Go Jade, and has the ability to replicate. Sanguyu has the ability of hypnosis opponent. It can be said that as long as it is a member of the Uchiha family who has hit the 3 Go Jade, Janin's strength is basically certain. The Sharingan added by Uchiha is also different. There are some ninjutsu, some illusion, and insight. And Nishidahara's first thought when he saw such an unscientific thing was illusion. Just now Obito used hollow instead of illusion, and immediately took advantage of the ability to teleport in space, and Obito instantly came not far from Nishidahara. Seeing this scene, Nishidahara was surprised again. The advantage that originally belonged to the opponent was instantly pulled back by Obito. The breeze blew slowly, but the two of them had their own thoughts. I just used illusion to solve it, and found that it should not be illusion. If it is true, this guy's illusion talent is too terrible. If it is illusion eyes, this guy's melee combat should not be particularly strong, so it can be confirmed that it is not illusion. Then use melee to confirm it. It's not that Nishidahara doesn't think about other places, but that there are too few people with the ability of space, and the people who have it are undoubtedly not famous. Such as the 2nd Hokage Senju Bandit Room and 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato, known as the Golden Glitter. The opponent's cage level chakra is more than mine. It is undoubtedly very unwise to fight a war of attrition. The opponent should be thinking about what kind of Sharingan is my Sharingan, so he will unexpectedly fight with the opponent. As if they had said it beforehand, the two rushed to each other at the same time. The wind-like speed constantly overwhelmed the surrounding weeds to the sides. Obito took out the chain when he rushed over, gave up his defense indifferently, and wrapped the chain around the opponent's neck. Are everyone in the Uchiha family idiots? Is this guy going to die? Isn't it true that he insists on fighting me close instead of physical skills? Seeing Obito's seemingly desperate style of play, Nishidahara drew a ninja general knife to block the chain, and quickly took out another kunikata from his hand and slashed across Obito's body. Seeing Kumyu Lee getting closer and closer to Obito, Nishidahara couldn't help sighing for his IQ. It's just that the shuriken flashed across Obito's body and passed through, and the original Nishida also passed through Obito's body. When Nishida couldn't react, Obito relieved the illusion and kicked him out. Nishidahara flew out and hit a tree. The strong foot force and the collision of the tree caused him some injuries. The bloodline left at the corner of his mouth meant that he didn't look as okay as he was on the surface at the moment. Uchiha, what is your ability? Nishidahara asked Obito, thinking of the strange battle before. When you are fighting with others, do you like to tell others about your abilities? Obito couldn't help but sneer. A hole. Ah. It's just that this sound is not Nishidahara's catchphrase. In the excitement, some of his injuries have increased, and he couldn't help vomiting blood again. Although wind-style vacuum sphere Nishidahara was angry, he did not rush towards Obito again, but instead used wind style. Since the opponent was a fire-style ninja, he attacked with Xiong's wind style. A group of extremely fast wind is coming towards Obito, and clusters of lush weeds nearby seem to have been passed by a cutting machine. The vacuum sphere flies by while bringing in the weeds, which looks like a ball of grass from a distance. Roll to yourself. The wind is mixed with grass. If you can't dissipate the wind style by using fire style, it will only burn the weeds and then it will change to include wind style and attack you in turn, then. Kamui. Obito was used against the enemy for the first time after awakening Kamui. Wind style, who had rushed towards Obito, twisted strangely around it, but after a while, it disappeared without a trace. Nishidahara saw that he couldn't help but said, "Spatial ability." At this moment, he finally started to panic. After all, his spatial ability was so famous. During the 3 World Wars, various countries stipulated that if Konoha's golden glitter was encountered, the task would not be punished by the village if the mission was abandoned. The big reason why Namikaze Minato is famous and powerful is because of his ability to use space. And now, Nishidahara actually encountered a ninja with spatial ability. Chapter 9 Fire Style. Chapter 9 Fire Style. Nishidahara didn't want to fight with Obito when he realized that Obito was a ninja with spatial ability. What a joke, the ability of space has always been magical. He may be able to beat Obito in strength, but he doesn't think he can stop Obito from leaving. Thinking of Obito's strength in the future, he would come back to look for him, and his scalp numb for a while. It is only Nishidahara's own idea to beat Obito in strength. Now he just wants to get along with Obito and let Obito's hatred of him disappear. Nishidahara's thinking does not mean that Obito thinks so. Obito saw Nishidahara a little stunned, although it was only a sudden, but the seal was instantly sealed. A fire style was let go. Fire style Phoenix Fire Technique. Oh, from Uchiha's house, wait. What if those things just didn't happen? I'll leave soon. I'll leave soon. Ah! Nishidahara dodged the small fireballs miserably while shouting at Obito. It's just that Obito didn't seem to hear these words, and the Juin on his hand did not stop. Fire-style dragon flame singing technique. Focusing on chakra in his mouth, 5 groups of dragon heads appeared like evil spirits from Obito's mouth and flew quickly towards Nishidahara. Seeing this weird fire style, Nishidahara's eyes were solemn, and he felt the temperature all the way away, so he didn't dare to underestimate this fire style. Wind style 5 flying blades flew towards the 5 fireballs. Wind style great breakthrough is another strong wind blowing forward. Feeling that it was not enough, Nishidahara continued to seal the earth-style quadrangular wall formation, only to see that an earthen wall appeared one after another around Nishidahara, and he was strictly sealed inside. After doing this, Nishidahara felt a little relieved. Bang, bang, bang. Hearing the explosion outside, Nishidahara's face turned black and even saw some cracks in the earth wall. What kind of FK is this fire style? What? Nishidahara sighed when the surrounding noises gradually disappeared. Fire style great fireball technique. Nishidahara was relieved to hear Obito's voice again. FK, can't stop? Ah. Even Uncle Nishidahara, who was a little bit distressed, began to scold at this time. Quickly ran out of the earth wall, and looked back at the earth wall surrounded by the sea of fire. His face became darker. Uchiha's family, although I can't stop you from escaping, do you think you can beat me? Ah, Uncle Nishidahara shouted. Only you. Obito said. Hearing Obito's completely disdainful tone, he yelled, you are the one who found your own death, ah. As a cage level strong, he also has his own hole cards. Earth-style broken rock formation, Nishidahara shouted. Obito looked around, only to feel that the land he was standing on was infiltrated by a large amount of chakra. The ground under Obito's feet suddenly cracked, and the ground around Obito kept cracking open, making roaring noises. In the time of a cup of tea, the original location of Obito Station has become a huge circular pit. Obito used Hollow to hide in a different space as early as when he was broken underground. The power of this trick is good. If it weren't for Sharingan's more sensitive insight into chakra, he wouldn't be too sure to be able to react when the land was broken. It's the most mysterious space ninjutsu. Nishidahara couldn't help sighing when he saw Obito doing nothing wrong. But it's not over yet, ah. The original surroundings slowly gathered on the ground and turned into various earth balls and earth guns. Slowly, earthen weapons of various styles spread all over the ground, and then they stab Obito quickly. After Obito saw an astonishing number of soil guns, he immediately hollowed. I can't beat it again, damn space ninjutsu, I don't believe you can always hide like this. Nishidahara roared, he was deeply disgusted by space ninjutsu. Obito frowned slightly, his hollow has time, and his own chakra does not have as much as the opponent. When looking at Nishidahara, he has been paying attention to himself. He should be always guarding his own space ninjutsu. Then Kamui's effect is it's a lot worse. Obito is constantly weighing the best method. That's it. Obito thought. I saw that Obito suddenly had a fan in his hand. He stepped on a rock and jumped into the air, using the fan in both hands to constantly bounce off various earthen weapons. Concentrating chakra, who is not too much, in his mouth, the fan in his hand waved vigorously at the same time, and a hurricane slammed out from the wave of the fan. Fire-style Upanishad fire extinguished. A huge flame expelled from Obito's mouth in a wide range, hitting a hurricane fan, and in a short time the entire land turned into a huge fire-colored Uzumaki. The red flame Uzumaki goes straight to the sky and keeps spinning. Lord Madara in the original book once used this trick to deal with the ninja allied forces. This is an extremely wide-ranging fire-style ninjutsu. In the original book, dozens of Genin from the allied forces joined forces to use water style to barely block it. As expected to be my Lord Madara, it is indeed mighty hacky. Feeling that all the homemade weapons made were melted into muddy water, Nishidahara cursed, "My mother, how can this BD have such a powerful fire-style ninjutsu?" After using this trick, his chakra must not that's too much, as long as I... Ah! It was not the strange tone, but the cry of pain. Nishidahara was surprised to see that his left chest was pierced by a chain. How is it possible? Seeing Obito walking out of the smoke, he was wondering when the chain appeared, so he could only slowly fall to the ground. Obito walked to Nishidahara's side and slowly retracted his chains, without any fluctuations in his eyes. If you want to attack Nishidahara, you must be surprised first, but Nishidahara is always guarding Obito's space ninjutsu. Obito gave Nishidahara after using the violent fire to extinguish it. Obito was just destroying those earthy weapons, but Obito really used the violent fire to extinguish the smoke after using it. In that smoke, this is not the ninjutsu with chakra in the mist of mist shinobi technique, so Obito, who owns Sharingan, will not block his sight because of this smoke. But for Nishidahara, it was completely different. He didn't have the blood inheritance boundary similar to Sharingan and Byakugan. Before the smoke disappeared, Obito used the cooperation of Kamui and the chain to make the chain appear behind Nishidahara, and instantly penetrated his chest. Of course, if Nishidahara possesses any special blood inheritance boundary to block this blow, Obito can only use space ninjutsu and the cover of smoke to retreat. It seems that you don't have any blood limit, Obito said, looking at Nishidahara's corpse. Let me talk about it here. Regarding the female protagonist, many people think that I will only accept one or two. No, the more popular ones are bound to be accepted. There are too many to accept all of them. The palace thinks that there are too many. No, I don't think it is necessary for things like Sakura. I don't know if you are satisfied with this answer. If you have any questions, you can leave your valuable comments in the book review. In addition, book lovers who have troubled reading the book can click on the collection a little bit fortunately. If you think the book is still a little bit eye-catching, whether it is fattening or reading it, it will be much more convenient next time, don't you think? Finally, please ask for a vote for the flowers. Don't leave it there anymore, it's broken. Chapter 10 The Change in the Left Eye. Chapter 10 The Abnormal Change of the Left Eye. Looking at Nishidahara who was lying motionless on the ground, Obito couldn't help shook his head. Recalling the previous battle. Thinking of Nishidahara's earth style before, it seems that I still lacked combat experience, otherwise there should be a better way to solve the opponent. The battle can be ended with less consumption of chakra and time. Thinking of chakra, Obito can't help but feel a headache. The ninjutsu of one's own master is either the Manjiki pupil technique that consumes much energy, such as Kamui and Hollow. Regardless of the forbidden technique left by Madara, or the secret of escape, it is extremely necessary to consume a large amount of chakra to activate. You can't use space ninjutsu to escape after putting in a few big moves when fighting with others in the future, right? Actually, this is not impossible. It's just that you are the person who wants to manage Akatsuki, so you can just leave this awkward thing to your hands. Thinking of Xiao's lawlessness, who are not afraid of anything and bad personality, if they don't have any strength, they can't be suppressed. Obito's desire to improve his strength is growing. It looks like we need to solve the chakra problem first, Obito thought. Go back to the base first, I don't know what happened to the order of Juju. Just when Obito turned around and was about to leave, one hand grabbed him. Hey! Obito's eyes widened. Looking at Nishidahara, who was supposed to be a corpse, he was actually covered in blood and grabbed him. Let's disappear together. Uchiha Speed. He would blew himself up. Obito was also a little crazy, and found that it was too late whether it was to move the opponent to another place or Hollow himself. Whether it's Hollow or Kamui, he is estimated to be seriously injured, and I don't know how many years it will take to recover. A cage-level ninja blew himself up so close to him, the power of the explosion is not so simple. Obito grew mad at the thought of this. How could I be seriously injured by this kind of crap? Obito thought inwardly. There must be some other way, Izanagi? Obito thought of his Sanguyu's left eye, a left eye that didn't show the slightest power, and couldn't help thinking whether to give up this eye. But his dignity is blocking Obito's choice. For Obito, this eye is undoubtedly very important to him, and he is unwilling to ruin it like this. Damn it! Obito became more irritable, in this critical situation. Sharingan on Obito's left turned faster and faster, emitting bursts of red light from time to time, but Obito didn't notice it because of thinking. What's going on? My body, ah! Suddenly Nishidabara's strange voice came out, and Obito discovered that Nishidabara's body was originally flooded with chakra. At this time, chakra in his body seemed to be forbidden. Obito's eyes flicked, and he didn't think much about it, and the kunao in his hand ran across the opponent's throat in an instant. Nishidahara's eyes were wide open, and she fell down unwillingly. Obito was relieved to see that Nishidahara was really dead. Recalling what happened just now, the other party's body seemed to have been stopped by time. That's right, it's like time is suspended at that moment. Host awakening ability, the system is starting. Just when Obito was puzzled, there was a dull voice. System? Is this voice coming from my subconscious mind? The system is turned on. Congratulations to the host for opening the time ability. You said time ability? Wait, what are you again? The ability of time is the power of the host's awakening just now. The ability to have time can control time as the name suggests, and the system starts to activate when it feels that the host has awakened the power of time. The system can be understood as the consciousness combination of each world and the universe. The purpose of the system is to find a suitable host, assist its growth, and become the manager of each world. Are there other hosts before me? Without. Why did you find me? Can't answer. Host is too weak and has no authority to answer. Sure enough, it's the same everywhere, strength is everything. What if I don't have the ability to awaken time? The system will not turn on. Then now I can count on your acknowledgement. It has not been recognized by the system. Host has just completed the first step and awakened the ability of time. It has the potential of system recognition and needs to complete specific tasks to be recognized by the system. What happened to my previous time ability? When the last world was about to explode, host had already awakened a small part of its time abilities. The time physique was already manifested in the host's body, and the host unexpectedly used the time physique to awaken the Sharingan in the Hokage world, so host his left eye is Sharingan, who has time ability, but host's time power has not been fully awakened. As a result, Sharingan does not have any time ability that it should have. Sharingan was originally the blood air bound that evolved under mental stimulation, and just now, under the strong unwillingness of anger, the Sharingan awakened the ability of Sharingan that should have appeared, thereby driving the unawakened in the body. The power of time, so as to achieve the true awakening time ability. The ability of time is really powerful, coupled with the space power of my right eye, it can be said that basically no one can resist it. System, space ability, I can use chakra or mental power to activate. How should the ability of time be cultivated? Although Obito can figure it out later, if someone can tell you that it saves so much time, Obito will be happy. The power of time is special. It not only consumes chakra and mental power when activated, but the most important thing is the so-called time dot. Time? Does it mean vitality? Obito is a crazy scientific researcher. In this regard, he can be said to be easy to understand. It can be said that what is consumed is life, but the life of time. How to cultivate the vitality of time? Obito's eyes are reddish, and the corners of his mouth are upturned. People look a bit evil. In fact, he has probably guessed how to cultivation, saying that cultivation is worse than gaining, or simply getting it. Is to seize. When using the time ability, the time consumed is just as the name implies, and the time consumed is the host's vitality. If you use too much, the host will slowly grow old, and when the vitality is exhausted, the host will die. And as long as you practice time to live alive. Yes, as long as you are alive, your life will become more and more, the more time and ability you can consume. The amount of vitality has a major relationship with your age. Seeking flowers, evaluation votes, collection, if you think it's okay, you can give a little reward. In addition, if you have any valuable comments, I will seriously accept it in the book review department. Chapter 11 The Power of Time. Chapter 11 The Power of Time. There should be other ways besides this, right? Obito's eyes became more and more murderous. The system hesitated and said, the other is to turn other people's time into your own time. It means taking others' vitality into one's own vitality, right? Yes, and the amount of vitality taken is directly related to the amount of energy taken from the person. Hey? Then can I understand that the energy in me can also become the vitality of time? Yes, but the gap in the conversion ratio of energy to time is very exaggerated. It seems that this is forcing myself to kill people to take time. However, Obito is not a bad guy. His goal is to become the strongest and reach the top. In this process, what kind of methods are said to be no problem? Power is endless for Obito, but Obito is not an effort of power. He always remembers what his teacher Uchiha Madara said to him. Obito, power is different from will, it is the interaction between matter, don't abandon your will, treat him as your obstacle, and then cross over it. You don't need any reason to become stronger. If one day becomes one of the reasons for you to become stronger, then it's too late. It must be what makes you so, hatred, death, shame, these are all reasons. Obito has faced death. Although he is not afraid of death, he does not want to face the emotions of accepting hatred in the future, because when he has this idea, he must have lost some important person, so Obito has to become stronger. 2. Be the strongest. Is the power of time? From the current point of view, Obito's time ability should be similar to slowing down the opponent's action behavior to make it proceed slowly. Coupled with Sharingan's insight and strange spatial ability, it is simply the most suitable combination of power. Time ability should be used as one's own trump card, and the usual battles should not be exposed casually. The ultimate move can't be used easily, Obito understands this immutable truth. Once the opponent understands you, the original advantage will disappear instantly, not seeing the original pen 6 paths, how strong, after being understood by the ability, still sadly defeated by the protagonist. But in fact, for the two abilities of time and space, understanding may not be useful. There is no direct way to confront space and time. The more you understand, the more fear you may command to increase the opponent's sense of fear. I remembered a saying in my previous life that said, "Space is king, time is respect." There is nothing wrong with what he said, and now Obito is very much looking forward to what kind of power his left eye time eye has after awakening Mangeki. System, I took someone else's life, that person will die, right? There are two situations. The first is to take away the energy of the other party and convert it into time. The other party just has no power. The second is to completely take away the energy and life of many parties, and the other party will die completely. The life and time of others are in my body, so, relative, will my lifespan increase? Obito asked a little excitedly. This question is very important. If it is true, the lifespan of two soil is almost immortal. NS. Yes, before the time is consumed, those times are equivalent to your lifespan. So, can my life ability be transferred to others? This question is also very serious. If you can give your time to others, you can give yourself to loyal subordinates and important people. Yes, but it will be reduced relatively. How much? Obito asked with a frown. Probably only about 70% of the original. Obito's expression relaxed. 70% can accept it. It's better to say that it's a bit of a surprise. I thought that 7% would be good. This ability is really terrifying. You must not let others know about it, especially it is the point of taking vitality. Otherwise, the entire ninja world will hunt him down. The current Obito can't fully master the power of time, just like the ability to slow down the action that was used against Nishidahara before. The current Obito has no clue. Looked at the body of Nishidahara next to him. Try it. Speaking, he squatted down, pressing his palm on the head of the corpse, and the 3 Sharingan-gyu in his left eye kept turning. Slowly, the skin of the corpse became more and more wrinkled and aging, and the body slowly sank. After a long time, Obito stood up, and only a layer of skin remained on the original corpse on the ground. It feels so comfortable. Obito only feels refreshed now, and the exhaustion of using the power of time is also gone at this time, and he finds that his chakra has also increased, and there is a faint trace of breaking through cage level. This is simply the ability to cheat, Obito exclaimed. Obito suddenly thought of something. It would take hundreds of years for the wood style on his body to merge with himself. If time was used to accelerate the fusion on his body. Without hesitation, proceed immediately. Obito only feels that the wood style cells in the body are constantly compatible with his own cells. This kind of gene fusion is the most familiar to Obito. In his previous life, he often conducted such research and experiments. There is no pain during the fusion, just a slight itching all over the body. Continuously fusing with wood style cells, I feel my own vitality is becoming stronger. Unlike the vitality of time, what wood style feels is the enhancement of the body's physique. The body of the immortal really isn't talking about it. Tato's weakness is now called physical arts. In terms of illusion, except for the mandatory level of illusion like distinguished heavenly gods, even if the other illusions are monthly, he can't feel too much under Obito's now upgraded eyes. Threat. I feel that chakra is also undergoing a trace of growth visible to the naked eye. Not only that, but the quality of chakra itself, Obito, also felt a slight improvement. Wood style cutting technique. Obito took the attitude of trying. Sure enough, wood style's control ability has been significantly enhanced, but if you want to reach the level of wood style that can release wood style, it is obvious that the current transformation is far from enough. Is there not enough time? It seems that we have to collect more recently. The power of time can be said to allow Obito's entire power system to collect the power of time, not only to increase the integration of wood style, but also extremely necessary for future plans. After thinking about it, Obito decided to go back to the base first to find out about Ju's situation and information. System, what was the task you mentioned earlier? Obito suddenly remembered that the system said before, what tasks must be completed to get the system's recognition, so he asked. Seeking flowers, evaluation votes, collection. If you think it's okay, you can give a little reward. In addition, if you have any valuable comments, I will seriously accept it in the book review department. Chapter 12 The Impending Task. Chapter 12 The Urgent Task. Thinking of the previous task, Obito asked. Release mission, Nine Tails' Turmoil. The young host named Uchiha Obito carried out the first large-scale operation after inheriting Uchiha Madara's legacy. With disdain for the world and the anger of the ninja world, host will begin to take revenge on the world for the first time. Konoha. This is the first stop. Mission objective, release the Nine Tails Demon Fox and make it attack Konoha Shinobi Village. So simple. Konoha must destroy at least 1/3 of the buildings in this battle. Obito. If you only control Nine Tails to attack, you might panic and destroy Konoha just like the original, but it definitely hasn't reached 1/3 of the level. Konoha still has a lot of powerhouses at this time. In Sunan, apart from the Princess Tsunade who has run away, the other Jiraiya and Orochimaru are also Konoha. Jiraiya might be outside, but Orochimaru would not have heard that 4th Hokage was inherited by Namikaze Minato. But the fighting time cannot be too long. If it takes too long, whether it is Jiraiya who is outside who has heard the news, or Orochimaru who is forced by public opinion will join the fight. Obito is not afraid of them, not to mention that he can wait for his own strength to go. Even now, Obito is not afraid of relying on the power of space and time. Even if Obito wants to go, fourth generation can barely keep up, but after awakening the power of time, even fourth generation could not stop it at all. It's just that Obito doesn't want to be exposed prematurely now. Although he appeared as Uchiha Madara when he was outside, Obito didn't want to use this name when he didn't become very strong. Not only did Obito be insulting the name, but Uchiha, why does Madara allow others? The pronoun of the pinnacle of the entire ninja world, without that strength, who would believe it? At least I have to wait until my eyes are manjiki. Wait, Obito thought of a very important question. System, is there a specified time for the task? It can be completed within 1 year of Konoha's 50 years. Obito held his head helplessly. He thought about this system too well, saying it was a recognition task, but how could it be so simple? Now FK is Konoha's 49th year. In other words, Obito only has more than 1 year and less than 2 years. If you count the current month, it will probably be only 1.5 years at most, but when it comes to the end of the time, Obito feels a little rushed. Obito sighed, it will only take a year at most. Obito in the original book went to Konoha to control 9 tails under the power of Quasi Shadow, and met Cage level 4th generation. In the battle with 4th generation, although he has higher spatial attainments than 4th generation, his strength is not as good as others. I fell miserably downwind and was injured, but 9 tails also had a backlash at this time, making Obito vomiting blood from beginning to end. After thinking about it, Obito felt a little darkened. Obito is going to be stronger a year later, but the battle is still very tiring. Originally, I wanted to slowly develop Akatsuki's power first, but by then I would be very strong, and there would be a group of powerful subordinates before implementing this plan. But the plan can't keep up with the changes. It's just that when the system comes up like this, the beautiful ideas are lost in an instant. Obito, system. System. Obito, are you really here to help me? System. System, the current host has not been recognized, so please don't think about it. When Obito heard this sentence, he felt something was wrong. He always felt that the system was emotional. Hearing the soft voice of the system, Obito's thoughts became more and more obvious. Obito, system. Are you female? You should look very beautiful, right? I can hear your voice. Can you show me what it looks like? System. Thank you, host, for complimenting. But please don't empty the system. Hearing some happy and shy voices from the system, Obito was a little helpless. Is this a molestation? It seems that this system is incredibly shy. But thinking of the time when the mission was released, Obito's face turned dark again. He didn't want to be beaten and severely injured to happen to him. Are you sure it's Konoha 50 years? It's not 51 or 52. Obito asked darkly. System, indeed, maybe not 50 years. Obito's eyes lit up, and it seemed that this system was pretty good at being a human being. He knew that he would be her master in the future, so he decided to relax. Obito, really? System, yes, it's also possible that Konoha's 49 years can't be said. Obito. Obito felt something stuck in his throat and couldn't tell. Obito today has the feeling of being overturned by thunder. He is a human for 2 generations. For the first time, he has the attitude and expression like today. System, host, there will be rewards after the task is completed. Hey! Obito finally calmed down when he heard this. Obito, what reward? System, the reward is a contract, with Odin as the host's contract guardian knight, and after completion, he will be recognized by the middle of the system. Odin? You mean Odin in that dragoon? Obito asked. System: yes, as a contract knight, he will accompany host throughout his life, but in contrast, summoning beasts in this world cannot be used. Obito: it's okay. With Odin as a contract knight, Obito doesn't care about the so-called summoning beasts at all. Really only need to complete that task to sign a contract with Odin. Obito asked. Based on the previous Uranus *X, Obito is now a little less convinced. System: really? Obito: is it true? System: really real? Obito: is it really real? System: really, really, really? Obito: really, 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 really? System: really, 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 really? Obito: really, 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 System: please host, don't bully the system. While Obito still wanted to ask, the system heard a little shy and angry voice. Obito: I just made a little joke. System: please also host not to deliberately embarrass the system in the future. Obito: I see, is that true? System: and? No matter how Obito asked, the system never answered. It seems to be shy, Obito thought. Seeking flowers, evaluation votes, collection: if you think it's okay, you can give a little reward. In addition, if you have any valuable comments, I will seriously accept it in the book review department. Chapter 13 Odin. Chapter 13 Odin. When he finished talking with the system, Obito had a strange feeling, the feelings of coldness and indifference in front of others, which he did not do in front of the system. He felt very relaxed in front of the system, his expression and attitude were completely different from the actual ones, but Obito was unwilling to face other people like this. Perhaps it is precisely because the system knows Obito's greatest secret, or the system is his secret, so Obito has this mentality and mood in front of the system. If the system is not accidental, it will stay with him forever, and Obito really doesn't have to be so cold all the time. Attitudes are also divided. And Obito thinks it's nice to joke with the system occasionally. Even so, the indifference and ruthlessness in Obito's bones can't disappear anyway, just like Obito, no matter how he changes in front of him, he will always be that kind of person in his heart, and this will not change. Odin. Obito thought of his own contract knight. If it was true, he would be so lucky. Odin is a character in Dragon Knight. There are two versions of Dragon Knight, the Japanese version and the US version. Although the plot is different, there are 13 knights in total. The story of Dragon Knight is based on the theme of the mirror. Just as people say, mirrors can reflect human nature, knights are no exception. Under the mirror of mirrors, knights are no longer synonymous with justice. People with the power of knights fight with each other. Each knight has his own wishes. Fighting with other knights for his so-called justice can sometimes cause heinous things. And the person who created the knight's ability was a man named Shiro Kanzaki. His ability was very mysterious. It could be said that he contributed to the entire struggle in the mirror world. He gave the cards of different knights to different people for them to fight, but he could not fight, so he created the knight Odin. It can be said that Odin is his spiritual assembly, and he obeyed the instructions of Shiro Kanzaki. Odin's first appearance was very shocking. As the knights kept fighting against each other, the golden light spilled over the entire land, and the golden glowing feathers slowly scattered from the air non-stop. Odin's whole body exuded a golden light slowly descending from the sky, his hands crossed, his legs stretched straight, a sacred and inviolable temperament radiated from Odin from the inside out. And Odin's first sentence is also very magnificent. But because it's just a collection of spirits, it seems a bit blunt to speak. Moreover, Odin had no common sense and no fighting experience. He was just a mental assembly, which led to Odin's fighting without such complicated moves. In popular words, Odin's moves are always brief and clear, and the battle is often solved in an instant. Fight, fight, continue, keep fighting, and in the end, the one who wins, will fight me." This is Odin's first sentence, very hacky and arrogant. Of course, it was not that some people were used to watching it, and several of the knights came directly at Odin. But Odin just shook his hand, slapped his opponent with a few slaps, and then crushed all the knights on the scene with one person. And Shiro Kanzaki once gave the male number 1 Dragon Knight and the male number 2 Knight 2 survival cards representing fire and wind respectively. It can make the Dragon Knight and Knight enter the survival form within a limited time. From the point of view of many other knights, it is a very powerful force. But even so, the two of them still had nothing to fight back in front of Odin, which was not much different from before. Odin's left arm is engraved with the symbol of fire, and the right arm is engraved with the symbol of the wind. Odin himself is permanently in the form of survival. The golden wing logo on the back represents that his contract beast is the strongest contract beast, Golden Phoenix. Odin's whole person is like a ray of light, and the golden armor of his whole body makes him more sacred. In Odin's history, apart from the golden scepter used to activate his abilities, basically no other weapons have been used. It can be said that no one has the qualifications to let Odin use a weapon, usually it is thrown away with one hand. But it does not mean that Odin has no weapons. Odin has 2 golden long blades. The 2 long blades appear to be of the same length and appearance. They are about 1.4 meters in length. With the intersecting movements of the hands, it makes them feel unable to see it. Offend. Beyond the double blades, there is also a giant golden shield, with a golden glow, engraved with phoenix wings, and it looks extremely gorgeous. Odin's signature action is to move his right hand forward 45 degrees, slowly moving from left to right as if inviting. It gives people a very arrogant self-confidence, and Odin's actions are like divine will. The knight Odin was originally the messenger of God. Looking back on Odin's generality, Obito was extremely satisfied with Odin. Odin can be said to be a combination of gorgeous and powerful, and Obito was very impressed by that. When someone attacked him, pieces of golden feathers instantly appeared in front of him, and then Odin flung the person and flew away. Go out. It's really, very exaggerated, and gorgeous. In fact, Obito has been thinking about how Odin's slap is so powerful. It hurts to throw it on the face. No wonder the knights in the original book saw Odin each look hated and hated. Feeling slap too heavy, too shameful. If it is not for the system to ignore him, I am afraid he still has to ask if this is true. Is it really true? Is it true? Is it true? What Obito cares about most is Odin's most important ability, time. Yes, Odin has the power of time, which is why he is called the strongest knight. Although Odin's own power was shocking, the power of time was the reason many knights feared him. Use time to let the opponent go back to the past, and then slowly experience everything that he has experienced before slowly arriving in the present, and being returned to the past again. The opponent will be lost in time, and finally time will be slowly consumed until death without knowing it. It can be said to be somewhat similar to Izanami's ninjutsu. Now Odin has not signed a contract with him, so what kind of ability Odin possesses can only be guessed. It's just that Obito is more determined to complete this character's idea. After all, this reward is too tempting. Seeking flowers, evaluation votes, collection. If you think it's okay, you can give a little reward. In addition, if you have any valuable comments, I will seriously accept it in the book review department. In addition, I posted the picture of Odin in the module about and the protagonist. Chapter 14 Time is short. Chapter 14 Time is short. There is still a year to go. It seems that some things need to be hurry up. Obito frowned slightly and used his spatial ability to continuously teleport, and it didn't take long before he returned to the dark and damp base. Master Obito, you are back. Ju saw that the Uzumaki-like space in front of him was twisted in the originally quiet base, and he knew that Obito was back. Sitting on the chair casually, Xiang Ju asked, "How's the matter?" Ju, the number of white Zetsu has doubled, but the collection of corpses is still relatively slow, and it will take a long time to reach the expected number. Generally in the Obito culture, black Zetsu and white Zetsu will stop arguing, and black Zetsu, who is more serious and calm, will answer Obito's questions. Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is still in Konoha, but she is 4th Hokage's wife, so there is no way to observe and understand the situation too closely. Absolutely said. Hearing this, Obito couldn't help thinking that 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato's current wife was not Shinkuna in the original book, and Shinkuna seemed to have never appeared before. Although it feels strange, Obito is not too surprised by the Uchiha Madara example as a precedent. What should be solved at the moment is Chakra's problem, and as far as he knows, there are 2 ways to get Chakra quickly. The first is the Star of Hashinen Village, but that thing is a bit troublesome and has drawbacks. It will damage his physique. Obito instantly feels disinterested. The second one is the legendary Dragon Veins, but even Obito only knows the location of the Dragon Veins. It seems that I can only let Ju go to investigate. Obito? Absolutely. Master Obito. Feeling that Obito seems to have something to order, he never dared to be careless, and immediately stepped forward to hear it. Obito, help me find a place called Dragon Vessel, which is in the water country. This matter is more urgent. If it is not particularly important, stop all the other things and get together to handle this matter. Ju, Master Obito, what about White Zetsu's split? Obito, stop first, give priority to this matter, and don't stop the monitoring of Konoha. Always pay attention to the situation of Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. If you are pregnant or give birth, please report to me at any time. Understood. I don't know if Master Obito has anything else to tell. Judeo. Obito, no, get these things done first. Your order is my life, Master Obito. After he finished speaking, he slowly sank into the ground, obviously to do what Obito ordered. For Ju, Obito is his master. All his loyalty is engraved with the shadow of Obito. For him, Obito's command must be fulfilled even if he tries his best. Juzei was just created to see Madara and Obito. For him, these 2 people are his most important people. Now, Juzei has been infused with Obito's loyal thoughts. Obito's status in his heart has already beyond Uchiha Madara. Besides, Uchiha Madara is dead. Obito was not idle either. After learning about the situation, there was a wave of space fluctuations. Obito, who was sitting there just now, was no longer seen. Now Obito has very tight time. Before going to water country, he has to go to Konoha. There is one thing he has to do. That's about Orochimaru. The current Orochimaru has not left Konoha, but some research has already begun. Obito appreciates Orochimaru very much. As the apprentice of the 3rd Hokage, Orochimaru has the potential to be called a genius. During the battle with Hanzo, the leader of Rain Shinobi Village, he was given the name Sunin along with Jiraiya and Tsunade. During the 4th Ninja War, Sasuke, Suijutsu, and others resurrected Orochimaru from Mitarashi Anko's curse. Orochimaru retrieved his own chakra from Kabuto and the information of Kabuto's master during this period. Yu and Shikigo go to find the one who knows all the truth together. Later, Orochimaru used the contents of the scrolls left behind in the Uchiha clan's Nanga shrine to release his own hands and the soul of the former 4th Hokage who had been sealed by the ghoul, and used the surveillance possessed by Sasuke to use White Zetsu to perform impure world reincarnation. Summoned the former 4th Hokage. In the form of a white snake, he escaped from the body that was dying due to the operation, seized the body of White Zetsu with first-generation cells, and restored his arms. Although Orochimaru did a lot of evil, but in terms of his aptitude, he and Jiraiya are a dedicated master. Because he not only trained Sasuke to reach the S-rank ninja fighting ability, but also laid a good foundation in teaching Sasuke to face the enemy's ability to analyze and formulate strategies. However, Orochimaru was not like this when he was a child, because he himself tends to be negative, self-centered, and does not believe in the power of peers. completely opposite to Naruto's life value orientation. Among them, his disrespect for life during the war made his personality go darker, leading to an increasingly unscrupulous handling style, blindly believing in ninjutsu and power, and even ignoring the original essence of life, and have been delusional to develop immortal techniques to change the world. But in order to achieve personal goals, they abandon and sacrifice other people's lives. Orochimaru can be described as a heroic character. He doesn't have any worries about his ideals and doing things. He can do whatever he thinks of. He is definitely a qualified villain, and Akatsuki just needs such a character. Obito's purpose this time is to find Orochimaru first, leave a foundation and impression in the opponent's heart, and then use words to induce it, but it is also difficult for Obito to induce Orochimaru, a Hokage kid, to abduct. However, Obito himself is considered an abductor in the original book. Besides, he has something that Orochimaru can't refuse. Thinking about it this way, the movement of his body became more and more accelerating. Konoha. Looking at Konoha that is getting closer and closer, he can already see Konoha's buildings vaguely. The closer you get, the more you can feel the prosperity of Konoha. I just don't know how much will be left here in a year. Obito thought with a wicked smile on his mouth. Thinking of Konoha's enchantment all over the ninja village, Obito opened up his Sharingan, and the surrounding space continued to rotate. After a while, Obito was sucked into it. When he reappeared, he was already in the alley of Konoha. Seeking flowers, evaluation votes, collection. If you think it's okay, you can give a little reward. In addition, if you have any valuable comments, I will seriously accept it in the book review department. Chapter 15 The Hard-Working Snake. Chapter 15 The Hard-Working Snake. All kinds of noise around Obito's ears were heard. Konoha, as the top of the 5 ninja villages, used to fight against the other 4 countries with the power of one country. Its economic prosperity is indispensable, and the fertility of the land has created such prosperity. Why do the other 5 ninja villages always think about attacking Konoha? Because Konoha's land is not as desolate as other countries, and the arid desert of Cheyenne village is not suitable for people to live in, which leads to Shannon's innate aggression **X. Tuyin village is full of land. The endless Lois has created a relatively stable and calm character in Tuyin village. However, the more Cheyenne village has more advantages in living conditions, but compared to Konoha, Tuyin village is also not the same. Not satisfied with the status quo. Kirigakure is an island, and the last one knows the outside situation. Due to the closure and Kirigakure's bloody mist policy, Kirigakure's ninjas are the most cunning and cruel of the 5 ninja villages. As a village on the plateau, Leian village is surrounded by mountains one after another. The ninjas in Leian village are usually sturdy, bold, aggressive, and second only to Konoha in military power. Although Konoha has such good advantages, it has both advantages and disadvantages. It is because the life is so good. Konoha made the ninja village, the most infighting among the 5 great ninja villages, although in the face of the invasion of other countries, it is often able to unify the outside world. But when the war ended, the next wave of infighting began. Therefore, Konoha's rebellious ninja is also the country with the largest number of 5 ninja villages. Although Obito wants to eat ramen in person, but now there is still business to do. Thinking of the praise of ramen in his memory, Obito can't help but feel curious about ramen. Memories are memories after all, so there is no feeling like tasting them in person. Go to Orochimaru first now. Obito, based on the memories of previous lives and Obito's knowledge of Konoha's terrain, he came to a forest in a short while. 2 guarded ninjas stood at an underground entrance, and from the entrance a cold breath was faintly radiating from it. There is nothing wrong with this feeling, this should be the base of Orochimaru. Obito thought. Obito's figure flickered, and he went directly into the underground base. Orochimaru was a little upset recently. The appointment of 4th Hokage made him gradually give up on Hokage's position, and instead devoted all his energy to the development of the forbidden technique and various experiments. Orochimaru has a great dream, that is to learn all the ninjutsu in this world, but the human life cycle cannot achieve such a dream. Humans are really fragile creatures. Thinking of the death of his parents when he was young, Orochimaru's severity became more and more chilled, and he turned to his own research with that fanatical look. The current Orochimaru hasn't developed the reincarnation technique yet. For this ninjutsu, a lot of living experiments are needed. In the beginning, Orochimaru only shot ninjas who were going out or dying in the war, but later, Orochimaru still felt that it was not enough. Slowly began to attack the civilians, children, women, ninjas, and various groups of people in the village. The recent disappearance of the population in the village has slowly attracted the attention of Third Hokage. Orochimaru can only stop for a period of time and turn to research that requires fewer subjects. Damn it! Orochimaru thought of this and began to scold in his heart. Just when Orochimaru was about to continue his research, he felt a kind of crisis in the sense of a ninja that lasted more than 10 years. Impossible! Who else in this world can make me feel a crisis? I have to say that the current Orochimaru, no matter its vision or personality, has not completely turned to the way it was later. For Orochimaru, only the now or middle-aged Third Hokage can make him feel this way. Even the new Fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato, Orochimaru will not feel like this. I have to say that Orochimaru's experience and feelings are right. As Orochimaru's eyes grow up, the originally silent research room emits a harsh, domineering and somewhat cold breath. There is nothing in front of me, and the surrounding air is slowly flowing. When visible to the naked eye, the space is slowly twisting like Uzumaki. I saw the figure of a masked man with a gold background and black stripes slowly showing up, only revealing a right eye, 3 Tomo Sharingan, looking at himself with no emotion at all. Looking at the mask in front of him, the man didn't mean to speak, but just looked at himself quietly. The figure of the masked man looked a bit illusory, but it was so solid under closer inspection. An evil and arrogant temperament radiated from the masked body, making the already mysterious figure even more evil and awe-inspiring. Space ninjutsu of the Uchiha family. Orochimaru thought in surprise. He couldn't feel the strength of this mysterious masked man, but because of this, Orochimaru felt more and more frightened. He would never believe that this mysterious masked man would be an ordinary person without a trace of power, and he really couldn't feel the strength of the other party. This was really incredible. Even Third Hokage, Orochimaru can experience that masculine power in him. And this masked man, unexpectedly can't feel any power at all, so there is only one possibility that the opponent's strength is higher than himself. Not only himself, even the strength of Third Hokage is not as good as this mysterious masked man. The more Orochimaru thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. Such a powerful ninja, it's okay to come over at this time to find out what he is doing. It was already midnight when Obito arrived at Konoha, and it was almost early in the morning after arriving at Orochimaru. Don't sleep at night. What do you come here to do? My reputation in the village is not very good. Could it be that Konoha third generation and Konoha's old gang found their own research and sent them to solve it? Thinking like this, Orochimaru immediately denied this idea in the next second. The strength of the mysterious masked man is too strong. If Konoha's gang of old immortals and third generation can dominate such people, he should have known some information before. Moreover, the temperament I just felt from this mysterious masked man, this kind of evil domineering temperament. Seeking flowers, evaluation votes, collection, if you think it's okay, you can give a little reward. In addition, if you have any valuable comments, I will seriously accept it in the book review department. Chapter 16, What Are You Nervous? Chapter 16 What Are You Nervous? Orochimaru thinks that he has a very accurate vision of people, judging from the temperament of the mysterious masked man just now. This kind of person will not be controlled by anyone. That is a kind of Kun temperament. Obito is valued by Uchiha Madara largely because Madara appreciates Obito's temperament, and after crossing over, Madara believes that this person is too similar to herself, whether it is temperament, ambition, character, or better than herself. There are too many peerless qualifications in junior high school. That's why Madara gave her dreams and dreams, everything she didn't accomplish, to her disciple. And Orochimaru feels this right now, as if he met the young Uchiha Madara, but Obito is more outstanding than Uchiha Madara, and his temperament is more evil than Uchiha Madara, a hint of mystery. And the domineering and arrogant character is indeed similar to Uchiha Madara. Thinking of the blood-red three-god jade eyes, Orochimaru thought of the Uchiha clan in Konoha. The nearest Uchiha clan looked a little uneasy. This is especially true after a kid named Uchiha Itachi was considered a genius, but the guy in front of him. I have never heard of such a monster in the Uchiha family, and it was impossible to have it before. If there was one, it would have fallen out with the character of the Uchiha family. Who is this guy? Orochimaru thought with regret. The more I think about it, the more Orochimaru feels the mystery of the masked man in front of him, and the more irritable he feels. Without knowing the other person at all, in the next situation, he is undoubtedly very passive. In fact, Orochimaru was not wrong about one thing just now. Obito is indeed in Uchiha's house, but he didn't have such strength at that time, and he didn't have the current character. As for the shock given to Orochimaru just now, it was because Obito hadn't stopped killing and absorbing time on the way before, and slowly integrated his wood-style physique. And this is the strength of the quasi-shadow peak reaching the ultimate. With the help of the fusion of time power and wood style, it has reached cage level without difficulty, although it is an early stage. For Obito, the promotion bottleneck encountered by others is not a problem for him at all. With this time, the enhancement and comprehension of strength is accelerated for others. It may take many years to cross the bottleneck, but for Obito, where time is accelerating, there is really not much time. As long as there is enough time, calmness is not the slightest difficulty for Obito. Although I have reached cage level, Obito now dare not look down on Orochimaru. Obito is the early stage of cage level. Orochimaru is the middle stage of cage level. Although Obito can defeat Orochimaru, Obito's purpose is not this. As for Nishidahara in the early stage of cage level, Obito can be said to be easily killed. There are also levels in cage level, but the level is not a manifestation of complete strength. Orochimaru has outstanding talents, many whole cards, and years of combat experience. It can be said that it can easily defeat Nishidahara and kill it. Just talk a little longer. As for the current third generation, it is the level that cage level is about to reach the peak of cage level in the late stage. For Orochimaru, it is like a big mountain pressing in his heart. And third generation has the title of Dr. Ninja. For ninjutsu his combat experience is also very sophisticated. Obito originally came to frighten Orochimaru this time, and then recruit Orochimaru, so the reason space, Obito hides his entity, is to make Orochimaru feel mysterious. Orochimaru can be said to be a very curious person, with a strong desire for the unknown, and does not want to change anything because of the words of others. So, it's better to let Orochimaru guess in his own heart, this is more effective than what he says. For Obito, the current Orochimaru did not experience the rebellion and disappointment of the village, and did not hesitate to think about his own desires. To be honest, the current Orochimaru is still a bit unqualified, and he must have gone through this, and his personality has completely changed. At that time, he was the real Orochimaru in Obito's heart, and he was a qualified Akatsuki member. Even if the current Orochimaru agrees to join Obito, Obito will not agree. Of course, if this happens, Orochimaru is not Orochimaru, and Obito is not Obito now. Looking at Orochimaru, whose eyes were constantly flashing and thinking, Obito couldn't help feeling a little funny. It seems that I left a deep thought for Orochimaru in this way. Think of my identity. Orochimaru heard the voice of the mysterious masked person in his thoughts. The voice was neutral, deserted, and very nice, but it gave people a gender like an iceberg that was inaccessible and could not hear the voice, but he heard that the voice has a hint of joking tone. This guy. Orochimaru felt a trace of irritation in his heart. He has always been the master of other people's psychology and initiative. If it weren't for the opponent of this mysterious masked man, Orochimaru would have rushed forward, drew out the pheasant sword and slashed it up. Looking at Orochimaru's eyes, Obito found it more interesting. He had studied psychology in his previous life. In addition, his left eye slowed down the other's expression and everything, even some small movements can make Obito detect something. Are you thinking whether I was sent by Konoha or Uchiha? Obito continued. Well, how does this guy know what I'm thinking? A moment of panic flashed in Orochimaru's eyes. Although it was only a moment, Obito caught it very well. Orochimaru's body also began to tighten. As long as there is a slight error, you can preemptively. It's just that Orochimaru always knows that he can control his emotions and expressions well, and never thinks that he can be seen by others on the outside. It's just that as long as it is a human, there will be fluctuations in thinking and emotions, and it is possible to know the general situation when the time slows down and the person who knows the heart is serious. It's used for Orochimaru this time. I feel a slight fatigue in my right eye, which is a waste of time and energy, but it is worth using on Orochimaru. Relax, I am not malicious. Obito's consciousness is so sharp, but when Orochimaru tightens, he feels Orochimaru's tension. So he said so. It's just that Orochimaru didn't relax the body. What are you nervous about? Is it to me? Hehe, young man, relax your mind. It seems that Orochimaru's attitude towards me is biased towards the enemy. First of all, this attitude problem must be solved. Seeking flowers, evaluation votes, collection. If you think it's okay, you can give a little reward. In addition, if you have any valuable comments, I will seriously accept it in the book review department. Chapter 17. Chapter 17. You are fine, go away. What are you nervous about? Is it to me? Hehe, young man, relax your mind. After hearing what the mysterious masked man said, Orochimaru became a little angry. To the nervousness that the masked man said, Orochimaru only felt nauseous and uncomfortable as if he had eaten flies and stool. In the big evening, don't you come to me. It's not good to pick early and late, but it's because of my research on the secrets of forbidden technique. Suddenly the mysterious appearance of the gods, I can see through my mind, and my strength is much stronger than my own. The key is that I don't even understand your intentions. FK, it's you instead, aren't you nervous? Orochimaru was even more depressed when he heard this elder's address to the younger generation. Apart from third generation, who would dare to use this tone of voice to him? But now the form is better than the human, Orochimaru can only let go of these. Seeing Orochimaru like this, Obito felt that it was almost the same, so he said, I'm here to make a deal with you. Oh. Orochimaru relaxed slightly after hearing the mysterious masked man say this. I don't know what kind of transaction it is. You have to know, if a person like you wants to do something or kill someone, basically no one in the entire ninja world can stop it. A hoarse voice with magnetism changed from it came from Orochimaru. Slowly, Orochimaru continued, if even a ninja like you can't do it, then what's the use of finding me? The meaning of Orochimaru is actually very clear. People with such strength as you are looking for help. It must be a matter of life and death. My Orochimaru's strength is just that, I don't want to die, you should go to someone else. Hearing Orochimaru's look and tone, Obito knew that Orochimaru had let go of his previous vigilance. Although he could see that he was very reluctant to continue talking with himself, it was not easy to be a good start for the next step. It is estimated that the previous blow was too heavy, and the fire was played too much, which made Orochimaru a little bit not want to talk to himself now, Obito thought. Obito, don't you be afraid to regret it if you deny it before you listen to me, young man, you want to be more thoughtful when doing things. In fact, Obito was right. Orochimaru really didn't want to have any contact with Obito. Now Orochimaru is thinking. No regrets, hurry up. I'm really scared to be with you, don't be here if you have nothing to do, can't you? I have to study it. Why do you say that this world of ninja is so big? You must find me Orochimaru, can't you find someone else? To be honest, I'm annoying to see you now. You're fine. Look at me. You know what I'm thinking. Orochimaru, one of the magnificent Sunnins, doesn't leave me any privacy. It's really annoying. Let's go. Go away, hurry up, don't hang around here, it will be annoying to see you. Go early, can't you find someone else early? Of course I think so, but I can't say that. Just when Orochimaru was about to refuse again, I heard Obito's voice. Obito, others are looking for, but Orochimaru, you are also part of the plan. Hearing Obito's words, Orochimaru's pupil shrank. He didn't say anything just now. Just thinking about it in my heart, Orochimaru was a little bored thinking that the thoughts in my heart just now were known. I could only say awkwardly, you really have a torch. I just thought about this mysterious masked man so much. He was really afraid that this masked man would suddenly attack him and his body would become tense again. Seeing Orochimaru like this, Obito's face twitched a little. Is he so annoying? Are you such a careful person? Obito, Orochimaru, don't be so nervous. Orochimaru, I'm not nervous. Obito. Obito, relax your body without being nervous. Orochimaru, recently, I have been working in the research room for a long time, the muscles of the body are a little tired, and exercising the muscles will help the health of the body, it doesn't matter, you say yours, I will listen. Obito. Looking at Orochimaru, even though he was looking at him, Yu Guang was indeed paying attention to the surroundings and finding the best way to escape. Obito was really helpless, how could Orochimaru's courage be so small? In fact, it is not that Orochimaru is courageous, it is that Obito puts too much pressure on him, and the research here cannot be found, the opponent can't beat it, Orochimaru can only escape the mind. Obito, Orochimaru, why are you so courageous? Orochimaru said embarrassedly, my lord, you said and laughed. In fact, what I'm thinking is, bullshit, isn't it all because of you that I'm doing this way? Thinking of the other person may be able to think of the other side and immediately stop thinking in my heart. Of course, Obito understood what Orochimaru was thinking, and he couldn't help being even more speechless. Obito, are you really Orochimaru? If Obito is not sure that this is true Orochimaru, I really doubt it. Orochimaru, if I say no, will you leave? Obito, no. Orochimaru, you must stay here. Obito, yes. Orochimaru, then let me go, how about you slowly admire the architecture of this house? Obito. Obito, no. Orochimaru. Orochimaru, what do you want? Obito, make a deal with you. Orochimaru, I have no money. Obito, no money. Orochimaru, I don't want to trade with you. Seriously, Orochimaru really didn't want to see Obito anymore. Obito said helplessly, don't you want to listen to the content of the transaction? Orochimaru, I don't want to. You go quickly, no, you can let me go. It can be said that Orochimaru has been so helpless for the first time since he was a child, and he was terribly bored with a person. Even in the battle with Hands of the Salamander, he did not have such a strong feeling of excitement. Seeing Orochimaru like this, sigh. The current Orochimaru's anti-strike ability is not good, no wonder the desire for Sharingan is so strong after being defeated by Uchiha Itachi in the future. Maybe I played too much before. Obito couldn't help covering his face with his hand. Orochimaru saw that his heart was beating and thought what Obito was going to do, and quickly stepped back a long way. Obito's face twitched even more after seeing it. Orochimaru saw that Obito hadn't done anything, and realized that he was thinking too much. Somewhat embarrassingly said, "Too close to an adult, the momentum in you is too strong," a little disturbed. Orochimaru didn't know how embarrassed it was today, but felt that he didn't have as many embarrassments as today. Obito. Seeking flowers, evaluation votes, collection. If you think it's okay, you can give a little reward. In addition, if you have any valuable comments, I will seriously accept it in the book review department. Chapter 18. Chapter 18 Secrets. Seeing Orochimaru like this, Obito didn't bother to say anything and planned to go directly to the topic. Orochimaru interrupted and shut it up. Orochimaru, I know that you are not a person who is content with the status quo. You can see this from your research on these forbidden technique experiments. Your ideal is to learn all ninjutsu, right? But there are so many ninjutsu in the world, even if your teacher Sarutobi Hiruzen of 3rd Hokage is called Dr. Ninja, he is only compared to all ninjutsu. Only a small part. This masked man knows himself so. Orochimaru is very cold right now. It doesn't matter if he understands what he thinks, why he knows his own deeds so well and his ideals. He probably hasn't talked about it with others. Seeing Orochimaru calm down a bit, Obito was relieved a lot. He didn't want to sing cross-talk with Orochimaru in the same way as before. Obito paused and continued, how short is human life, and there are so many unknown things in this world, and how can such a short life of humans have time to solve so many unsolved mysteries in this world? Do you mean Orochimaru? This guy, does, even know that? Orochimaru's expression was a little nervous, and a few drops of nervous sweat were left on his forehead. It can be said that the reincarnation technique was only recently started, and it was carried out extremely rigorously. Is there any reason to be known by others? It was just Obito's words that undermined Orochimaru's thoughts. What should I do if a person's lifespan is not enough? Orochimaru, so you started to study the contraindicated human reincarnation technique. When the physical condition or lifespan is about to run out, you can transfer to another body for rebirth. It's really an incredible forbidden technique. What? It's not a compliment, the turning technique is indeed an amazing ninjutsu in Obito's eyes. This ninjutsu can almost make a person's lifespan endless, but the shortcomings are also very obvious. Every time you reincarnate, your soul will become weaker. This kind of thing is absolutely unacceptable to Obito. The soul is a person's foundation, and the importance of the soul is much more important than other things. When Orochimaru heard it, he no longer doubted the previous question. Is this guy a god? How can he know about the reincarnation technique? Orochimaru was a little crazy. The reincarnation technique is his transformation, and there must be absolutely no obstacles before it is completed. Orochimaru said heavily, "What do you want me to do, as long as I can do it?" The reincarnation technique must not be known by outsiders. The masked man's strength is not an opponent, but he can see that he should be valuable in the masked man's eyes, and must not be exposed before the reincarnation technique is completed. Obito, it doesn't have to be the case. I said that I was here to trade, not to threaten. The so-called transaction is the mutual benefit of both parties. Orochimaru, you have to know that your reincarnation technique has a big drawback, that is the soul. If you do not reincarnate once, your soul will be weak. One day, your soul will become unbearable. Click, even, will disappear. Hearing what Obito said, Orochimaru was obviously very surprised. The reincarnation technique has not been completed. But recently he has more or less felt that the soul will become weak in this aspect. Orochimaru was so enthusiastic that he couldn't wait. Sir, do you have a solution? Orochimaru was so excited, he couldn't help but be like this. As long as the soul problem is solved, the reincarnation technique will be perfect. Obito saw that Orochimaru was so excited, and immediately poured a basin of cold water. No, I haven't understood your reincarnation technique in detail, so I am not sure if there is a way to improve it. And you shouldn't let anyone use the master technique, right? Obito was right, the rebirth technique Orochimaru would not let other people be condemned. Thinking of this, Orochimaru couldn't help being disappointed. Orochimaru, even if the problem of rebirth is solved, you must know that although you can constantly change your body, your soul is not the original body, after all, it's just a foreigner. Although you will continue to grow stronger, you will not reach the peak level after all. Only the body you started with is the most suitable body for you. When Orochimaru heard Obito's words, he couldn't help but fell into deep thought. Obito's words were not wrong, only his body and himself fit the best. But, my body will come to an end one day. I die, and there is nothing left. Even if it reaches its peak, what about the rebirth technique, although it can change the lifespan, but the power that will never reach the peak? Orochimaru is very difficult to choose between the two. After seeing this, Obito began to say, there is a kind of ability in the world, known as the most mysterious ability in history. His strong Yamato is mysterious even above the yin and yang of space and sage of six paths called the power of time. The ability of space Orochimaru knows, but the six paths behind? This is just a legend. Does the tone of the masked person really exist, and yin and yang? I have never heard of it. As for time, this kind of ability really exists. In the world, space and time are originally Obito's abilities. Recently, after Obito merged with wood style, he has the attributes of soil and water. In addition to the 3 attributes of fire, wind, and thunder, Obito has all the 5 attributes. As for the yin and yang escape technique, Madara originally told Obito that Obito does not have 5 attributes, so he explained the abilities and attribute moves of the yin and yang escape, hoping that Obito, who became 10 Tails Jinchuriki, could use it in the future. Unlike Nagato relying on Rinnegan's 5 attributes, Yin Yang Dun's requirement is to fully awaken the 5 physiques in his system, rather than relying on the attributes from Rinnegan. Yin and Yang escape can't be accomplished by only relying on 5 attributes, and the understanding of ninjutsu has reached ultimate. It can be said that there is no time of 50 or 60 years or even hundreds of years that is more incomprehensible, and Obito can use other people's time memory to achieve their own understanding of ninjutsu. After knowing that he has 5 attributes, he began to develop the aspects of Yin and Yang Dun. Obito believes that it won't be long before some simple Yin Dun or Yang Dun can be used. Although there are only a few, don't underestimate the ability of Yin and Yang to escape. Yin and Yang escape originally didn't have too many tricks and fancy, and it can be said to be a nemesis to all other ninjutsu. So that's enough. Seeking flowers, evaluation votes, collection. If you think it's okay, you can give a little reward. In addition, if you have any valuable comments, I will seriously accept it in the book review department. Chapter 19 Immortal. Chapter 19 Eternal Life. Seeing Orochimaru's questioning expression, Obito said indifferently, "This is the first time. No such doubt will be allowed in the future." Said the change came to Orochimaru. Orochimaru was a little nervous when he saw that, but thought that the other party was going to take a shot on himself. He would have taken a shot long ago, so he felt a little relieved that he would wait until now. Obito walked to Orochimaru and opened his right hand in front of Orochimaru, and Sharingan with his left eye began to turn. Rays of golden light came out of Obito's hands. Golden ionic objects kept floating out. This is... Orochimaru couldn't help but wonder. Orochimaru only felt the golden light shining on his body. It was very warm and comfortable. I feel the cells in my whole body are constantly active. Change. What? This power? After feeling the changes in his body, Orochimaru only feels that his current self has become more energetic and more powerful. Looking at his own hands. Am I stronger? What is that golden power? But in an instant, my strength actually increased. It's not that you have become stronger, but that you have become younger. Obito explained Orochimaru's confusion. What? Orochimaru said frantically, excitedly. I made your body younger for 10 years. Obito continued to say surprisingly despite Orochimaru's excitement. Is there such a magical power in the world? Orochimaru was not only intoxicated, feeling the changes in his body. The current Orochimaru is close to 40 years old, and once the ninja reaches 40 years old, his strength will slowly decline. Is this the power of time you are talking about? Having said this, Orochimaru took a deep breath and said. After experiencing this feeling deeply, Orochimaru already believed it. Obito heard the words, the power of time is more than just that, it's just a simple transmission of vitality. I know your ideals and your ambitions, but this is impossible without a lot of time. Presumably you have seen it too. Since I can make your body young, I can keep you like this forever, and even give you endless life, so that you will never grow old, will never die, let you get immortal life. Eternal life. Orochimaru heard Obito's affirmative tone, breathing a little shortly. What he has been pursuing is immortality, true immortality. Think about it, how many unknown things, mysterious powers, are waiting to be explored, developed, and researched in this world, don't you want to understand? Obito understands that it is impossible for Orochimaru to refuse this temptation. All Orochimaru's pursuits are based on immortality. Orochimaru raised an eyebrow and said, what price do I need to pay? He was originally such a direct person. After confirming that the other party had what he wanted, he also threw the morals directly away. What justice sign is not worth mentioning to him? He always felt that the requirements of the mysterious masked man would be a little harsh. Thinking of the deeds of Sage of Six Paths mentioned earlier, he already understood that the existence of Sage of Six Paths could never be a legend. Orochimaru said bitterly, you won't let me help you deal with Sage of Six Paths, will you? Obito Byakugan turned over. How fresh, what good is it for you to deal with Sage of Six Paths? Not to mention that Sage of Six Paths has now ascended to heaven. Obito said to Orochimaru, no need, although Sage of Six Paths was once stunned in this world, but now he is dead after all. Sage of Six Paths will die too. Orochimaru couldn't help being a little strange, but Sage of Six Paths was the one who reached the pinnacle in the legend. Obito stretched out his hands and said helplessly, Sage of Six Paths is also a human. Why doesn't it die? If you are a human, you will be born, old, sick, and die. Thinking that even a powerful existence like Sage of Six Paths can't escape the ending of birth, old age, sickness, and death, Orochimaru's desire for immortality is even greater. Seeing Orochimaru's eyes become more and more refined, Obito knew that his purpose today was half accomplished. After a pause, Obito continued, my request is actually very simple, I need you to join my organization to do things for me. Hearing this, Orochimaru's expression sank a little, and he joined an organization. It was said that there was no freedom at all. He had to obey the instructions of the leader of the organization. If you join the organization in this way, you might not have the time to develop and perfect your own research. But the conditions offered by the other party are really tempting. Immortality, immortality without any side effects. As long as you give yourself enough time, you can continue to grow stronger, even if it is Third Hokage's own teacher, he believes that he can exceed it in time. As if seeing Orochimaru's thoughts, Obito, you don't have to worry about joining the organization and losing your freedom. The organization usually does not publish any tasks. The members of the organization do their own things. Nothing is impossible. Bother you. You have to know that you are very cautious about your research in the wood industry, whether it is an experiment or the human body needed for the study. It is shameless. The lack of materials is also a common occurrence, but after joining the organization, there is no such limitation. No matter how you research and collect materials, no one will restrict you. In some necessary research, the organization will also find ways to help you complete the research. Hearing Obito say this, Orochimaru's heart is already very uncomfortable, and the benefits are too great. But Orochimaru is an arrogant person. He is a ninja who dare not to endure. Even in Konoha, his status is unshakable and very high. He also aims at Hokage's position, not under others. Although it has failed now. The masked man in front of him is beyond doubt that the opponent is very strong, whether it is the weird space ability or the mysterious time ability. Orochimaru even thought the other party was a god, because the other party did what Sage of Six Paths didn't do. But Orochimaru still hesitated. He didn't know what the other party's organization was going to do, but it was definitely not a trivial matter. He also knew that he was not qualified to know the other party's plan before he joined. But following such an unknown mysterious person, he really felt a little worried. Seeking flowers, evaluation votes, collection, if you think it's okay, you can give a little reward. In addition, if you have any valuable comments, I will seriously accept it in the book review department. Chapter 20 Names. Chapter 20 Names. Looking at Orochimaru's hesitating eyes, Obito knew that Orochimaru was thinking about his identity but couldn't ask himself directly. Orochimaru, do you know that before the First World War, before the establishment of the 5 ninja villages, in the world at that time, various families were fighting against each other. The so-called family was nothing more than a mercenary-like organization at that time. Transactions with the 5 major countries required the interests of both parties. In that era, there was no ninja village, and there was no justice in a big country. There were just endless wars and disputes. Later people named that era of great turmoil, Sengoku. Sengoku. Orochimaru has also heard of it. It was an era of stubborn lives. There are only 2 choices: to kill or be killed by others. Obito ignored what Orochimaru was thinking, and continued, in this era of great turmoil, 2 families appeared, faintly overriding other families. They have the same unity and powerful strength. Anything to fight against. All of the enemies ended in failure. The 2 families at the time were named Uchiha and Senju. After all, I looked at Orochimaru, who was a little surprised. It can be said that these things are some unknown secrets. At that time, there is no documentary record left, and Obito also learned these things from Uchiha Madara. The development of the 2 families is getting bigger and bigger, and more families have become subsidiary families of the 2 families. 2 amazing characters appeared in the 2 families at the same time, Uchiha of the Uchiha family, and Senju Hashirama of Senju of Mori, which are your Konoha's first-generation Hokage. Orochimaru is a little excited now. What he likes most is knowing the unknown things. He likes this feeling very much. He has a huge thirst for knowledge. He has heard of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. Those are the 2 most powerful existences after Sage of Six Paths. If the 2 are ranked first and second, the third is indeed far from their strength. Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama quickly became the patriarchs of the 2 clans based on their talents and talents. Gradually, the 2 became the pinnacle of the ninja world. Continuous development, one day we will meet, and finally, the duel between Senju and Uchiha begins. Keep fighting, but no one can do anything about it. While the 2 families kept fighting, the other families took the opportunity to quickly develop. Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama also realized that the 2 families struggled over the years. This family is suffering from constant casualties, and we must not let other families take advantage of it. The 2 sides ceased the war at the same time, agreed and joined forces. Slowly, more and more families joined the union. Later, the name of the community was determined. It's Konoha's name. Orochimaru sighed, but Konoha developed in this way. After the families of other countries learned about it, they followed suit. In the end, the establishment of the 5 great ninja villages was confirmed. However, although ninja villages in various countries have been established, the mutual wars have not stopped because of this. So Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara agreed to capture all the tail beasts and distribute them to the ninja villages as terrifying war weapons to restrain each other, so that no one can easily launch large-scale weapons. The war is over. The deeds of the two men calming the world of ninja are chanted by various countries. Obito said with some vicissitudes, "It's just that although Konoha is established and the ninja world is also peaceful, it's just that Konoha's position has been struggling." Finally, as you know, Senju Hashirama became the first generation of Hokage. But Uchiha Madara was not convinced, so he privately asked Senju Hashirama to engage in a battle of thought, which was a real battle of life and death. In the end, Uchiha Madara failed, and Senju Hashirama died of his injuries not long after returning to Konoha. Later generations built 2 stone statues at the place where Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama fought, and that place is called the Valley of End. Obito sighed. He did sigh for Uchiha Madara. But it's not so simple in Orochimaru's ears. Is this mysterious masked man a guy from that era? How old is that? No, since he can give himself the power of immortality, it is not surprising that he lives now. Obito shook his head to clarify his thoughts, and continued, although the affairs of Hokage and Uchiha Madara were kept secret, it won't be long after all. After knowing that these two are no longer there, ninja villages in various countries began to move around. As a result, the subsequent war was called the First Ninja War. Obito looked at Orochimaru and said. Orochimaru was young at the time, but he really understood what Obito said. He just nodded to Obito. But they were all wrong. Although Senju Hashirama was dead, Uchiha Madara did not die in that battle. Although it was seriously injured, Uchiha Madara survived. But due to the serious injury, he has been slowly recuperating. I know that his injury is almost good in the recent period. Although his strength has not fully recovered, there is no one in this ninja world that can hurt to him. Hearing this, Orochimaru is not an idiot, he probably knows what Obito is trying to say. Obito raised his head slightly and said in a somewhat arrogant tone, "Yes, they are all dead, and death means that there is nothing, and the final victory will be my Uchiha Madara." What? He is really Uchiha Madara? It's one thing to think, it's another to really hear. Impossible, the original news is that Uchiha Madara is dead. Orochimaru said in a bit of horror. Uchiha Madara is still alive. This is really terrible news. It's a disappearance, not a death. Orochimaru calmed down a little and said, "What evidence do you have to prove that you are Uchiha Madara?" "Whether I am Uchiha Madara is the most important thing. The important thing is, Orochimaru, I can give you what you want, but if you want to see it." Obito waved his hand and took out the Uchiha ball fan from the space. Thinking of what Obito said, yes, whether the opponent is Uchiha Madara or not, he has the immortality he wants, but Orochimaru wants to know some of the opponent's situation. Orochimaru does not like the mysterious and unknown situation of the gods. Seeking flowers, evaluation votes, collection. If you think it's okay, you can give a little reward. In addition, if you have any valuable comments, I will seriously accept it in the book review department. Chapter 21 Allegiance. Chapter 21 Loyalty. Orochimaru is a suspicious person. Obito also knows that after telling the important thing that he is Madara, Orochimaru will feel at ease in his heart. This is a manifestation of knowing the roots and knowing the bottom, and it is more applicable to Orochimaru. Orochimaru had cleared most of his doubts when he saw the fan. He didn't see anything when the fan started. It's just that the more I look at it, the more I feel familiar, and I suddenly remembered. That is the thing behind the Uchiha Madara stone statue seen in the Valley of the End. The Uchiha fan, Uchiha Madara's signature weapon, is actually too big. Although Orochimaru believed most of it, he was still puzzled. This Tuan Shan is indeed Uchiha Madara's weapon, but it may be where you got it from. Although your identity is not important to me, you really can't. It is 100% proof that you are Uchiha Madara. On the surface, he doesn't care, but Obito knows that if he doesn't explain it clearly, Orochimaru will leave a lump in his heart in the future. Orochimaru actually just wants to know a real identity. Who it is not particularly important, because for Orochimaru, the opponent's strength lies there. It's just that the name and identity of Obito cannot be revealed now. Although Orochimaru will be his own, it will not be too late to explain it in the future. Thinking of this, Obito looked at Orochimaru and found that Orochimaru was also looking at himself, so he talked about it. Yes, but there is one place where there is no way to fake it. After that, he kept turning his three-hook jade, slowly turning into a sickle-shaped Mangeki. This is Mangeki Sharingan from the Uchiha clan. There should be no one to impersonate, right? Mangeki Sharingan. Orochimaru knows that Uchiha Madara is famous in the world with these eyes in the legend, and Uchiha Madara has never heard of anyone opening such eyes, so there is no doubt that the masked person in front of him is indeed Uchiha Madara. Master Madara. Orochimaru respectfully said. Now that there is no doubt, and the opponent is worthy of following regardless of his identity or qualifications and strength, and the opponent promises his eternal life, Orochimaru is a person who dares to be. If you think it is, follow it. Obito saw Orochimaru like this, and knew it was successful, but now Obito didn't plan to let him join so early. Although Orochimaru now has agreed to join the plan. Although Obito will not hesitate to take Orochimaru against Konoha in the future, Obito is a person who pursues perfection. Now Orochimaru is not completely disappointed with Konoha. Obito hopes that Orochimaru will join when he is completely disappointed. Only then will he have a sense of belonging to Akatsuki. Besides, Obito has nothing to do with Orochimaru. Master Madara, please allow me to prepare for a few days. I will transfer some experimental equipment and materials, and leave with Master Madara immediately. While Obito was still thinking, Orochimaru's cold and respectful voice came. No, it's not time for you to leave. At least 1 year from now. During this year, you will secretly collect Konoha's information and put in more details, which will be helpful to our future plans. Plan? Orochimaru asked. Although he knew there must be a plan, he didn't know what it was. Yes, the organization's plan is divided into 4 parts. The first step is to recruit core members of the organization. Of course, Orochimaru, you are also one of the core members. The second step is to collect a lot of funds, which may take many years. The third step is to collect the 9-tailed beasts in this world. As for the fourth step, it will be explained after the members of all organizations are assembled. Orochimaru was shocked and said, Core members? Tail beasts? Funds. Some are surprised that people with their own identity and strength are just one of the core members, and a group of such people have to reserve funds for many years. What are they going to do? The main surprise was the tail beast behind. As the ultimate weapon in each ninja village, the tail beast has always been carefully guarded, and collecting tail beasts in this world means to be an enemy at the same time as the 5 major ninja villages. As for the last step, Orochimaru couldn't guess. The first few items were already amazing enough. It seemed that he had joined an amazing plan. Orochimaru was not afraid but was very happy to think that he was not a comfortable person. Since he was about to gain eternal life, then, in the endless life, it is the key to make himself happy. And the organization is obviously going to do a big event. How can Orochimaru not be excited? Master Madara, what is the name of our organization? Orochimaru was a little excited. Had it not been for Obito to let him stay in Konoha, he could not wait to leave. Obito said briefly, Akatsuki. By the way, Orochimaru, you are now the weakest member of the organization you joined. Orochimaru's pupils shrank. Is it the weakest? Ha ha ha, it's so interesting. Orochimaru is getting more and more excited, and today is the most exciting day in such a long life. Is it the weakest? I will surpass them soon. Orochimaru thought coldly in his eyes. Obito took out a red cloud dress with black background and a ring. This is your code name ring and uniform. This uniform can resist and weaken the damage of ninjutsu. C-rank ninjutsu can hardly cause any damage. This ring integrates your chakra and mental power into it, and can be used to communicate with members in ordinary organizations. I added some space and time abilities when making this ring. The space inside is not too big, you can put it some things and such things, and they will not deteriorate. Orochimaru, your code name is Sora-chan, and the position of the ring is the little finger of your left hand. Orochimaru took the clothes and looked at the ring. There was a blank word printed on it. After reading it, he immediately put the thing behind him, as if he was afraid Obito would take it back. The space ability, the connection, the good things, and the clothes, are all treasures. Seeing Orochimaru's DK look, Obito felt helpless. At the beginning, he took a lot of effort to make these, let Juego collect all kinds of precious materials to complete, and the spiritual connection of the ring and Obito's consciousness space are directly connected, and it is also convenient to manage the mutual relationship between the members in the future. Connect. Seeing how Orochimaru looked like some babies, Obito said, Orochimaru, you remember, after wearing this ring, you can never take it off unless you die. After Orochimaru listened, he put the ring on the little finger of his left hand without thinking about it. Kneeled down on one knee. Orochimaru will follow Madara-sama all his life and kill all enemies that block Madara-sama's path. Orochimaru swore allegiance. Seeking flowers, evaluation votes, collection, if you think it's okay, you can give a little reward. In addition, if you have any valuable comments, I will seriously accept it in the book review department. Chapter 22 read. Chapter 22 read. When Orochimaru puts on the ring, I only feel that something is coming from the ring, which makes my soul more fulfilled, thanks to Obito's benefit to me. When Obito made the ring, he added the soul's contract brand into it. As long as he truly obeys Obito, he will slowly and imperceptibly add the brand to that person's heart, just like absolutely, 100% loyalty, no there will be two minds. Afterwards, Obito and Orochimaru conducted some theoretical researches and small experiments throughout the night, which made Orochimaru exclaim that listening to Kun is better than reading 10 years. Obito pointed out some experimental deficiencies and told some novel theories that Orochimaru had never heard of, which made him very educated and admired Obito even more. You must know that these Orochimaru's experiments are either despised and inhumane experiments, or are some extremely cruel things, and Obito can help Orochimaru on these. Orochimaru only thinks that Obito is not only a good boss, but also a good confidant. In fact, Obito has already experienced these cruelties in his previous life, so naturally he won't feel that way. After giving orders to Orochimaru, Obito left under Orochimaru's respectful gaze. It was night when Obito left, and after discussing with Orochimaru all day, he felt a little tired. When planning to leave, Obito suddenly thought of Konoha's hero monument. Kakashi often sends flowers to himself there. Thinking of this, Obito wanted to see what he called the cemetery. Only after arriving, Obito didn't see anyone there. Maybe I came too early, I thought. Obito, who was just about to leave, found someone coming here, and immediately hid in a different space. Hey? Why is she? Obito found out that it was not the Kakashi he thought, but Yurihong. Speaking of Yurihong, Obito also felt that he was a bit weird before. From memory, Yurihong should like Obito. Of course, the current Obito is also the former Obito, which can be shrunk. The Dragon Key is Obito, and Obito is also the Dragon Key, because the Dragon Key is not to win the house, but the soul of Obito. Merged together. The Red in my memory often talks to Obito, but every time Red wants to say something, Obito always pulls on linear. Red can't say anything. In fact, Red's performance is already very obvious, but Obito is an emotional idiot and I can't feel it. This is not only Red's to Obito, but also to Obito's to Lin. Obito only felt that he was really ADK. While Obito sighed again, the red over there slowly walked to Obito's monument, put the flowers in his hands on it, and prayed silently with both hands. Obito. Since my father was killed in the 3 wars, I have always felt lonely, sad, and helpless. Only after seeing you did I know that I was so weak. No, Obito, I always want to talk to you more, but you always don't listen, you always talk about linear. I only knew when I learned about your death. Obito. I have always liked you. But you, why don't you wait for me, always wait for me to find these things, it's too late. Hong said sobbing. Why? Obito, why didn't you wait for me to say this? Why would you die? You haven't heard me say I like you. Hearing Hong's sorrowful cry, Obito only felt that something was slowly losing in his heart. Alas, what a good girl, Obito, Obito, it's no wonder that he didn't talk to Lin before he died. Confession. Obito slowly emerged from the space. I heard it. Hong heard the familiar voice, and only felt that he had auditory hallucinations. Turning his head, Hong saw a figure wearing a black robe with red clouds. The hat on his head covered his head, and the metal mask with gold and black stripes blocked his face. Who are you? Hong was a little surprised and said, there is usually no one here, and he has never met the person in front of him before. It's just this voice, so familiar. Realizing that Hong didn't recognize herself, Obito flipped his hat back, revealing a beautiful long black and shiny hair. He took off his mask, snow-like skin, beautiful face, and a trace of evil that didn't exist before. Red. It's me. Hong could only feel the tears overflowing from her eyes. She wiped her tears and said, haha, it's an illusion again, but it's okay, even if I see you like this, I'm satisfied. Obito is a little touched. It seems that Hong is not seeing himself once when he has hallucinations. This is a kind of longing for people ultimate. Just like Obito in the original book, even if he lives with Lin in the illusion, he also feels very happy. This woman. He walked over, pinched his red face, and said softly, it's not an illusion, it's me, I'm Obito. Hong said in surprise. Obito. Is it really you? You are already. Is it dead? It's dead, but I'm resurrected from below. Obito sneered slightly. Obito. Red clearly felt that the current Obito was completely different from the previous Obito, and felt the resentment in Obito's tone. Hong didn't know what Obito had gone through, but felt that Obito must have suffered a lot, so he hugged Obito tightly with both hands. Feeling Hong's embrace, Obito felt that the cold heart gradually became a little warmer. Red, I feel it, your mind. Hey, which one is? Hearing Obito say so, blushing and trying to explain, but can't say anything. Red, do you really hate me? How come? Like it? Come or not? When he accidentally told the truth, his face flushed even more. Seeing the red face flushed, Obito thought this woman was really silly and cute, and her feelings for herself were really silly and cute. But Obito likes. Without hesitation, Obito aimed the most at his red lips and lightened it down. The red eyes are wide open, it seems a little weird. Slowly, Hong closed his eyes and responded to Obito. Although it was the first kiss and had no experience, Hong responded very hard. Under the shining sun, the figures of the two looked so beautiful. Seeking flowers, evaluation votes, collection, if you think it's okay, you can give a little reward. In addition, if you have any valuable comments, I will seriously accept it in the book review department. Chapter 24 Sister? Chapter 24 Sister? Another day alternated, and Obito was a little dazzling with the sun's rays. Obito woke up and looked at the red he was holding in his arms. There was some behavior annoying him. Now the red is still small. Doing these things too early is definitely not good for Hong's body, but since he did it, he do it, and doing less should not have much impact. Seeing Hong in her arms sleeping soundly, there was a smile on her mouth. For Hong, it should have been her wish. The bloodline on the bed and the unique smell of traces show how much battle took place here last night. The physical fitness of the ninja is really good. Most people should die in pain for the first time, and Hong is only a little bit painful at the beginning, so turn into went in. My body didn't know how to do it. Although Hong's body didn't matter, his abilities were beyond imagination, and he finally stopped acting under Hong's begging for mercy. After changing the sheets, Obito wanted to prepare breakfast for Hong, but suddenly he heard a knock on the door. Obito frowned. Now Red was still resting, took a piece of clothing and put it on. Red, are you there? Say that everyone is going to eat barbecue today, get up soon. The voice outside was very messy, and Obito heard not only the voice of a person, but also a faint voice of youth and size. Who is it? Obito's voice was very soft, he was afraid of making the sleeping Red noise. I opened the door and saw some people standing in the doorway. Well, Guy, Kakashi, Asuma, and a Shiranui Genkin with a toothpick in his mouth, more than a dozen men and women stood at the door. Obito twisted a strand of hair with his hands, and smoothed one side of the hair behind his ears. What's the matter? Hong is still resting. Seeing a group of people not talking, just looking at me in surprise, no matter whether they are men or women, their faces are a little red when they look at me, some turn their heads away, but their eyes slowly look again. To hear. What's the situation? Found your identity? No, Obito's hair was short before. Although it was short, it reached the shoulder position, but now Obito's hair reaches the waist. Obito always wears a goggles, which covers most of his face. The current Obito's temperament and the crystal-like skin after training are completely different from the original. No, if someone close to me can still find it, could it be Kakashi who found it? Obito looked at Kakashi, but Kakashi had a ghostly look on his face. Although Kakashi's hidden expression was not visible, it seemed to be very emotional. Is it really discovered by them? But what's the matter with these people's expressions? It makes people feel hairy. When Kakashi and others called Hong, they only heard another cold, soft, and very nice voice coming from Hong's home. Is there someone else in Hong's house? Everyone thinks this way, when they want to ask again. The door was opened, and a beauty with long black hair and waist length appeared in front of everyone, noble, iceberg-like inviolable temperament, beautiful to the ultimate face, and she seemed to have not woken up of laziness. The female ninja has been fascinated by this beautiful flower-like man, and the gang of men are just as shocked by this beauty. Seeing the beauty in front of me dressed in a white suit with a golden pattern, the clothes seemed to be a little anxious. And more shoulders were exposed than usual. The hair was stranded slightly, and the style at that moment killed everyone in seconds. It makes people afraid to look directly at the person in front of them boldly. It seems to offend the other party. Looking at the tall, noble, and cold beauty in front of me, Kakashi asked anxiously, "Excuse me, are you?" Obito looked at Kakashi like this, frowning, didn't recognize himself? What's the matter with the painful expressions of these people? Obito looked at his clothes, a little helpless. The clothes he wore casually were actually red kimonos. Looking at the frowning person in front of him, Obito only felt that what he asked was too abrupt, but Kakashi was not only impressed by the other person, but he always felt that he had seen the beauty in front of him, and he was very fond of him. I shouldn't. I've seen such a person, and I'm so impressed that I can't forget it, Kakashi thought of it. Kakashi, you idiot, how can you be so direct? Seeing the person in front of him frown, everyone blamed Kakashi. Obito, who knew what he was like, was helpless when he was interrupted when he wanted to ask the other person. This beautiful lady, I am deeply impressed by your beautiful temperament, what is your name? Obito has some black lines, what's the situation? I said my name is Obito, do you believe me? My name is Longiu. Of course it is impossible to say that he is called Obito, so he said that he is called Longiu. It's just that the key before knows that it is a man when he hears it, and it will reveal his identity. What a beautiful name! It sounds so good. Yet. Hearing the discussion around, Obito's face became darker. Isn't it just a name? Sister Longiu, why are you in Hong's house? Sister. Obito just feels that this sentence is all over his head and he can't hear anything else. She is my friend and Obito's cousin. Just when Obito was in a daze, I didn't know when Red was already dressed, and hugged him from behind. Obito, from Red's eyes gleaming with a star-shaped thing, he obviously saw something very interesting. I've long wanted to see the look of Obito women's clothing. This was what Hong thought. Obito's cousin, it's no wonder that it looks a bit like that. Obito. Kakashi's face darkened. The look in Obito's eyes dimmed a lot. Red. What kind of look is this? Obito exhaled after feeling that Hong was awake. Just looking back at Hong, she noticed the strange look in her eyes. Even Obito didn't understand what she saw when she saw it. Obito, I didn't expect you to be so beautiful in women's clothing, even I would be jealous, Obito. Sister. Hong secretly added Obito's ear, and said with a smile secretly. Is this Red? Is this Red like that shy little woman? Women's clothing kills a lifetime. Seeking flowers, evaluation votes, collection, if you think it's okay, you can give a little reward. In addition, if you have any valuable comments, I will seriously accept it in the book review department. Chapter 26. Chapter 26 My Stomachache. Orochimaru looked at Obito and asked nonchalantly, what is this little girl? Kakashi thought Orochimaru had any questions about Obito, and hurriedly replied, she is Hong's friend. Oh. Orochimaru looked at Obito a little jokingly. Watching Hong pulled Obito nervously. Lord Madara is Lord Madara. Such a young and beautiful girl has won it like this. Isn't it true that she is Lord Madara? It's so beautiful. If I'm a teenager, I might go after it, haha. This BD was Obito's idea, but it couldn't express it. Hearing Orochimaru's words, the people next to him were all in a cold sweat. In their hearts, Orochimaru was the kind of very ruthless ninja, so they wouldn't be interested in such things as beauty and emotions. Today I seem to be very curious about the girl in front of me. This is incredible. Thinking of this, Asuma Kakashi and others feel that Orochimaru can't learn too much. Master Orochimaru, if nothing happens, we still have to eat, you see. Orochimaru's cold and noisy Kakashi and the others looked at it, and the temperature around them suddenly dropped. Kakashi and the others stayed in their mouths and didn't say what they wanted to say. At this time, a cold and gentle voice came out. This is Orochimaru-sama, one of Sunin. It seems that Orochimaru-sama is very powerful. As a senior, you shouldn't bully the younger, right? Otherwise, some senior Tenten will come to Orochimaru at night to talk to you. You shouldn't refuse, right? If Orochimaru-sama just came to me if there is something to do, we can go out and find a corner where there is no one and talk slowly. Don't make it difficult for these juniors. Obito actually means that I want Orochimaru to go out and go to a place where no one is there. Hehe, as long as Orochimaru dares to go, Obito will definitely give Orochimaru an unforgettable experience today. He couldn't do anything he wanted to do here, he really didn't want to be ashamed here. The girl he played was not a ninja. No need. Impossible. Two voices came from Orochimaru and Kakashi at the same time. How could Kakashi let such a beautiful girl and Orochimaru stay alone? Seeing Orochimaru's obvious interest, staying alone would not be bad. Orochimaru's intentions are more clear, he is not a fool. Go out? Find a place where no one is? Don't be kidding, he doesn't want to be spotted by the surrounding Konoha shinobi with a serious injury and coma. Although I will defect sooner or later, I still have to stay here for a while now, am I? Orochimaru still wants a face. Damn, Obito is a little angry, these idiots are okay and have more mouths, and I am the most helpless here. Master Orochimaru, Miss Longido was invited by us. If Master Orochimaru must take her away, we will defeat us first. The boys and girls around said together. Oh? Longido, really a good name, it is indeed Miss Longido, with so many flower protectors, it is really amazing. Orochimaru said with some envy. It's just that Obito still heard the hint of teasing inside. Just when Kakashi and the others wanted to say something more, Obito turned his head suddenly and said fiercely, "Shut up! You idiots!" Kakashi and the others were taken aback. They were angry when they saw Obito. Although they didn't understand why they were angry, they still chose silence very wisely. Mr. Orochimaru, I have something to say, there are too many people here. Shall we go out and talk? Obito looked at Orochimaru with a smile and said. Seeing the gentle smile, Orochimaru almost agreed at first glance, but the more he looked at it, the more he realized the terrible coldness hidden under the smile. Almost. Fortunately, I am indeed Madara. Just a smile made me almost lost. I can't use any illusions. Well, I haven't seen it become Sharingan. Hehe, Miss Longido, just say anything directly here, aren't they all your friends? What does it matter? I don't mind. Orochimaru said with a smile. Ah, this guy is really... Obito is a little annoyed, Orochimaru just doesn't want to go out anyway. Obito covered his mouth and joked, Mr. Orochimaru won't be afraid anymore? You are one of Sunin's big shots. Are you afraid of what I will do to you? Obito didn't know. He was so charming and attractive. At least, everyone present was deeply attracted by Obito and couldn't move their eyes. But Orochimaru is Orochimaru after all, and he is still sensible. Of course he knows that the reason Obito said so loudly is to let everyone around him hear. But what Obito said was really loud. Not only did the people in the barbecue hall stopped, but the voice faintly passed through the gate to the street, attracting a lot of people to watch. Why, Mr. Orochimaru is really afraid to come out. Obito laughed. Orochimaru thought for a long time and didn't come up with any valid reasons. He couldn't say that he was really scared. He still had to stay in Konoha for a year and a half, and was frightened by a 15 or 16-year-old girl. She is a very beautiful girl, but she is still embarrassed to speak out. Orochimaru thinks of facing the enemy in the future. The opponent said respectfully, "You are Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sunin, right?" "Rather," he said contemptuously, "you were the one who was frightened by a little girl who had no power in Konoha, Orochimaru, right?" His scalp numbs when he thinks of this, but he really can't think of any reason. How about it, don't you want to be ashamed? Orochimaru-kun, then give up, I will help you find a step down. Obito looked at Orochimaru with this look. It's just that Orochimaru pretended not to see it. Obito said so, he wouldn't simply believe that Obito would not trouble him in the future. I have a stomachache. Orochimaru said this, clutching his stomach, and then sat down, as if he would not go out anyway. Orochimaru couldn't think of any reason, and then he came up with such an idea. Everyone! How fresh, Mr. Orochimaru, one of Sunin, has a stomachache. Orochimaru also felt that this reason was a bit embarrassing, and turned his head to pretend not to see everyone's expressions. Seeing Orochimaru so shameless, everyone felt like covering their faces, especially some ninjas who knew Orochimaru under Orochimaru during combat. This is still one of Sunin's cold-kun Orochimaru. Seeking flowers, evaluation votes, collection, if you think it's okay, you can give a little reward. In addition, if you have any valuable comments, I will seriously accept it in the book review department. Chapter 27. Chapter 27. Hearing Orochimaru was such a reason that almost made everyone angry. Obito was also taken aback, followed by a black line on his face. Orochimaru FK, would you like this? Last time it was frozen shoulder to relax the muscles, this time I have a stomachache. Would you like me to buy you some stashu, BD? Obito turned his eyes and said to Orochimaru, is Mr. Orochimaru uncomfortable? I just learned a little medicine. If you don't dislike it, do you want me to look at it for you? Orochimaru immediately shook his head and refused, no, thank you for the kindness of this young lady. There is something wrong with your knowledge, it's okay. If Miss Longia wants to say something, you might as well just say it now. Never let Obito get close to him, this is what Orochimaru thinks now. Miss. This BD, dare to call that, this is Obito's idea. Just when the two people kept shitting away from each other, neither of them was willing to compromise, and just looked at the people around them in a daze. Is there something wrong with these two people? Is there anything that can't be said directly here? I really can't go out and say it, and the other one refuses to go out again and again. These two really sing a crosstalk or talk about double reads. Orochimaru, are you really not going out? Obito was dry after talking for so long, and continued after taking a sip of water. Are you not afraid? Hey? I was testing your heart's capacity that time, understand? Obito motioned with his eyes. If I don't go out today, I will go to your place next time Tenten. Seeing Obito like this, Orochimaru hesitated for a while, but immediately remembered that his heart almost couldn't bear it that night. It was really mad. Hehe, I am also exercising your mental endurance, miss. The person next to him couldn't understand what the two people were saying when he arrived at the back. This guy was going to break the jar. Obito thought with a black face. That's what Orochimaru thinks. At this point, Orochimaru will not compromise anymore. Ha ha ha. You laughed so hard at me, Orochimaru, do you have such a side? At this moment, a burst of laughter spread to everyone's ears. Of course, Orochimaru was more sensitive, because it was his. Jiraiya has been boring recently. Since his disciple became Hokage, Konoha is now in the war period. He feels more and more that there is nothing to do, so he intends to walk around the village at will, and learn about him by the way. The so-called drawing. In fact, such a day is quite easy and good for him. For Jiraiya, he is not so interested in rites, nor does Orochimaru have so many ideas about some strange things, since Tsunade was very early. I didn't know why I left Konoha before. But he could probably guess that Tsunade belonged to the Senju clan after all, and must have left the village because they couldn't stand the high level. He is naturally a little disgusted with those high levels, but his teachers and disciples are all Hokage, and some things need his help, so there is nothing to do. Just when Jiraiya returned to the village today to prepare to eat anything, suddenly heard a very soft and pleasant voice. It's very easy to twist and it's weird, how to put it, generally speaking, the sound should be soft and crisp, but the sound does make him feel very comfortable. Not just him. He found that people on the street were unconsciously attracted by this sound. He is no exception to walk towards the source of the sound, but there are too many people, he can't squeeze in, and it is not easy to push others away with violence or brute force. After all, it is his own village, and he still loves this village that he has lived in since childhood. Although he could not see much, he still heard a very familiar voice. This voice is too familiar to him, and his friend since childhood is also his best friend. The unique voice with horse magnetism is undoubtedly Orochimaru. Listening to this, Orochimaru should be arguing with someone or something, shouldn't? Orochimaru is not such a character, Jiraiya thought strangely. It didn't take long for him to hear another voice, that is, he came by listening to this voice. The voice is like a natural sound, very neutral, and it is impossible to distinguish between men and women. For a while, Jiraiya continued to listen with interest, but the more he listened, the more funny he became. How does it sound like two people are trying to temper a child's temper, and the others are fortunate? This is Orochimaru. For him who grew up with him, he knows Orochimaru too well. Not to mention that Orochimaru and Ben would not argue with others like this. If someone quarrels with Orochimaru like this, Orochimaru will usually be a win style. Although he always said that Orochimaru has a bad character, this is Orochimaru, killing, cold, crazy. The more I heard it, the more I felt something was wrong with Jiraiya, even he heard it. Orochimaru refused to come out with the owner of the other voice for some reason. Moreover, Orochimaru seems very helpless, others can't see it, but he can see it. Is it really afraid of the other party? I'm not too young to hear the voice. When Orochimaru said of stomach pain, Jiraiya almost didn't laugh on the spot. Jiraiya didn't hear much about the subsequent dispute, he just thought that today was the funniest day to see Orochimaru. The more he heard from behind, the more he couldn't help it and became curious. So he laughed and walked in. Orochimaru, do you have such a side? You laughed so hard at me. Jiraiya walked in with a chuckle. Hearing someone smile Orochimaru directly, the ninjas around are thinking, this guy is over. After knowing what that person looked like, I sighed that it was so, and came over and said hello to Lord Jiraiya. Orochimaru frowned when he heard it at first, but when he knew it was Jiraiya, he smiled helplessly. This time, Obito was embarrassed and helpless to get home. Isn't this Orochimaru? The last thing he wants is to be seen by Jiraiya or third generation. Orochimaru. You also have stomachache? Ha ha ha, I laughed so hard, no, let me sit down and rest. I just laughed for too long. Jiraiya said. I found a chair and sat down. Idiot. Seeing Jiraiya smile so happily, Orochimaru couldn't refute anything. The most important thing was that all he saw was true, and he could only curse 2 words. Seeking flowers, evaluation votes, collection, if you think it's okay, you can give a little reward. In addition, if you have any valuable comments, I will seriously accept it in the book review department. Chapter 29 Loli's Wrath. Chapter 29 Loli's Wrath. Just when Jiraiya didn't know what was going on, Obito did look at Jiraiya with black eyes, and regardless of the direction, he kicked Jiraiya violently. Bang! 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 Jiraiya was kicked directly out of the sky, and stopped after continuously penetrating 4 obstacles. It can be seen how heavy the kick was. After kicking it out, Obito instantly felt more comfortable and turned his head to Kakashi. If you are now Manjiki, I will dig you down now. Miss Longitu? Kakashi asked strangely when he saw Obito looking at him with black aura. FK, also miss. My old lady makes you long-winded. As he said, he kicked Kakashi out with the same force. Obito only feels that today's morals have been exhausted. Fortunately, he usually wears a mask when doing things. In the future, as long as he doesn't wear women's clothes, he will not be recognized. These 2 feet scared the person next to him. This foot strength is too amazing, right? Is this the strength that normal people can have? The people around me looked at myself a little strangely. Obito glanced at him and said, what do you look at? Have you seen kicking people? Stand up if you have opinions. Everyone shook their heads quickly to express no opinion and praised the kick. Asuma and the others also said that Obito played well and they wanted to play Kakashi a long time ago. At this time, Jiraiya got up in the ruins, and while covering his head, she shouted, who is it? How dare you attack the great toad sage Jiraiya? Cage Level's body is not just talking about it. Even if it is kicked like that, it's fine. Of course, this is also because Obito didn't use real strength. The main thing was to get the face back and not reveal his identity. Upon hearing Jiraiya's words, the people around quickly turned their heads and said they didn't know him. Orochimaru, do you know who it is? Orochimaru saw it, and turned his head to pretend not to hear. At this moment, Obito kicked Jiraiya to the corner of the wall again. Just when Orochimaru wanted to say something, Obito kicked Orochimaru out without giving him this opportunity. Jiraiya saw it, her mouth opened wide. This little girl is too fierce, even Orochimaru also hits. Suddenly another object flew over. Oh, wait, Satsuki. Obito punched Jiraiya to the ground. What do you call me? Obito smiled horribly. Little, Miss Longiu. Boom. It was another punch. Don't call Miss. The lady we are talking about is not the lady you think. Whoops. I'm not calling. Then. Longiu. Boom. Still a punch. Oh, why are you women so troublesome? The more beautiful the more violent you are. Ah, this guy. Obito's face is getting darker and darker, and his eyes have shifted a bit to Mangekyou's trend. Not good. Orochimaru saw that a very wise body replacement technique was gone, and before leaving, he used the ring to give Obito a calm message. Obito saw it and calmed down, not knowing that he had brought an iron rod from there. After taking it out, I looked at Jiraiya cruelly. Lifting the stick is a fierce blow. Kakashi, who was just awake, saw this scene with his eyes wide open. After thinking about it, he immediately lay down and pretended to faint. After a long time, Obito should feel a little tired in his hands. Looking at Jiraiya, it seemed that something white came out of his mouth. Obito twisted his head, stretched his joints, and found Hong and walked out slowly together. The people around saw that Obito once again gave Obito a new definition. This beautiful and icy-looking girl has a bad temper. I don't know when I will hit someone suddenly, and. Everyone looked at Jiraiya, who was lying on the ground. It seemed that he had a heavy hand. Seeing Obito had really left, Kakashi waited a while to be sure before getting up, looked around, sighed fortunately and left slowly. At this time Orochimaru also came back, glanced at Jiraiya, who fell on the ground, and kicked Jiraiya several times. Hey? What's the matter, why did I pass out? Jiraiya seems a little confused about the situation. Sudden. I remember. I'll go, has that little girl gone? Jiraiya shrank and looked around, only to find that there was no one, and then relaxed. Seeing that Jiraiya was so embarrassing, Orochimaru said, "You really shaved our son in face." Jiraiya said disapprovingly, "You haven't been beaten in the same way. I am not as miserable as someone." Orochimaru sneered. "This little girl is too scary. It's even scarier than Tsunade. Don't you just touch her face? No wonder her breasts are not big, she deserves it. Be careful before being heard. That's also. Loli's anger is terrible, and I will see a shadow of a girl of this age in the future." Jiraiya looked scared and thought. "By the way, Orochimaru, why are you afraid of that girl? I can't bear to do it. Your character shouldn't be." Jiraiya was a little confused. "It's none of your business." Orochimaru's face turned black in an instant, and then a body flicker technique left. "FK, if I had beaten it, I would have done it a long time ago, and I would use you to say it." "Ha ha ha ha. Obito laughed so hard at me," Hong said, holding his stomach a little. "Obito. Are you laughing at me or at them?" When, of course you are laughing at them," Hong replied. Obito touched the red face, slowly lifted her chin, and slowly moved her face closer. With the appearance of Obito's current beautiful girl, the scene seemed a bit strange and exciting. "Is it?" Looking at the face of this girl who was much more beautiful than herself, she couldn't help feeling a little bit red, and her face was even redder than usual. Said blushingly. Obito kissed him when he saw it, and then slowly stopped until Hong was out of breath. This is a punishment. I'll talk about the punishment later when I get home, and see if you will laugh in the future. Of course Red knew what the punishment Obito said was. Well, I dare not. Obito, go eat first. Let's go. Seeing the Red bouncing around, Obito also felt that his mood hurts a lot. Seeking flowers, evaluation votes, collection, if you think it's okay, you can give a little reward. In addition, if you have any valuable comments, I will seriously accept it in the book review department. Chapter 30. Chapter 30 Leaving. After Hong went home, it was naturally another big battle. It's just that my goal in Konoha has been accomplished, and I'm almost there, it's time to set off. When Obito expressed his intention to leave, the little woman who had always been shy in front of Obito also showed a dare to love and hate. For Hong, Obito is all he has, and Konoha has nothing to miss for her anymore. Hongbian directly explained to Obito that he wanted to go with Obito. But Obito is not going to do tourism. Obito now believes that his strength has not reached the level where he can do whatever he wants. He is about to go to the country of water and does not know what kind of danger he will face. And nothing will happen to Konoha in the past 2 years. Red is actually the safest to stay in Konoha. Obito thought about it and said mildly and redly, Red, I know you can't bear me, but you have to know, I am not the Obito before, and what I have to do is for Konoha and other ninja villages. It's very dangerous. That is not to stand on the righteous side of the world, do you understand? Hong Wen said that although he didn't know what Obito was going to do, he would be considered so. Even so, Hong will not regret being with Obito. Obito, no matter what you become, no matter what you want to do, you are my Obito, no matter what you become in the future, I will never leave you. Red looked at Obito softly and said. Obito heard it and continued, I understand, but Red, what we are doing now is very dangerous for all ninja villages in various countries. Ah, it's dangerous, then can you not go to Obito, but no matter how dangerous it is, I'm not afraid. Hong said in surprise. No, this must be done. Although I am strong now, it has not reached the level I expected. Maybe you are not afraid of it, but I can't let you follow me now. I do not guarantee you 100% now. Safety. For now, Konoha is the safest. 1 year later I will be back, and I will pick you up at that time. Obito paused. Seeing Obito said this, Hong knew that Obito's decision could not be changed no matter what, so he had to agree, and secretly told himself that he must hurry up to improve his strength and not drag Obito in the future. By the way, if you have anything in Konoha, go to Orochimaru, he will help you, and Red, don't reveal my identity as Obito in front of others. For this world, the former Obito is dead. And I crawled out of hell again with resentment, returned to this world. Obito. Hong hugged Obito tightly, he could feel the change in Obito's heart, but he held on to Obito slightly, wanting to warm Obito's heart. Okay, let's go. I will always wait for your Obito. After leaving Konoha, Obito put on the black mask with gold background again, and the original black robe became a big red cloud with black background. Since Orochimaru clothes were given, there is nothing to keep a low profile. Just put it on, and no one understands what this suit means anyway. Think of advertising for the organization? Before leaving, Obito also visited Orochimaru's laboratory again on a black and windy night. He used all kinds of phantom ninjutsu to torture Orochimaru non-stop, until Obito felt it was almost done, and then stopped. What's more, the appearance of this big guard is indeed much better than that of the black robe. Obito, who was wearing the black robe before, is cold, and looks like a bad person outside of mystery. And this big head with black background and red clouds really eliminated the image of insignificant bad guys, and made Obito seem to have added a noble temperament. And Obito's uniform is a little different from others. Obito's windbreaker is more like a knight with more robes, which covers the whole body, and there is a hat in the back, which is generally somewhat different. The original black robe turned Xiao Taho into a red cloud with a black background. But some details are different from the original black robe. Zhu contacted Xiaoju with mental strength. Master Obito. Zhu immediately responded to Obito. Since Zhu had been monitoring Nine Tails Jinkraki, this time Obito came to Konoha and slowly rushed over. Zhu will be not far from Obito at this time. Seeing Zhu slowly appearing from the ground, Obito asked directly, "How is it? Is there any news about the dragon vein?" He said, "Master Obito, not yet, but there are rumors that it has something to do with the ancient Lulan country. But it is not certain, and the ancient Lulan country has disappeared without a trace, leaving only those buildings, but those there is no one in the building. Continue to investigate and send all White Zetsu clones over. Also, do you know that Rinnegan's kid is there?" Obito asked this. After clearing it up, I said, "I know, that Rinnegan kid is in the country of rain now, and he seems to be establishing an organization called Akatsuki with a group of people. Is Master Obito going to recruit that kid now?" Both of them are a kid and a kid calling Nagato. For Obito, one of them is 2 lives, and the other has the consciousness and reason of Uchiha Madara, so it is not an exaggeration to call Nagato a kid. No, he is not qualified now. Like Konoha's Orochimaru, he needs to be able to truly become a ninja after experiencing some things. Only then can he be qualified to be our member," Obito said. "So what does Master Obito mean?" he said with some confusion. "Like Orochimaru, you need to contact first, just the kid. I remember the teacher said that Rinnegan also input some soul to him. In this case, you should be able to wake him up that memory, if necessary. It can affect the other person's mind. For us, it saves a lot of trouble while in contact." Obito thought for a while and said to Xiangju. There was definitely a cruel smile. Yes, Madara-sama originally planned to let him assist Obito-sama, but if this person doesn't know how to promote or has no use value, hell. Naturally, I can't keep him. Obito finished speaking. Then lead the way, absolutely. Yes, Master Obito. Seeking flowers, evaluation votes, collection, if you think it's okay, you can give a little reward. In addition, if you have any valuable comments, I will seriously accept it in the book review department. Chapter 31, Rain Shinobi Village. Chapter 31, Rain Shinobi Village. Rain Shinobi Village. As a country sandwiched between 3 big countries, every war between big countries will almost affect this country. Rain Shinobi Village, as the ninja village in the Kawa no Kuni, is naturally much better than other small ninja villages when the war is often spreading. Rain Shinobi Village, as the name suggests, the origin of his name is because of the rain here all the year round, and the war plus always rain gives people a very gloomy and boring feeling. The rain wet the soil and grass on the ground, not the kind of stormy weather, but a kind of cloudy sky, but if you feel it carefully, you can feel the drizzle in the air. A figure was walking along a path unhurriedly, a slight drizzle of rain hit the body, but there was a facial expression on his face, no expression, and a robe was too strict to see the person. The gender of the age. This was Obito, who had just arrived from Konoha. Seeing the surrounding air was covered with damp drizzle, Obito didn't like this kind of weather very much. The location of Rain Shinobi Village is very bad, but even so, no one can underestimate it, because the leader of Rain Shinobi Village is Hanzo, who is known as a demigod. Even in the ninja world, only 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, known as Nino, can match him. But Hanzo is not the purpose of Obito this time. It is better to be a little wary of the next. Nagato, as the top combat power in the future, is the key to this visit. Since the dragon vein matter will not be resolved for a while, then do some other things, Time is precious and cannot be wasted. Came to a place like a mercenary base, Obito thought it should be here. This is indeed the case. Akatsuki is an employment organization led by Miyan. How about, can you find their place? Obito didn't turn his head, he just spoke this sentence, but there was no one around him, it looked like a person was talking to himself. They don't seem to be in the base now. There was a voice in a trance, which came from the underground, and naturally, he was definitely answering Obito. The information I got was what mission I was going out to do. In terms of the specific location, I should be able to feel it from Nagato. Very good, let's go. The two slowly disappeared into this land again. To be precise, Obito was the only one, because he was definitely not on it. Nagato Miyan Zionin can be said to be in trouble now, but it was an accident that was originally just an ordinary character who killed Renin. According to the information obtained, this betrayal should be at the level of Jainin, but now it is clear that it has completely reached the quasi-shadow strength. Zionin Miyan Nagato is the strength of Jainin, and it is not the level of ordinary Jainin. If they unite and pay some price, they should be able to kill the other party. Besides, there is also an unstable Nagato here. If Rinnegan's strength erupts, it should be able to reach the quasi-shadow strength. How to deal with Miyan? The other party is not as strong as the intelligence said, now we have to fight hard. One of the red-haired youth said this, and the object of the question was an orange-haired youth. The orange-haired young man called Miyan said dismissively after hearing it, "What's the matter? As long as the three of us work together, we can kill that ninja." A woman with blue hair and a white paper flower on her head seemed to give a very indifferent temperament. She was persuading her, "No, even if we kill the other person, there is not much energy left. If there are any accidents at this time, we will not be able to deal with it." Nagato was slowly thinking about this, but Miyan said indifferently, "Xiaonan, you think too much, how can you encounter something like this?" After all, regardless of the somewhat angry Xiaonan and some Nagato who wanted to persuade him, they rushed over and took the kunao and shuriken in their hands and threw them towards the quasi-shadow ninja. Obito, who was watching from the side, couldn't help shook his head. This Miyan character is very irritable and proud, but if you have the strength, you can do so. Every strong person has his own dignity. But it was only a mere Jainin level, and it seemed very stupid to be so arrogant when he met a stronger opponent. The quasi-shadow ninja of the other party obviously didn't want to fight with the three of them anymore, and Xiaonan's words were very correct at this time. Obito really can't figure it out. How did such a guy live until now? Is it because of Zionin and the elders by his side that he lived until now? Originally, Obito was still thinking about what kind of character this Miyan was. If he could be the leader of an organization, he must be no ordinary character. I saw it now, and it really confirmed this idea. This Miyan is indeed not an ordinary character, and his talent is not bad, but this ordinary character is not to say that he is worth training or recruiting. This Miyan is simply an idiot in Obito's eyes. Sooner or later, it will affect others. As Obito said, whether it was the death of Yahiko later or now, it can be said to be the truth. The quasi-shadow ninja really didn't want to fight with this group of people anymore. The opponent's strength was also weak, but he didn't think he would lose to the opponent's hands. Just as a traitor, his village's efforts to chase him have been greatly strengthened recently. He didn't want to waste chakra and physical energy on things that were meaningless to him. He thought this didn't mean that the other party was thinking the same way. Just when he was about to say something, an orange-haired man with the other party had thrown out his shuriken and rushed towards him. He is also a little hot, even if he is inferior to himself in strength, he still shoots himself. Isn't he underestimating his strength or something? With a roar, he rushed towards the person who rushed up with all his strength. The Kyuwyu in his hand was used to his utmost strength, and Miyan was thrown away without any delay. He didn't expect that the strength of this ninja would increase so much all at once. Obito next to him couldn't help sighing. When they first started, they didn't use their full strength at all. It's just that you obviously want to be immortal with the other party when you do this. Can the other party not be so excited? Seeing Mayan with horror in his eyes spitting blood on the ground, Obito was completely disappointed with this man. Seeking flowers, evaluation votes, collection, if you think it's okay, you can give a little reward. In addition, if you have any valuable comments, I will seriously accept it in the book review department. Chapter 32 Our intellectuals are disciplined and good. Chapter 32 Our intellectuals are disciplined and disciplined. Ju looked at Obito who was sighing beside him, and his mind moved. When he thought of what Obito had just seen, he said, "Master Obito, that guy named Mayan is really getting in the way, so let me kill him." Obito looked back at Ju, paused for a while, and said, "No, this guy will die sooner or later, and the timing of this person's death is not controlled by us. And when this person dies, it's when that Rinnegan kid joins us." "Absolutely doubtful," he asked, "then it would be better for us to kill this Mayan now." Obito explained, "Killing this kid will only have a counterproductive effect if we do it. For Nagato, the kindness given to him Rinnegan is very important, but in the end it is better than this. The so-called friendship in Gaiyan is still ambiguous. What we have to do is to leave a bottom in their hearts, a strong image, and instill some of our thoughts in advance." "Master Obito mean, don't we need to do anything with them?" Ju asked. Obito looked at the people below with some mockery, and continued, "As far as I know, this organization exists within the jurisdiction of Rain Shinobi Village Hands of the Salamander. It's just that this so-called Mayan is the leader, but not very much. Being able to be a human being, not only arrogantly refused Hanzo's invitation, but also carried out so-called organizing activities lawlessly. It's just how Hands of the Salamander allowed this kind of uncontrolled organization to exist near him. Look at it, absolutely, one day, these guys will perish themselves. Why is it so? Because their ideal goal from the beginning is wrong. Peace? Is there really so-called direct communication between people and hearts in this world? Everyone has their own secrets, why do we have to tell others? People have been selfish since ancient times, even if one or two people are not selfish, who can guarantee that everyone is like this? It's ridiculous to try to make some peace," Obito said disdainfully. Suddenly, after thinking about it, this is indeed the case. The mistake in the goal and the offense of Hands of the Salamander, it seems that Master Obito has already thought out a countermeasure. I couldn't help but said to Obito, as expected, "Master Obito, this kind of conspiracy can only be thought of by you." When Obito heard it, a black line appeared. Is this complimenting himself? Obito corrected Ju, ahem, absolutely, conspiracy and trickery are used to talk about other people. I am called a good plan. As an intellectual, I think I need to correct some of your mistakes. Obito is right. As a doctor, Obito can proudly say that I am an intellectual. Intellectual. He was a little surprised. Why hadn't he heard that Obito had such an identity, but who made his family the owner? The owner said yes. Yes, intellectual. Obito's voice was a little high. Although Obito didn't see Obito's expression because Obito was wearing a mask, he could probably guess from the look in Obito's eyes. 8 Achievement is the kind of head tilted 45 degrees, arrogant eyes, glances at him from time to time, the corner of his mouth is exaggerated to the left part, trembling slightly, an arrogant aura of the number 1 old paper in the world. How can this expression be made? Master Obito FK, you are so FG. Ju's face twitched, and he turned to Obito and asked. Alright, intellectuals are intellectuals. And? But what's the difference? He is really unclear, isn't it just a word, is it so entangled? It seems that the conspiracy is right for Obito. Obito said a little excitedly, of course there is a difference. Just kidding, we intellectuals have a good morale. Some said to Obito in a low voice, Do you think you are doing this not as a conspiracy but as an honest conspiracy? Obito. Absolutely. Master Obito. You're bad at learning. Master Obito, you laughed. Obito pointed to a big tree next to him and said, Who is joking with you? Stay there. Yes, Master Obito. After a few steps, Chuigang stopped and looked back at Obito suspiciously. Master Obito, you haven't told me what to do in the past. Don't you like rock paper scissors very much? You two will play slowly there. Don't come here. Obito didn't look back either, just swinging his hands so that Ju could leave quickly. Absolutely. Sample, let you talk nonsense, right? Obito thought of it. Alright, he won White Zetsu last time, he was still very unconvinced, but Madara-sama said that we will not be allowed to play this in the future, but since it was Obito who said it, naturally it was fine, just to convince him. He paused and said. Obito had a black line. Turning his head, Obito stopped watching, just watching the battle below. Just when Mi-Yan was thrown into the air, Nagato and Xiaonan joined the battle instantly. Paper escape shuriken technique. Xiaonan took both hands, and the pieces of paper quickly changed into shurikens and flew away quickly, thinking of the other party. Nagato followed the shuriken and walked towards the ninja in the same way. The ninja water-style water barrier also had hands prints. A curtain of water rose in front of him, protecting him like a barrier. Seeing that the paper shuriken was blocked on the wall made of water, Nagato gathered chakra on his feet. Lightning-style thunder. Nagato rushed towards the opponent at a fast speed, flashing thunder light under his feet, and directly electric the opponent to the ground. Just when the two people felt something was wrong, the ninja's body became a puddle of water. Substitute technique. Just for a moment, Nagato felt that someone appeared behind him, it was the ninja just now. Go to hell. With a punch, I thought of Nagato. When he saw that Nagato's body was about to be knocked down, Mi-Yan pushed Nagato away and took a punch by herself, and Nagato also reacted immediately, too. Kicked on the ninja's body. In an instant, the three separated from each other. Obito saw it and narrowed his eyes. This Mi-Yan has this kind of personality, so he will only incur his own death in the future. Although he helped Nagato block the attack, this is commendable, but if it weren't for his rash actions before, neither later things will happen. Seeking flowers, evaluation votes, collection. If you think it's okay, you can give a little reward. In addition, if you have any valuable comments, I will seriously accept it in the book review department. Chapter 33. Chapter 33 Familiarity. After the ninja was kicked into the air, he immediately stood up, but his position was not very good for Mi-Yan and the others. The same flies away, Nagato and Mi-Yan are in different directions, but the direction of the ninja is Xiaonan's position. Xiaonan is not a ninja suitable for melee combat, so for this sudden accident, there is no particularly good way to deal with it. The ninja attacked directly in the direction of Xiaonan without thinking about it. Sometimes the ninja also relied on intuition to fight. Many times when the situation is critical, you have time to think about people who cannot tolerate them. At this time, your intuition is your greatest helper. Xiaonan sighed, the opponent's strength is much stronger than his own, and Nagato and the others are some distance away from him, even more so. I glanced at Nagato and Mi-Yan in the distance. Is it going to die? Xiaonan thought. He thought about the death of his parents, the exile when he was a child, and then meeting Mi-Yan, Nagato, and Jiraiya. In the end, what impressed him deeply was that he thought of a young boy, a handsome boy with long black hair, traveling through the jungle, holding a woman who seemed to have died in his hands. The beauty of the young man, the coquettish beauty and the nobleness, is like a mysterious prince coming from a distant country. The temperament and the sense of mystery on the body are like innate, without any acquired embellishment. It's not like other people who have undergone some changes in their lives the day after tomorrow, this boy is like it should be. His eyes were very sad, as if resenting the world. Everything in this world seemed to be less important to him. This young man was like a person who did not exist in this world. Xiaonan always felt that she was a sad person. Until she met her partner, she didn't have the sad feeling of loneliness. That young man gave him a feeling of pity for a common illness, the same abhorrence of the world, the lack of understanding of the world, the same sadness and disappointment in the world. I really don't know what he went through. I really want to see him again. Very strange idea, but it is the most true portrayal of Xiaonan's heart now. Obito, who was observing above, naturally discovered this. Not only that, he also observed Nagato in the distance. After seeing a scene, the fluctuations in his eyes faintly increased, and he was about to use Rinnegan's abilities. Universal pull can indeed save Xiaonan's life at this time. However, Xiaonan, a member of Obito appointed as the White Tiger, is very precious to this combat power. There must be no accidents. Indeed, Nagato may indeed be able to save it, but the urgency of coming is still too said. After thinking about it for a while, Obito's body slowly became illusory and disappeared in place. Conan had closed his eyes and waited for death, but after a long time there was no movement. I just feel like I am embraced, very warm and comfortable. Is this the feeling of death? This is actually the case. Who are you? Just when Xiaonan was thinking about something, such a voice came. I'm not dead? Conan thought about this and slowly opened his eyes. The goal is a metal mask with black stripes on a gold background. The right eye of the mask is exposed. And the black pattern like Uzumaki slowly spreads out around the right eye. The mask here still looks like the mask used to fight 4th generation. His eyes were very calm, just looking at Xiaonan lightly. Conan saw that he was held in his arms by a mysterious masked person wearing a red cloud on a black background. He struggled immediately and got out of his arms. Xiaonan's face was a little red when he thought of the feeling he had just held. But, the smell on that person smells good. Moreover, this masked person, Xiaonan's sixth sense as a woman, always felt that she had seen it there. Looking at the masked person's eyes, she felt more familiar. Who are you? Conan asked questioningly. Obito looked at Xiaonan and said in a calm tone, You don't need to know who I am, you just need to know that I saved you just now, and I am not your enemy, that's enough. Obito's voice was always so soft, as if it had magical powers, making Xiaonan's nervous heart suddenly quiet. You stand aside and go some. Obito spoke to Xiaonan lightly. Yet I don't know why, Xiaonan has a natural intimacy with the masked person in front of him, and wants to believe and rely on. Hey! The guy wearing the mask over there, let Xiaonan go away, otherwise you will look good. Miyan said loudly to Obito. Nagato also looked at Obito with a vigilant look. Obito suddenly appeared. Although he rescued Xiaonan, he didn't know whether he was an enemy or a friend. This is the gap between Nagato and Miyan. Nagato is like this after thinking, but Miyan is so mindless. Seeing Miyan said this, Obito couldn't help shaking his head even more. But for people who are about to die in less than a year, he doesn't care so much. As a ninja, the Renin felt that even if Obito was not helping the other person, he would never be helping himself. Then, water-style water dragon bomb technique. A huge water dragon rushed towards Obito with great momentum. Obito didn't seem to see it, and without looking back, he stood still. Hey! Nagato, the guy over there is stupid, he's standing there still. I don't know. Nagato said helplessly when Miyan asked himself. Ah, that, behind you. Xiaonan also hurriedly called at this time, but didn't know the other party's name, so Xiaonan directly used that instead. But Obito still didn't seem to hear him, standing still. I saw Xiaonan running directly to Obito and kept Obito standing with him. Xiaonan! Nagato and Miyan shouted excitedly when they saw them. Conan didn't know what was wrong, so he hugged Obito directly. Watching the water dragon getting closer and closer, Xiaonan felt something unspeakable in his heart. She died with such an unknown stranger in a mask. She couldn't tell the reason for it, but she felt that she would not regret it at all. Obito was actually even more inexplicable, but he didn't care either. There would be nothing wrong with him anyway, but he couldn't figure out the idea of holding his own Xiaonan. Seeking flowers, evaluation votes, collection. If you think it's okay, you can give a little reward. In addition, if you have any valuable comments, I will seriously accept it in the book review department. Chapter 34. Chapter 34 I Am a Man. Looking at the water dragon getting closer, Xiaonan just looked at Obito's mask, and he was suddenly curious about Obito's appearance. Hearing his voice, he should be very young, he should be about the same age as oneself, anyway, it shouldn't be the kind of old man. The voice is so good, is it for a woman? Well, it should be, this soft and warm feeling, is it an older sister or a younger sister? If it's a woman. Thinking of this, Xiaonan glanced at his chest and felt the temperature coming from Obito's chest. Much younger than me, Xiaonan thought proudly. Looking at Xiaonan who was thinking about it in his arms, Obito was a little bit ridiculous. What time is it now? Still thinking about these things. The more Xiaonan thinks about it, the more curious it becomes. Anyway, it's about to die. It doesn't matter if you look at it. Without thinking, he stretched out to Obito's mask and took it off. The mask fell from Xiaonan's hand to the ground. Xiaonan's eyes and mouth grew slowly. What a beautiful person this is, with white lips and red skin, with a hint of rosy, gentle, and clear eyes, and she was a little surprised to see herself at this moment. Now Xiaonan doesn't have the proud idea just now, although the person in front of him and the breasts are indeed inferior to him, but the face that even fairies can sullen all the people in the world would be eclipsed in front of her. Coupled with the tall figure and waist-length blue silk, anyone who sees it will have this insectable idea. Seeing Xiaonan's appearance, Obito obviously had a black line on his forehead. FK, what's the situation? Today I am wearing a big black dress with a red cloud, not a strange woman's dress or a kimono. The mysterious temperament in me, the look in Haki's eyes, can't you still tell that I am a man? I'm a man. Obito explained, slightly embarrassed. Hey! The man? But how can this be? The man is so good looking. Is it my fault to look good, BD? Obito thought sadly. Looking at it this way. Xiaonan looked at Obito again and found that it was completely different again, a standard beautiful man, whether it was bright eyes or a sharp face. It feels totally different from just now. In fact, Xiaonan was confused by preconceived concepts. Obito looks. It's really neutral, how can I say it? I can't tell the gender at first glance, but the first impression is very beautiful. If you think he is a female, there will feel that the person in front of you immediately becomes a peerless beauty. If you think in your heart that he is a man, similarly, you will find that the person in front of you is so handsome and looks so soft. Anyway, like a man or a woman. That's how Obito looks like FG. At this time, the water dragon at the back was almost released from Obito, and Xiaonan closed his eyes without regret. There was no shocking noise, only the exclamation of a few people from Nagato. When Nagato and the others saw that the water dragon was about to touch Obito, it was like passing through a barrier, but it was not Obito behind the barrier. After entering the transparent barrier, the water dragon disappeared with a wave of waves. No trace. You go to the side and stand, no matter what happens this time, don't come over. I look like you are the only one to see me, and you are never allowed to talk to others. Xiao. Nan nodded like a chicken pecking rice, he naturally wouldn't talk about it. She was rescued twice, wearing a mask because she didn't want others to see him. But... Xiaonan glanced at Obito, blushing at the thought of Obito's appearance. It's pretty good to get it long. It's decided that no one else can watch it, as long as this girl can watch it alone. Xiao Nan seemed very happy, as if he had gotten some incredible rights. Ah! I remember! Xiao Nan yelled in surprise after agreeing to Obito. Obito thought there was something serious, and looked at Xiao Nan suspiciously. It's okay, no problem. Obito twitches a bit. What's wrong with this girl? Conan suddenly remembered that he had seen this beautiful person in front of him there, as if it was about a year ago. In a forest, a handsome boy hugged a girl. The boy's eyes and appearance slowly met Obito in front of him. He was exactly the same person, but Obito's hair was not as long as it is now, so he didn't immediately think of it. I thought that since he is the same person, he should be younger than me, but the one who hasn't seen him in a year is more than 10 centimeters higher than before and a little bit higher than her. Xiao Nan's height was not much worse than that of ordinary men. Xiao Nan blushed and looked at Obito, thinking that he would be a handsome man in the future. It's just what kind of sadness can show the look in his eyes at the time, because of that girl, then how does he persevere now? After a lot of hardship. Xionin looked at Obito gently and thought. Ah! Xionin, what are you thinking about? But now it's still fighting. I shook my head and put the strange thought on again, and looked forward again. Obito felt that something was wrong with Xiao Nan. Have you seen yourself before? But I don't have the slightest impression of myself. And what's the matter with the eyes that flooded with maternal love in the back? Obito felt a bit cold when he was seen. Fortunately, it didn't take long for this feeling to disappear. With his back to the other people, his hands slowly stretched out, and he saw the mask that was originally on the ground suddenly appearing on his hands. Putting on the mask again, looking back at the three of them, without talking, just staring lightly, just standing still. The weird abilities of those hands just now scared both Nagato Mayan and the remaining traitor. Obviously it is not an illusion, so it's unbelievable that the water dragon bomb disappeared so plainly. Who is your excellency? It doesn't seem to have anything to do with these three little ghosts. Why don't you stop each other and let it go? After thinking about it for a while, the traitor made such a suggestion. Hearing this, Nagato Xionin was all in a ponder, considering the opinions of Renin. It is true that this battle is meaningless, and the information provided by the hesitant exchange of money is not accurate, so this mission is not counted as a failure or abandonment of the ninja. It's just that Mi Yan next to him shouted, "No, we took the task, and I was injured by you just now. Do these things, just leave it alone. Seeking flowers, evaluation votes, collection, if you think it's okay, you can give a little reward. In addition, if you have any valuable comments, I will seriously accept it in the book review department." Chapter 35. Chapter 35 Childishness. Just when both the anti-slips were quietly thinking, Mi Yan's shout broke the calm. When Na Renren heard this, he couldn't help laughing a little angrily. "It's unreasonable, you come to kill me, I am wrong when I change hands? What can you complain about being injured if you are not as skilled?" It is true, but Mi Yan is such an idealistic person, thinking of everything in the world as if he said it, taking some things for granted. From Obito's point of view, such a character is somewhat imaginative with the original Naruto, it is very naive. "The masked man over there, don't let this person go, kill him for me." Mi Yan yelled at Obito again after she finished speaking. "Mayan, it's bad." Nagato knew it was bad when he heard Mayan talking to Obito like this. Conan was also a little disappointed with this companion. Although his character was good, he was too naive to do things. The world will not change without you. The strong all have their own dignity, not to mention those with weird tempers, just a normal person, you and others do not know, just order others, who will be happy. And the strength of the opponent can be said to kill you like turning back. Hearing Mi Yan yelling at herself like this, Obito's eyes narrowed a little, his eyes filled with an evil and cruel murderous intent. The figure disappeared suddenly, and when he reappeared, he was already in front of Mi Yan. Several people were so surprised when they saw it, so fast. Mi Yan was even more startled by the person who suddenly appeared in front of her. Obito lifted Mi Yan up and grabbed the opponent's neck. Looking directly at Mi Yan with cold eyes, he said, "Things that are overpowering, who do you think you are, dare to talk to me in that tone? Thinking that you have a bit of strength? Hey? Your strength is a lot for the whole ninja world, and you don't even have the qualifications to look like mine. Why do you think you are ordering me? No one has ever been able to, whether it is the past, the present, or the future. Miscellaneous, do you understand?" Feeling Obito's killing intent and the suffocating sense of death, Obito reluctantly nodded quickly. Obito flung Mi Yan to the side with a flick of his hand. Mi Yan coughed loudly when she got up, but she didn't dare to be so arrogant anymore. "Who are you? Don't you think this is too much?" Nagato said next to him. Obito looked at Nagato and shook his head. He was still too immature, he had not experienced the test of life and death, and his thoughts did not have the enlightenment that Pen had later. Excessive? What do you think is not excessive? If it is someone else, no one will say anything even if you kill him. This is the reality of this world, and power is what overrides everything else, whether it's your dignity or other things. Like things today, if he has a strength that is not weaker than mine, he will not be thrown out by me. Of course it is impossible. This is not arrogance, but out of self-confidence. This is the world. Those of you who live in your own naive thoughts will never understand how the truth of this world is. The kid over there who was thrown to the ground, your dream is that trust between people and there will be no more wars in the ninja world." Mi Yan was a little surprised and said, "How do you know?" "Good idea, but it's really stupid to understand. What is war? War is accompanied by death. Injury and pain for both parties. There is nothing more unacceptable than the death of a cherished person. They will think that the person should not die, especially if they don't understand the war. Although your generation wants to find out the meaning of death, it turns out that there is only pain and hatred that do not know where to vent, and like death, an everlasting hatred, uncurable pain, this it's war. Your family members were killed in the war, Nagato, I believe you understand this best." Nagato really fell silent when he heard what he wanted to say. "Do you dare to say that there is no hatred or revenge? Well, even if you endure it, can you guarantee that other people can do the same? 1 person, 10 people, 100 people, 1,000 people, 10,000 people. Can you guarantee it? Individuals have their own thoughts. If a person has no hatred, he is not a complete person. To impose one's own thoughts on others is sometimes more cruel to others than the death of a loved one." Nagato was thinking about something with his head down. "These are all myths. I believe my dream can be achieved." Mi Yan yelled, as if he had forgotten Obito's fear. "Oh? Then tell me, what do you rely on? If you resist, you want to kill the opponent? What if your strength is not as good as a person killed by the opponent? How can you dream without life? Tell me, what reason do you rely on?" Obito looked at Mi Yan sarcastically. Mi Yan hesitated for a long time but couldn't think of anything. Obito saw it and said faintly, "Can't you think of one? Because your own ideas are unattainable. Even so, you still repeat one thing for no reason. The world calls it a fool. Tell you one thing, this rebel is not something you can deal with right now. He can kill you as long as he pays some injuries, but why do you think he doesn't do this? He's a rebel, I'm afraid that I will encounter the hunting troops of my own ninja village. Do you really think it is because you are afraid of you? You nonsense." Mi Yan said incredulously. "He's not talking nonsense, Mi Yan." Careful Nagato also observed it. Mi Yan was discouraged when he saw his companion say the same. The masked man was right. At this time the traitor also said it. "Do you think I'm really afraid of you just saying that? And I probably knew your ideals just now. It seems ridiculous to me. What did you say? Mi Yan was excited. Shut up. Do you know, I have been working hard for the village before, for more than 10 years, but I only acted on a secret mission. I accidentally discovered some secrets of the elders in the village. Naturally, I didn't plan to speak out. It's just that those old guys said so nicely, and in the end they secretly sent someone to assassinate me, and I defected from my village. You naive fellow, do you think there is any justice in this world? I really don't know how you lived until now. In my opinion, you are just a kid who doesn't know how to be naive. The trader was very excited. Seeking flowers, evaluation votes, collection, if you think it's okay, you can give a little reward. In addition, if you have any valuable comments, I will seriously accept it in the book review department. Chapter 37 Space Copy. Chapter 37 Space Copy. People always have a strange fear of the unknown. Just like vampires and ghosts, in fact, in the West, when the vampire legend first came out, his sense of fear was far greater than the other ghosts we are talking about now. But now we talk about why vampires don't have too much fear. Of course, some of the reasons are that vampires are beautified a lot in the movie. But more, it is because we understand vampires, and they have a lifestyle close to humans. That's why we understand them, so those inexplicable fears are not so great. The same is true for this ninja world. Of course, Obito is not a strange monster, but the stronger the opponent, the lower the possibility of survival. This is the fear of some powerful people in this ninja world. Under the gazes of a few people, just for a while, the Uzumaki-shaped water flow swept toward Obito like a waterfall. The first thing that comes oncoming is those water blades. It was just that when he attacked Obito, it passed through like air again, without any damage. Then there was a lot of rapids, Obito's eyes turned, and the three hook jade in his right eye slowly joined together, turning into a sickle-like shape. In the distance between the water flow and Obito, the space suddenly twisted into a spiral shape. When the water flow touched the weird Uzumaki, it was sucked in and disappeared without a trace. Several people around me were dumbfounded. Gradually, all the currents, whether they are far or near, seemed to be attracted, and all twisted into Uzumaki. It didn't take long for a drop of water to be seen in the field. Just before a few people reacted, the Uzumaki that had disappeared appeared again, and waves of water that had originally disappeared spouted out of Uzumaki again. The ninja was overjoyed when he saw it. He originally thought that his ninjutsu had no effect at all, but now that the water is flowing out, does it mean that the other party has made a mistake? The idea is good, but the reality is indeed very cruel, and the rushing water did not come towards Obito but towards the ninja. As early as in the alien space, the water cut off Chakra's connection with the trader, and was controlled by Obito. Now Obito has released the water again, naturally heading towards the other side. This method can be said to be created by Obito himself. Although Sharingan can be used to copy the other party's ninjutsu, or the water-style waterfall technique can be used, it is like creating one that changes the structure and control of a genin technique. The chakra consumed by the two is completely incomparable. Space is inherently changeable. Kamui is nothing more than Mangeky's own pupil technique, but since the ability of living in space, if you only rely on Mangeky's spatial pupil technique, it is really a waste of the attributes of the space in the body. This ability can transfer the opponent's ninjutsu into its own different space, and rearrange the ninjutsu structure. At this time, the master's molecular arrangement and structure of ninjutsu may be of no use to others, but as an intellectual with discipline and culture, after Obito knows this, it can be said that the level of understanding of this technique is no less than that of the person who originally developed this technique. Although Sharingan can also be copied, whether it is power, chakra, or control of ninjutsu, it is far from being as real as this. And Sharingan can't copy some high-level ninjutsu, such as Reikari, it can't be copied directly, and can only be quickly learned through Sharingan, so Suzuki later only got a weakened version of Reikari, Chidori. Of course, there are advantages and disadvantages. First of all, this ability cannot allow the ninjutsu of people who are too much higher than yourself to enter a different space. The collapse of space. Some ninjutsu similar to physical attacks, such as 8 inner gates, cannot be transferred to another space for research. This ability is like Obito's unique ability to copy space. Obito said listlessly, water-style waterfall technique. For this type of A-level ninjutsu, other people may think it is very powerful. The General Jainin is also used as a whole card, but at his level, the A-level ninjutsu is only used to test each other in the same level battle. That's all, he is not interested in anything. But others don't think so. What's happening here? Everyone thinks so, especially that Renin. I carefully noticed that the 3 Gojade in Obito's right eye slowly transformed into a strange shape. You belong to the Uchiha family, the ninja said in surprise. This masked man was added by Uchiha. Mayan Nagato was also surprised. The Uchiha family is well known in the ninja world, and the blood succession limit Sharingan can be described as a feared ability in several battles in the ninja world. Zionin's eyes lit up when he heard it, but it was not a surprised look, but rather happy because he knew some of Obito's identities. Are you Konoha's ninja? Nagato's face was a little embarrassed. His parents were accidentally killed by Konoha's ninja, so naturally he would not have a good impression of Konoha's ninja. Oh. Obito turned his head to see what Nagato looked like. What? What if there is something or not? What do you think you can do with your current status? Didn't you say that you want to communicate with people? Why, can't you even do it yourself? Hearing Obito saying this, Nagato suddenly choked on his throat and couldn't say anything. When I left Konoha, you were not born, so I don't want to know about you, and there is no need to know. Obito paused and continued. Nagato's dissatisfaction disappeared when he heard that the other party was obviously not Konoha's ninja, and if he hadn't been born when he left, then the death of his parents has nothing to do with the other party. What is so annoying others? What he hates is Konoha's ninja, and the strength of this one is obviously very strong, although he doesn't know how strong it is definitely not something he can deal with now. He didn't think that the opponent, such a strong man, would deceive himself, because there was no reason. Nagato was right, but in the end he was wrong. It is impossible for him to catch up in his life, even if he is close to Obito. Rinnegan is given by others, and what to surpass others? There is. Obito really deceived him so unscrupulously. Seeking flowers, evaluation votes, collection, if you think it's okay, you can give a little reward. In addition, if you have any valuable comments, I will seriously accept it in the book review department. Chapter 38. Chapter 38 Ninja Ashura. The development of things is always changeable. Uchiha's identity has been discovered, but nothing has changed too much. Rebel. That rebel had some doubts. It is also the question of Nagato Mayan Zionin. Obito turned his head slightly, and smiled gracefully. Is it rebellious? It shouldn't be counted, and I have nothing to do with Konoha's Uchiha family, and I'm not Konoha's ninja. To be honest, Obito doesn't know what he is now. Whether it is his Obito identity or the disguised Uchiha Madara identity, it has something to do with Konoha, but it's not Konoha's ninja. Konoha has no good feelings. Uchiha Madara's dislike is very simple, it is a pure dislike, something that belongs to oneself but not one's own. Madara is an ambitious hero, and this kind of thing happened to him, and it was a blow to his dignity. At that time, first Hokage Senju Hashirama had discouraged him when Madara left, hoping that he could stay. He also promised that he would inherit the seat of second Hokage, but Uchiha Madara refused. He could see that although Senju Hashirama was sincere, everyone outside of him did not want to see him. Uchiha Madara inherited this Hokage. Location. My own family does not support me. For Uchiha Madara, what are the sacrifices of my younger brother and my own efforts? So he hated this family, disliked this village, and left Konoha disheartenedly. But no one announced Uchiha Madara as Konoha's rebelliousness, no one dared to do so, no one could stand the anger of Uchiha Madara. In that era, as representatives of the pinnacle, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara represented gods. Even when Obito met Uchiha Madara later, he still had nothing to do with Konoha. Everyone thought that he had died in the original battle, so naturally he would not post any hunts. In this respect, it is very similar to Obito. Similarly, the people in the village also think that Obito is dead, so Obito is naturally not a betrayal. But to say that Obito is Konoha's ninja? It has been impossible since the moment of inheriting Uchiha Madara's legacy. Moreover, Obito himself has no good feelings for Konoha. The impression of being bullied by others when he was a child is still deep in his mind. Although it is just a memory, it is so real to him. So Obito is now in a very embarrassing and strange position. It is not a ninja who rebels and is not Konoha. Originally, Obito wanted to put such a mark on his forehead protector. After all, most of Akatsuki's people did this. He did it. This exception is not very good. It's just that Konoha didn't say that he wanted you to be wanted. It would be a bit nonsense to do so. Isn't rebellion? Hearing such an illogical statement, everyone's already strange Obito became even more mysterious. Am I being so important to you? Obito looked at the betrayal and asked slowly. Yes. It really doesn't matter whether the other party is rebellious or not. It is important how to live and survive in this world. The ninja of this era is naturally not a soft-hearted person. It can be said that it can be put in the future what a bad guy. He has done things like killing children and women, robbery, in order to survive. The world now is not as peaceful as the future generations, so there are still very few fools like Naruto, but not without them. Mi-Yan, standing next to him, is one of the members of the army of fools. Since the opponent belongs to Uchiha's family, it is basically impossible to win one-on-one, but today's purpose is only to hurt his body or clothing. But even though it belongs to Uchiha's family, the spatial ability just now is really terrible, and that pair is strictly prohibited. Yes. Those eyes. He finally knew why he always felt strange when he saw the other's Sharingan from the beginning. The look of those eyes was so strange. Normal Sharingan is not like this. He has also heard about the legends and rumors of the Uchiha family. There is only one possibility for this kind of eyes. Your eyes, are not ordinary Sharingan. He raised his hand stiffly, pointed at Obito, and said in a trembling tone. Oh? Did you just find out? It seems you still have some insights, Obito replied in an indifferent tone. The ninja froze and said, Mangeki Sharingan, is actually true. I didn't expect to be able to see this legendary eye. Who are you? The ninja who thought there was nothing wrong was scared after knowing that it was Mangeki Sharingan. Mangeki's reputation was so great that no one knew what Mangeki's specific abilities were. This kind of eyes hadn't appeared in the ninja world for a long time. It is absolutely impossible for you to be an unknown person with this kind of glasses. I have never heard of anyone wearing this kind of glasses in these years. As far as I know, those who have this kind of eyes. Ming Renren stopped suddenly. With a tone of fear, he asked, How old are you? Obito looked at the other party faintly, and when he looked at the other party and almost broke his heart, he said slightly, I have lived a long time, and there are some unimportant things that I can't remember, just like time. Hearing Obito's confession-like tone, the sweat on the forehead of the traitor grew more and more, and it continued to fall from his forehead to his face and flowed to his neck like a trace. The other party's tone is obviously a long time alive, and has Mangeki Sharingan, then there is only one person who fits. Join Konoha's first Hokage Senju Hashirama to quell the ninja of the turmoil, Uchiha Madara. No. Impossible. Aren't you dead? His heart is getting more and more panic. If the opponent is Uchiha Madara, let alone fight, he can't afford that kind of courage. He is not those little children. As an old ninja, he has been in Uchiha Madara since he was a child. Grew up under the legend of Senju Hashirama. Even if the two were dead at the time, it did not prevent the children of his time from fearing these two ninjas. They were not Konoha ninjas and naturally would not worship Senju Hashirama, and Uchiha Madara was known as Ninja Shura, fighting almost no livelihood. Uchiha Madara scared them more than Senju Hashirama. Although the rumors of the two have gradually disappeared, the shadow of the person and the name of the tree are simply gods to people of his generation. Seeking flowers, evaluation votes, collection. If you think it's okay, you can give a little reward. In addition, if you have any valuable comments, I will seriously accept it in the book review department. Chapter 39 Don't Eat Me. Chapter 39 Don't Eat Me. Hearing just a name makes the other person like this. Obito is a little surprised. Although he knows that Uchiha Madara's name is very useful for some older ninjas, he didn't expect it to be just a name. Lost the courage to fight. So Obito pretended to be forced. In a calm and profound tone, his head was tilted up 45 degrees, and his eyes were a little dazed, as if to recall something. Dead? Who saw it? Death is just a rumor after all. Mangeki Sharingan, you are. Renren looked very nervous, and even hesitated to speak. Uchiha Madara Obito directly said what the other party hadn't said yet. The traitor turned pale when he heard it, and he really felt completely different when he heard the other party say it. Uchiha Madara? Who is it? It's amazing, and Mangeki Sharingan, aren't they all Sharingan? Why do you get such a weird name? Naturally, he was talking about Mayan. From the first Mangeki Sharingan to the later Uchiha Madara, what he heard was half knowledge, but when he saw the reaction of the opponent's rebellious person, Uchiha Madara should be the masked man. Although I don't know what's going on, but it feels like it's amazing. When Nagato heard Uchiha Madara's name, he obviously felt a little familiar, but he couldn't remember it. As for Mangeki, he has heard of. So he explained to Miyan, Mangeki Sharingan, I just heard about it. It is said that the blood inheritance limit Sharingan of the Uchiha family has a level above the 3-Go Jade, that is, Mangeki Sharingan. The difference between Mangeki Sharingan and Sangu Jade is completely incomparable to that between Ergu and Sangu. It is a qualitative leap, but Mangeki Sharingan seems to only exist in the legend, and it has never been in the ninja world. Someone has seen it before. Miyan was surprised, so powerful. Although I don't know how it is, the Sharingan of the 3-Go Jade is already very difficult to deal with. Even if there is no legendary gap with the 3-Go Jade, it should be very powerful at a level above the 3-Go Jade. Nagato couldn't help thinking of his own Rinnegan. Of course, he didn't know that Rinnegan evolved from Sharingan, so he felt that the other party's Mangeki should be no smaller than his own Rinnegan. To be precise, Rinnegan of Nagato cannot play its original power with Ben. Originally, Rinnegan's abilities are complementary to Mangeki's abilities. Therefore, in some illusions, Mangeki already possesses strong illusion resistance, so Rinnegan did not strengthen much. It's just that Nagato doesn't have Mangeki, he just transplanted Rinnegan, so there is a big flaw in this aspect. Rinnegan also needs wood-style body and Mangeki's pupil power to support it to its maximum effect. Nagato does not have the same, so in fact, many Rinnegan pupil techniques that Uchiha Madara can use can be used with the support of his body. But Nagato can't use it. For example, if the meteorite falls from the sky, Nagato can't use it. Nagato just got Rinnegan's own ability. It can be said that the Nagato given by Uchiha Madara is just a pair of eyes. The true pupil power and the essence of various abilities are prepared to be left to Obito. Growing too fast is not a good thing for Madara. It's easy to cause personal pride, and he doesn't want Obito to repeat the same mistakes he did when he was young. Although Rinnegan can give Obito directly, it is completely different from the Mangeki that Obito is made step by step, the eternal Mangeki, and finally to Rin Egan. Regardless of whether it is power or master, one is relying on other people's things, the other is own, and the two are completely different situations. Uchiha Madara believes that Obito will be able to open Rin Egan with his own eyes one day, plus, he has left most of the pupil power and ability of his eyes. At that time, what kind of power Obito's Rin Egan has is unknown, but in terms of results, it is definitely much stronger than his own Rin Egan. Even so, Nagato Rinnegan's ability is still terrifying. But compared to Obito's abilities, it's still a lot worse. Not to mention that Obito can drive Rin Egan in the future, even if Obito's eternal Mangeki is opened, it will definitely not be less than Nagato's. Rin Egan is completely weak. If Uchiha Madara's pupil power is absorbed, plus the various abilities in it, it is definitely stronger than Rin Egan. Furthermore, Obito has a wood style that has not yet been fully developed, which has some advantages over Uchiha Madara, who has the eternal Mangeki. Space. Needless to say, there are not many ninjas in Master Space since ancient times. Obito can be said to be the best talent in all. The last one, time. About this ability, Obito himself is not good to say anything. Even he himself thinks that this ability is too mysterious. He has no idea about this ability, and he doesn't know how far it will develop when he gets it. But he always feels that the ability of time is the most important and outstanding ability in him. Although the conditions for activation are more demanding, some of the abilities revealed are only a little bit, but it is just that, but it makes him feel pervert. Whether it's immortality, giving others time, taking other people's time, or transforming the body, or slowing down the other person's speed of action. So for Obito, the new abilities are not very important to him, because no matter which abilities in his body are passed out, they can make the existence of the famous party. For him, the main thing now is continuous develop and redevelop one's own capabilities. He is the youngest. After hearing the conversation, Conan only cares about these. Although he doesn't care about his age, even if Obito is very old, it will not change Xiaonan's kindness to Obito. Changes, but women are born to be particularly sensitive to the issue of age. But, he seems to be something incredible. Conan thinks like this. The ninja became more and more frightened after hearing that the other party was Uchiha Madara, and shaking his head with both hands, it seemed that something terrible had been thought of, and Obito looked strange. The other person's expression was very rich and weird, which made Dr. Obito see it in the mist. I saw that the blue veins on the face of the other party were exposed at this time, and his face was full of tension and madness, and suddenly shouted, "Don't eat me!" Seeking flowers, evaluation votes, collection, if you think it's okay, you can give a little reward. In addition, if you have any valuable comments, I will seriously accept it in the book review department. Chapter 40 Uchiha Madara can eat people. Chapter 40 Uchiha Madara can eat people. Hearing a shout from the other party, everyone's eyes were attracted to the traitor. Obito also heard the sentence that seemed very different from the current situation. Some did not believe what he heard, and asked, "What did you just say? Who are you talking to?" The traitor took a deep breath, as if he was willing to give up something, and yelled at Obito, "I said, you can kill or scrape, but don't eat me, this is my last request." Looking at the other party's serious look, Obito clearly felt that the other party was not joking. "Why should I eat you?" Obito asked with some confusion. "Please don't eat me." The Renin still said so. "Hey, Nagato. This guy said he's going to eat that rebel uncle. That masked, doesn't like men? Or is he meant to be a woman? But his vision is too great. Not bad." Miyan asked Nagato strangely. Nagato didn't know what to say when he heard it. He was just stunned. He seemed to be a man, right? "Did you eat that middle-aged uncle?" Thinking of the legendary taboo, Nagato took 2 steps back unconsciously. Xiaonan cursed directly at Mi Yan. What are you talking about, stupid? How can someone who is obviously a man be a woman, and who likes a man, how can he? It should be impossible. Xiaonan had seen the other person, so naturally I knew Obito was a man. Originally, Xiaonan was righteous and retorted, but at the end, he stopped slightly. Instead, he changed his tone of doubt. After speaking, he kept his eyes open. Obito, you don't really like men, Xiaonan thought with disappointment. How can you do this? Men like men. How could this be? Obviously I am so beautiful. This is the portrayal of Xiaonan's heart now. Hearing the conversation between Xiaonan and several people, Obito felt that something would break if he didn't explain anything, especially when Xiaonan looked at him in the eyes. The resentment was too great. It made Obito a little bit inexplicable. I said the betrayal over there, first say yes, my sexual orientation is absolutely no problem, I will not like men. Obito explained a little speechlessly. The Uncle Renren over there may not be able to catch up with the trend, and he didn't think that his previous words would have any special meaning. Hearing what Obito said, he was just shocked, and then replied, "What are you talking about? Who likes men? My sexuality is absolutely fine." Call. Obito and Xiaonan exhaled at the same time. Obito thinks that he finally didn't get a BL attribute in front of his subordinates in the future, but Mi Yan and Nagato are a little narcissistic. They are afraid that Obito will look at them, their strength is not as good as others, and they don't know what they look like. So, I'm afraid of being pushed by Obito. As for Xiaonan, she explained to herself that she didn't want this same sick teenager who felt like a loved one to embark on a path of no return between men and men. I don't know what I think in the end. At this moment, the traitor said again, I mean, don't eat me. You can't eat them raw, boiled, or roasted. If you want to kill me, just kill me directly, don't defeat me and make me so painful in the future. Die. Upon hearing this, the eyes of Mi Yan and the others when looking at Obito changed again. Eat live people raw? This hobby is too pervert, right? Mi Yan looked very scared. Although he is usually very arrogant, he is actually a fool who is outright bullying and afraid of hardship. He seemed to have offended this masked man before, and he was afraid that the other party would also eat himself. Nagato really feels that this hobby, seems too abnormal, don't advocate it. Xiaonan kept talking about how to fix Obito's bad problem, cannibalism is illegal. Mi Yan whispered. Obito was already black, and when Mi Yan said this, he turned his head and looked at him murderously. This kid has too many mouths, he doesn't mind killing him now. Mi Yan was so scared that she immediately hid. It seems that it won't work if you don't explain it. This betrayal is really troublesome. It's okay to talk so much nonsense, it's all rumors. They are all fake. Where does the cannibal come from? Where is such a strange hobby? Obito gritted his teeth and said to the traitor, where did you hear it? When did I eat people? The traitor thought for a while, then hesitated and said, my mother said, don't think you do these cannibal things, no one knows. Your mom. Obito is a little strange, her mother knows the teacher? Yes, the mother of my child at that age will say as long as the child is disobedient, and if he is disobedient, I will send you to Uchiha Madara. FK. Obito couldn't help but want to swear when he heard it. Where is the IQ? Did you believe it so obviously? It's no wonder that after so many years of mixing up, I finally got mixed up with a betrayal. It really deserves it. And his mother, did you teach children like this? Don't tell others all the truth? Seems to be wrong. Finally, teacher. What exactly did you do back then? It is actually used by various mothers as the opposite of educating children. Seeing other people's eyes on him getting more and more weird, Obito said, I don't have any deep hatred with him, and there is no special reason. Eat him raw, Do you believe it? In this way, Xiaonan thought about it for a while. It's okay. Who likes to eat people, or eat them raw? It's no good. You just can eat people. At this moment, the voice of the betrayer came again. Obito turned his head, Manjiki in his eyes slowly began to turn. I didn't bother to say it, just kill it. Are you trying to kill my mother? Just because she told the truth? But it's a pity that she has passed away and you have no chance. Obito was a little speechless. He probably wanted to kill Uchiha Madara instead of him. After all, Uchiha Madara's reputation was black, but now this silly betrayal is indeed slandering himself. Obito said helplessly, what your mother said is a lie to you. Obito decided that he still had to explain about the morals. Although the teacher is black, his current identity is Uchiha Madara after all. When everyone is unknown, he is no different from saying that he is. When the traitor heard his face flushed, he said, you nonsense, my mother won't lie to me. Alas, it's terrible to have no culture. When talking to the other party, a sense of superiority in IQ is born spontaneously. As an intellectual and a PhD, he deeply felt that he was great. Seeking flowers, evaluation votes, collection, if you think it's okay, you can give a little reward. In addition, if you have any valuable comments, I will seriously accept it in the book review department. Chapter 41. Chapter 41. The name scares you to death. Obito, as the heir of Uchiha Madara, can also be said that he is now Uchiha Madara. He feels very stressed. How many FG things did the teacher do before to make people so scared? The previous Renren, at first glance, was quite mature and steady, and he also had a good performance in knowledge and cognition, but it was his childhood education and growth. It's ruined. Feudal superstition is not credible. What? Uchiha Madara cannibalism is completely imaginary, so it is the motherland to rejuvenate the country through science and education, er. Looking at the betrayal in front of him, it was obvious that he didn't believe that it was AFG, his mother's words deceived her. Obito wondered how this mother became a Ying's child is pretty good, but looking at the uncle in front of this, there are obvious signs of being broken when he was a child. Rebellion saw Obito still talking about his mother, and was furious at the moment. You cannibal pervert! Monster! I fight with you, and I will destroy you on behalf of justice. I'm not Uchiha Madara. Obito now regrets that he is Uchiha Madara before, and looking at the situation, he is a completely unscrupulous character. Hearing the name Uchiha Madara, the rebel's neck shrank. Obviously, he was shocked by the name again. Then I heard Obito's words. Don't lie to me, you are Uchiha Madara. Don't let me relax. Seeing how useful this name is, Obito is also very emotional, but on the issue of cannibalism, it is still necessary to deal with it. If he is too lazy to explain it alone, it is not only related to death. The reputation of the teacher is also related to the dignity of the subordinates in the future. Well, actually the previous one is not very important. Obito summa whole thought. You man-eating monster. No one knows what you think, although you are great. One day, all the righteous people will come together to eradicate your evil pervert. Today I will destroy you on behalf of justice, even if I will today. Shut up. Can't stand it anymore. What pervert, what monster, it's not that I am Uchiha Madara, okay? No. The teacher has never done it. It still represents justice? Why don't you wipe out me on behalf of the moon? Go to the wrong world. So. Uchiha Obito was angry. He was angry. So the consequences were serious. In the horrified eyes of Mayan and the rebellious person, it was originally a drizzle sky, and in an instant it was dark clouds and lightning, and bursts of thunder continued to stimulate everyone's weak nerves. Coupled with Obito's murderous eyes with no expression, it really gives people a feeling of Shura. You also said that you are not Uchiha Madara, this kind of aura of the Shura version, except for Uchiha Madara, there is no other person who can have it. Obito can't help but smile. The old paper is what happened to Uchiha Madara. The old paper just loves to eat people. It's meowing, and there is so much nonsense about tell you that you are dead today. Wood-style bondage technique. Just when everyone didn't react, trees and vines suddenly appeared around Renren. Unlike ordinary trees and vines, Obito's wood style looks very, well, nouveau riche, like gold color, but not very shiny, but ordinary, noble and strange, but it does exist. The vines that appeared were not very thick, but no matter how much the trader twisted, he couldn't get rid of it. Wood style? You. The trader was surprised when he saw wood style. If Uchiha Madara's Mangeki Sharingan was so terrible that he couldn't help himself, then he defeated Uchiha Madara's wood style and he was indeed as capable as an immortal. But these two abilities appeared in one person at the same time, and how could people survive with the addition of the previous spatial abilities? If you let him know that Obito still has the ability to time, I guess he will be crazy. Don't give the trader any time to speak or think. The body slowly floated into the air. It was not a gravitational ability. Obito, as the person with the strongest spatial talent in history, used his fine control ability to slowly move his space upwards. In a blink of an eye, I was in the sky above the thunder and lightning. This trick is a unicorn that Obito has developed a long time ago. The sound of thunder in the sky kept remembering, and the lightning began to merge, and in the eyes of everyone, it turned into a giant, and roared bursts of roar. Lightning style Upanishad Kirin. Kirin. Everyone looked at the giant monster. It was indeed the appearance of the sacred beast, the unicorn, and looked at this power. It should be like the name, the power is amazing. Fire style. It's another secret. Everyone's mouth twitched. Where are so many big tricks? Especially that Renren is the most serious. What are you kidding about? I think too much of myself, too profound meanings. This is Cage Level's move to decide victory. I'm just a quasi-shadow. It's nothing. One puts back two together. Fall with thunder. Obito said lightly. The first thing that came down was an astonishing mass of flames, continuously burning everything around it slowly. Mayan Zion and Nagato had already been far away from this land when Obito floated into the air. Feeling the aftermath of the flame, just the heat makes people feel that they can't breathe at all. What kind of power should the center of the flame have? Nagato also turned pale. Even if his current hungry kid absorbs a flame of this level of power, it will not work. Maybe when he absorbs it, it will be overwhelmed by the flame. Everyone looked at the sea of flames in front of them, wondering what they were thinking about. At this moment, the roar of the sky was another yell, following Obito's wave. The huge thunder and lightning unicorn rushed down quickly, and the naked eye could not capture the speed of the unicorn. This is why Kylin is called the same as Amaterasu. It is an unavoidable move. The lightning speed is so fast that it does not give people time to react. Seeking flowers, evaluation votes, collection. If you think it's okay, you can give a little reward. Chapter 42 I'm really not Uchiha Madara. Chapter 42 I'm really not Uchiha Madara. With the thunderous roar of the unicorn, a huge cracking sound is legendary on the earth. Nagato and the others had already covered their ears. Although the Kirin's attack range is not as large as the fire extinguishing, but the same is not small. The violent fire extinguishing gives people an irresistible trend in volume, while the Kirin shocks people when it touches the ground. Explode. Lei is the most destructive among the 5 attributes. Generally speaking, the louder the explosion, the greater the power it represents. The profound meaning of the unicorn is like this. Originally dealing with such a quasi-shadow character, there is no need to release the secrets in this way. The most trouble-free is a space ninjutsu sneak attack. When the opponent does not understand it at all, it can be solved, or it is to use wood who is not fully master. Style is bound, and then it's done with shuriken. Even if it is the profound meaning, it is better to extinguish the fire or choose one of the unicorns, but the purpose of this battle is not to kill the ninja, but to leave an impression of strength on the elders. Therefore, although the space is powerful, it is not suitable for use in this battle. At most, it will be shown to people. See, the old paper is capable of space ninjutsu. How can you be scared? As for wood style, the current Obito is only a preliminary master. Those high-level wood style ninjutsus are completely unsuccessful. There is no need to take it out to shame, so the effect is the same as space ninjutsu. Looking at the old paper will not only know space, but also wood style. How about it, right? The rest of the time, Obito is really reluctant, use some and use less, although it can be recovered, but it will take a long time. How can it be used on this kind of choppy that is damaged by mother's play? As for the magnificent and powerful moves, Obito also chose fire fighting and Kirin. He wanted to have another wind-style spiral shuriken, but this wind-style's profound meaning, he was also a master not long, and he was not very skilled. Once I missed it, that face was really lost, and the previous pretense was in vain. Boom boom boom. The earth was like an earthquake. Even the people of Nagato who were standing in the distance felt the ground trembling, and their stature was also a little unstable. Huge smoke and dust floated out from the place where it was sent, and after a long time, the loud noise finally stopped. Several people looked forward curiously. The place where the original battle took place, there were still grass and woods like before, all turned into pieces of gravel of various sizes. On the largest piece of gravel in the middle, Obito stood quietly on the tip of the stone, staring at the three of them plainly. Well, that Renin, won't he really be eaten? He squinted a little curiously. Obito's face turned black when he heard it. I was so angry by the pervert monster just now, I forgot to explain it last. Xiaonan cursed, idiot, the fighting here has become like this. Do you think that ninja's body will still be intact? Looking at the terrain before the complete subversion, Nagato nodded in agreement. Xiao Nanming is still sensible, but I can't guarantee this habit of cannibalism. Say, Xiao Nan looked at Obito with a gentle face and a look that I believed in you. It made Nagato and Miyan a little convulsed. This is Xionin. Xionin is very indifferent to other people, even though they are both recognized as companions by Xionin, they haven't seen them. I was gentle once. Do you like people who like this kind of cannibalism? Still some mystery? They certainly don't understand Conan's sense of identification with Obito. Women's thoughts are really weird. So the two sighed at the same time. Alas, boy, you deserve to be single for a lifetime. Right. Miyan suddenly cried out strangely. He seemed to say something before he killed that ninja. The old paper is about cannibalism. Could it be that I heard it wrong? Obito heard. The corners of the mouth are another. Nagato also has some doubts, it seems that I heard it too. Conan didn't speak, all three of them looked at Obito with strange eyes. FK, this festival is ruined. That. Actually, I am not Uchiha Madara. Obito said helplessly. It's just that the eyes of the three of them are all the kind of eyes that don't believe in themselves. What a novelty, the traitor just now said that you were Uchiha Madara even before he died, and he was scolded by Uchiha Madara. If you weren't him, what excitement would you be? I'm really not Uchiha Madara. Looking at several people, it was confirmed that he was Uchiha Madara's eyes. Obito felt a pain in the muscles on his face. These days, no one believes the truth. At this time, not far from a few people, the ground suddenly loosened, and a black and white humanoid creature slowly appeared from the ground. Master Madara said respectfully. Miyan and the others were surprised at first, but someone appeared next to them. They didn't know at all, indicating that the strength of the other party was more than that of them. After hearing the others' first words, The three slowly turned their heads at the same time, looking at Obito with contempt. Look, this person is your subordinate at first glance. They call you Madara, so what else do you deny? Obito just wanted to lick himself. He said at the time that he could not reveal his identity in front of outsiders, and the title of Madara became better. Good, now, I was tricked by myself. Never, it doesn't matter, you tell them if I am Uchiha Madara. Ju-wei was taken aback. He didn't understand what Obito was going to do, thinking that these people didn't believe that Obito was Uchiha Madara and wanted to use Madara's name to subdue each other. So I said, of course you are Madara-sama, I think back then. Stop it. Obito saw that a few people looked at him with even more contempt, and immediately said. As soon as he wanted to blow up something and deepen the facts of the matter, Obito interrupted him and looked at Obito with a puzzled look. Damn it! Looking at Ju's innocent look, Obito really wants to go up and slap a few. Just tell them I'm not Uchiha Madara, it's okay to be honest. After listening to it, I looked at Nagato and Miyan, it was not right in the plan. Didn't Obito-sama say that it is easy to use the name of Madara? This Miyan. Master Obito said that the dying man is not for him. The rest is Nagato and the female ninja named Zionin over there. But why did it suddenly change? There is no reason. Seeking flowers, evaluation votes, collection, if you think it's okay, you can give a little reward. In addition, if you have any valuable comments, I will seriously accept it in the book review department. Chapter 43. Chapter 43 Recovery of Memory. Naturally, I don't understand that the title of Madara has given Obito the title of a cannibalism. You are not Madara-sama. Although the reason is definitely not clear, the master's order was there, and he had to tell the truth. Have you seen, what kind of look is this? Obito just talked to a few people and found that their contempt had not diminished or disappeared, but had worsened. This is obviously what you forced others to say. All three think so. Although I don't know why these three people want to despise Master Obito, if you keep it in the past, you will go straight up without saying a word. But, of these three people, two are future colleagues. Although he doesn't mind killing them, Master Obito would not agree. As for Miyan, the goods that will die sooner or later. Whether it is Obito or Absolute, I don't care much about Miyan. He's really not Uchiha Madara. Hesitated for a while and said it. Since Master Obito said it was all right, he should be fine if he said it, but he didn't dare to name Obito without giving Obito's signal. But that's what Nagato Miyan thinks. Being a subordinate is not easy. Obviously, you have to help your boss tell lies. The dignity of the strong is exhausted. As for Zionin, no matter what Obito is, there will be no big changes. Just like your family, even if you are a wicked person, your family is your family after all. Unless you abandon them, you won't be treated specially. Yours. For Zionin, her family is dead. It's a sense of intimacy. Zionin doesn't know it. In fact, she already regards Obito as her family in her heart, and she unconsciously wants to rely on him, just like what happened before. The same. But that's it, Xiaonan is also quite curious about Obito's habit of eating alive people. People, all have 8 trigrams. Well, I'm Uchiha Madara. Although others can't see it, he still curled his lips and said. Miyan and several people immediately had such an expression, which made Obito feel sad. This world has lived up to the past, and no one believes the truth. Jukan's face was stunned. What's the situation? One is for a while and the other is not, what is going on? Absolutely immediately asked, Master Madara, what happened to the battle just now? For so long, even though I know you will not be in any danger, I hesitated for a while, I rushed over. Obito's mouth twitched. What is meant by hesitation? Do you want me to die? Since you saw the battle, why didn't you come over at the beginning? Obito asked instructively. But even if it never comes over, it still has to shoot by itself, this time it is to reflect its own strength. Obito knew that he would never betray him, but he was very curious what he thought. Seeing Obito teaching himself, he never dared to speak, and said slowly after a while, "Didn't you let me be all right? Don't bother you. When will I? If you forget about this, I won't blame you." Obito said suddenly and generously. So generous? Several people in Nagato saw it and thought. Not only do I admire Obito's mind, but it is a great sin for the leader to not come to help when the leader encounters a battle, but Obito has taken it all over. If he does not have that strange habit, he is a benevolent person. But he despised Obito in his heart. He knew that it was 80% of Obito who remembered what he had said before, and then took it so. Make others look so great, FK. Yellow-haired kid, I ask you, with whom is Madara-sama fighting? Black Zetsu's unique cruel and terrifying voice came out. Although he is respectful in front of Obito, it is not like that in front of others. He always speaks with murderous intentions unconsciously, even his companions. This is innate and there is no way to change. Miyan Nagato was taken aback by this strange transformation. How does this person change his face and sing Peking opera? Both of them turned pale at the moment, but Xiaonan was standing behind Obito, so he didn't feel the kind of killing intent. Miyan held back the tremor in her heart and said, "A traitor, quasi-cage level." Quaining. Ju's eyes lit up. "Where is the body?" Definitely asked anxiously. "Ah. The body is gone." Miyan replied. "Gone. Gone." I took a look at the surrounding landscape, and definitely reacted right away. I turned my head and looked at Obito bitterly. The corpse was very important to him. After the absorption, White Zetsu's split speeded up a lot. Obito didn't expect this at the time, so he turned his head and didn't see it. "What do you want the corpse for?" Nagato was puzzled. "I have eaten, it will be annoying," and the answer is very concise. 8. After hearing the answer, several people opened their mouths wide, and then looked at Obito. Sure enough, he can eat people, otherwise his subordinates also like to eat people. Obito can't help but want to quit a few times when he sees that now, it's fine, and there is no opportunity to explain it. Uchiha Madara cannibalism is considered a fact in the eyes of these little ghosts. Absolutely, restore his memory. Regarding the matter of ethics, since there is no turning back, let's do it in advance. Memory. Whose? Several people were puzzled. Ju went to Nagato and said, "Wait, don't move, forget it, if you move, you can't move." "What are you talking about, you fellow?" Miyan yelled from the side. "Don't be impulsive, I do feel familiar when I hear Uchiha Madara's name, and do you think resistance is useful?" Nagato said heavily. "Yes, much better than the little devil who only knows how to rush. Then, let's start," Ju said with a smile. Nagato nodded when he saw it. I saw a black mist slowly drifting from Black Zetsu's body, towards the elders. The elders looked painful, constantly gritted their teeth and endured the suffering, and finally fell to the ground in pain, clutching their heads and tumbling constantly. After a long time, Nagato slowly regained consciousness. After opening his eyes, he immediately looked in Obito's direction. Respectfully said, "Master Madara, thank you. It's not just a few other people, but Obito himself is a little dizzy, and it's completely out of line with the plan. Seeking flowers, evaluation votes, collection, if you think it's okay, you can give a little reward. In addition, if you have any valuable comments, I will seriously accept it in the book review department. The 4 chapters have been updated today. That's okay. So, I'm asking for a reward, and I'm asking for a collection and evaluation of flowers. In fact, I occasionally want 0.0 on the homepage of the last time. Thank you for your support, okay? Chapter 44. Chapter 44, the so-called gratitude. Nagato greeted Obito respectfully as soon as he got up, which made Obito very strange. This is not right. According to memory, he should only think of Madara and Ju, which has nothing to do with him. It seems that he thinks of himself as Uchiha Madara. What is the reason? In fact, Nagato's restored memory is only a rough idea, because Rinnegan was not very old when he was transplanted. This is the case of the human growth cycle. If you are asked to recall things about 2 or 3 years old now, how much can you remember? Even if you have a deep impression, you can only think of a rough idea, right? It is impossible to remember all specific things, and the same is true for Nagato. He only remembered a person named Uchiha Madara, selected him and gave him power, the power named Rinnegan. I don't remember the specific appearance of the opponent clearly, but he also has long hair. The most impressive thing is that he is unique. That pair of eyes are different from ordinary people. Coupled with the incidents of Obito just now, Nagato has determined that Obito is the benefactor who gave him Rinnegan. Uchiha Madara is undoubtedly. For Nagato, Rinnegan is his foundation and saved him many times. He himself is proud of these eyes, and these are all given to him by Uchiha Madara. For him, Madara has reinvented him. Yep. As for why Nagato's attitude has a tone that does not violate Obito, Obito understands it. He was not a good person. When Ju ordered him, he would imprint a soul mark on Ju's body, and he asked Ju to add the soul mark to him when he restored his memory. Otherwise, it's just to restore the memory, it's impossible to be so miserable, only the invading deep within the soul will have such pain. Although it is just one, it does not make the current Nagato become loyal to Xiangju, but this is just a seed. If Nagato agrees with Obito in the future, the seed will slowly deepen. In the end it becomes 100% loyal. This was Obito's plan from the beginning. But now, Obito's eyes brightened. Originally, he wanted to use Uchiha Madara's successor status to deepen the other's goodwill and identification with him. In the end, his loyalty was only a matter of time. Now the other party really wants to regard himself as Uchiha Madara completely, so this kind of loyalty can be described as very high, although it is not 100%, but after a short period of time, it will follow the same words as absolutely. It can be said that a lot of time has been saved. This kind of soul imprint does not have any strange side effects. In the sense of absolute obedience to Obito himself, the personality and will of those people dream of everything will not change much. The original soul imprint is naturally not so powerful, but Obito discovered these by himself, and later asked the system, only to realize that it was the system that helped to make the changes. Obito originally felt that this cheating system, except for the actions of Nine Tails, seemed to give no rewards for other tasks, and felt a little stingy. But the obscurity of the system gave him an enhancement. Obito felt that this system was good except for releasing those strange and demanding tasks. With the shy personality, it would be interesting to have nothing to do with it. Master Madara, your eyes now. Nagato had some questions. Why not Rinnegan? Obito was startled when he heard that. He also knew that Nagato cares about him now, but Obito really does not have Rinnegan. Although there is no need to explain, he is now Uchiha Madara. The strength hasn't fully recovered yet, so now my eyes are still Sharingan. Nagato heard a little anxiously, then Madara-sama, I will return my Rinnegan to you. How can this be done? What if Madara-sama is in danger? After all, it is as if he is going to gouge his own eyes. The current Nagato is not the Nagato before there was no soul imprinting and memory recovery. For him now, Obito is the priority in everything. Obito was a little moved when he heard the words, but he endured it and waved his hand to stop Nagato. No need, Rinnegan gave it to you and put it here, but you don't want to lose face with this power. The direct absorption of Rinnegan naturally has the benefit of rapid advancement, but Obito's own ability that could have been advanced to Rin-Egan will disappear. And this can be regarded as something foreign, unlike the direct pupil absorption. There will definitely be some restrictions on his future growth. Obito understands that Uchiha Madara naturally thought of this, so he did not directly hand his eyes to him, and he would naturally not fail the teacher's painstaking efforts. Master Madara. Nagato was a little touched. He thought that Obito did this because he was afraid that he had no strength to defend himself. The imprinted fit of the soul in his heart has deepened, and he is about to reach the point of complete integration. The conversation between the two really scared Xiaonan and Mi Yan. Isn't it peak state? How strong is the original strength? Nagato's Rin-Egan also knows that they are the eyes that the legendary Sage of Six Paths has. They were actually given by the person in front of them. It sounds as if the eyes were originally his own. Then, isn't it the same as Sage of Six Paths? Master Madara, I don't know what I have to do this time. If I don't dislike my low power, Nagato is willing to do a little bit. Nagato said with a serious face, even if Obito asked him to assassinate the big names of the 5 great nations at this time, he would not frown. The change back and forth is so great that Obito can't help but feel a little dumb. Is this the so-called gratitude? Waved his hand, shook his head and said, no need to be like that. This time I just come here to see how far you have grown. To be honest, Nagato, who you are now, makes me very disappointed. When Nagato heard it, his face was ashamed, and he lowered his head and did not dare to look up at Obito. Well, although you are considered good at this age, you have to remember that because you are the person I value, you can't be self-satisfied because of this point. If people have such feelings, then they will disappear back to the original. Motivated? Obito said earnestly. I see, Lord Madara. Nagato answered with a serious face. He just wants to work hard, he doesn't want to lose face in front of Obito and let the other person down. He always has a feeling in his heart that Obito is going to do something. He doesn't want to be a burden when he stays with Obito in the future. A burden? He should protect Obito. Seeking flowers, evaluation votes, collection, if you think it's okay, you can give a little reward. In addition, if you have any valuable comments, I will seriously accept it in the book review department. Chapter 45. Chapter 45. Can I see you again? Obito sighed slightly when he saw what Nagato was like at this time. There are gains and losses. The original plan, to fully conquer Nagato, would take some time. But now, it is so simple to complete, although it is a bit unexpected, but it is reasonable to review before carefully. Nagato regards himself as Uchiha Madara. If it weren't for the trouble with the rebels before, I guess Nagato is not so sure that Obito is Uchiha Madara. In this case, the soul branding effect is not very deep, but the previous behavior of Renin has basically confirmed that Obito is Uchiha Madara. With the addition of Ju out, I almost completely believe it. After restoring the memory, what he saw before hesitating was naturally extremely loyal to Obito. In this way, even if he was told that he was not Uchiha Madara, the imprint of the deep soul could not change anything. Speaking out, Obito himself feels a little bit ridiculous, because the disadvantage is that he is now a cannibal pervert. There is another point about the ghetto statue. Not to mention the chakra consumed by this thing, it also has vitality. Naturally, it is not afraid, but the danger of using the ghetto statue for the first time is great. This kind of thing, naturally, just let Nagato do it. Looking down at Nagato, who looked seriously concerned, Obito really felt that he was getting worse and worse. Although Rin-Egan of Nagato can summoning ghetto statue, he is only summoned. The real right to use the ghetto statue originally belonged to Uchiha Madara. Madara gave Nagato Rin-Egan a hand. Unlike the original, it is not that you can completely control the ghetto statue by owning Rin-Egan, but just borrow it. Uchiha Madara handed over the real control to Obito a long time ago, but Obito didn't know it. When he absorbed the pupil power left by Madara and opened Mangeki, Obito would understand that he had absolute control over the Gedo statue. Now he just probably knows that Nagato can't control the Gedo statue at all. Uchiha Madara once told him that the Gedo statue is reserved for him. But what is going on, Obito is not too clear. However, this kind of thing will naturally be understood at that time. Now things here are almost the same. The main task now is to find the dragon veins as soon as possible. After a year, I don't know if I can reach the Super Shadow level, but Cage the peak of the level must be reached, because at that time may you face more than just a Cage level intermediate. Or the advanced 4th generation, and a 3rd Hokage that is sure to be a Cage level high-end, plus Jiraiya, the strength really needs to be improved. Dragon veins are the fastest choice. For Obito, the obstacles to advanced strength do not exist, and the ability of time can be accelerated. This completely solves this problem. What is needed is these chakras that support the ability of time. If you reach the pinnacle of Cage level, Obito can be said to be basically afraid of nothing. With his many abilities, he even has the confidence to fight Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. Although defeat is inevitable, this is Obito's confidence. Generally speaking, it is basically impossible to face the Super Shadow even at the peak of Cage level, but Obito can do it. This is his madness and arrogance. So now is the time to leave. Master Madara, are you leaving? Nagato seemed to see Obito's intentions and asked nervously. Well, things are almost here. It's time to leave. Obito said. Nagato was immediately anxious when he heard this. Master Madara, I will go with you. Nagato. Miyan next to him was surprised. Even Xiaonan looked at Nagato slightly. She actually planned to go together, but she didn't say anything. Poor Miyan, never thought that his two companions had plans to follow each other. Miyan didn't have a good opinion of Obito, and some only had fear. Obito not only broke his ideals, but also the other side's terrorism, especially cannibalism. Miyan trembled all over. After all, Obito was hacked. So Miyan is disgusted with being with Obito. Sorry Miyan, I have to follow Madara Lord. I just realized that I exist for Lord Madara. Therefore, Miyan is not as good as we are together. It should be our honor to serve Madara Lord. Nagato explained to Miyan while persuading Miyan to join. Miyan hesitated, looking at Xiaonan's gaze next to him. Xiaonan obviously wanted to go together, and the other party was indeed very strong. As for the goal, you can follow and observe first. Obito was immediately anxious when he saw Miyan's hesitation. He probably guessed what Miyan thought. What are you kidding about? What do you want this kind of waste? Seeing this, I still want to observe and observe myself. Are you wrong? I can't look down on you as a second hand, but are you here to pick and choose? When the time comes to war with others, this kind of second force has always pitted oneself. Therefore, Miyan is absolutely unacceptable. Besides, it has a great effect on the transformation of Nagato. No, now your strength is too low, and I can only do this by myself. Obito didn't deceive people. He really could only do things about the dragon veins himself. Not many people in the world knew about this kind of secret thing, and there was absolutely no benefit to knowing more people. Even if it was absolute, Obito didn't tell him what the dragon vein was like, but just ordered him to investigate. And Miyan. This kid is not dead yet. Konan has enough Xingxing, but Nagato hasn't reached what he was after. In other words, the current Nagato is not qualified, like Orochimaru. No, the ideological consciousness of later generations is a huge obstacle to what we will do in the future. But from Nagato, several people heard that they felt that their strength was too low. Nagato clenched his fists, and kept telling himself that he wanted to become stronger. My current self is not even qualified to follow in the footsteps of Madara. Miyan breathed a sigh of relief, which was rather happy for him. In fact, neither of them knows that one is not a question of strength, but a character, and the other is really not a good thing. If you go with Obito at this time, you might be spared the fate of death later. Xiaonan next to him was also a little disappointed in his eyes. Can I see you again? Xiaonan hesitated for a long time, but still said what was in his heart. Nagatomo-yan was surprised to see Xiaonan this way, speechless. They had never seen this kind of Xionin, and seemed to be reluctant to bear each other. But it seems that this is the first time the two met. How can this feeling resemble the difference between two lovers? Seeking flowers, evaluation votes, collection. If you think it's okay, you can give a little reward. In addition, if you have any valuable comments, I will seriously accept it in the book review department. Chapter 46 at Ring. Chapter 46 at Ring. Obito was also a little surprised to see Xiaonan's performance like that. That kind of reluctance is not artificial, but a real reflection in Xiaonan's heart at this time, Obito can see. It was because I saw that it was not artificial, so I felt surprised. In his previous life, Obito only knew about research, whether there was research or research, so he didn't know much about these things about men and women. Just like Red, if it weren't for the accidental sighting, Obito couldn't have developed so fast with Red. Xionin's eyes seemed a bit puzzled to Obito now, and he had a sense of cordiality and dependence on Obito, and some feeling like Red when he was with Hong. In fact, neither of them knew that they both had a good impression of themselves. Xiaonan is a girl who has experienced the death of her parents, so she can't tell what kind of feeling it is, and she has no experience in love, so she didn't notice it. As for Obito, on the one hand, I don't understand. On the other hand, Obito now puts most of his thoughts on becoming stronger. Obito does not care about the rest. This is the purpose in Obito's heart. If there is no power to talk about ideals, talk about feelings, talk about protection. I have to say that Obito's idea is indeed right, just like many other people, such as Suzuki, when they want to become stronger, after a disaster, even if they become stronger, nothing can be restored. Looking at Xiaonan's eager eyes, Obito hesitated for a while and said, I will naturally have a chance to see when my business is finished. Xiaonan was happy from the bottom of her heart when she heard that there was a chance to see you again. I will wait for you. Xiaonan, who has always been known for his indifference, couldn't help but flushed his face after uttering these somewhat explicit remarks and turned his head to the side. Today, she seems to be very different from usual, and she feels it herself, all because of Obito in front of her. Nagato and Miyan were already numb, they had never seen cold Xiaonan still have such a shy side. What's happening here? Obito is strange, a woman, said this, even if he doesn't understand emotions, he probably understands a little. Obito didn't feel disgusted by things that were ridiculous, and he felt close to Konan. Obito is not a womanizer. When he fled in his previous life, he saw a lot of various temptations, so naturally he would not be tempted because of his beauty. Besides, Obito doesn't want to say that. But, he really never saw a woman more beautiful than him in women's clothing. So for beauty, he is really immune. Sure enough, ladies FK. Obito thought for a while and sighed. Now she can't give Xiaonan any guarantee, and neither of them has made clear what their feelings are for both parties. After all, Xiaonan is now qualified and can join Xiao. However, now he really can't take people and people away. So, Obito's hand changed slightly, and there was a small thing in his palm between his empty hands. A ring with a silver-white background, and this white character is engraved in the center of the ring. Take it, now you are qualified to carry this thing. Throw it casually, and slashed in the direction of Xiaonan. Xiaonan didn't know what it was, so he took it subconsciously. Looking at the things in his hands, Xiaonan was flushed and stood there blankly. Unable to speak a word, just in a daze. Mayan and Nagato, who were next to him, were surprised when they saw the ring. This is too fast. They all looked at Obito with a strange face. What happened? Isn't it just a title ring? Why are you looking at me like this? Forget it, the ring is received, and things are almost done, then, it's time to leave. The ring is on the middle finger of the right hand, and this piece of clothing. After that, he took out a big blush with black background and gave it to Xiaonan. Xiaonan just took it dumbly with both hands, and stood still in a daze. Absolutely, let's go. Yes, Lord Madara. One of the two slowly turned into a space Uzumaki and disappeared, the other dived into the ground, and could no longer perceive a trace of information. Xionan, Xionan. They are gone. Hey. Oh. Xiaonan, who was in a daze, was startled by Nagato Mayan's greeting next to him, followed by a slight disappointment. I'm leaving. I'm leaving so soon. What does this ring mean? Proposal, although I am, Xiaonan, you are not the kind of casual woman. And this dress, which is exactly the same as what he is wearing, is it a couple's clothes? Xiaonan blushed and thought cranky. Then, without thinking about it, I put the ring directly on the ring finger of my right hand. The eyes of Nagato Mayan who watched this move widened. Isn't this a rejection? Wait. Hello, Xiaonan, that guy seems to ask you to bring it on top of your middle finger, right? Miyan asked with some questions. In fact, after Xiaonan saw the ring, Obito didn't hear a word clearly behind him. The whole person's consciousness was always in a trance. Now I heard that it is the middle finger? What's the meaning? Xiaonan didn't look at Miyan, but instead looked at Nagato, waiting for the other party's confirmation. Nagato saw Xiaonan looking over and nodded quickly, indicating that it was indeed the middle finger. After getting the confirmation, Xiaonan's expression was red and white, and the two changed constantly, and finally he put the ring on the ring finger. This. Both Nagato and Miyan were speechless for a while, but Xiaonan had become very courageous. The two of them seemed to have negotiated, and they looked at Xiaonan with humorous eyes. This made Xiaonan very uncomfortable, and in a blink of an eye he stared back coldly. I like to wear it on my ring finger, why? Do you have any questions? Nagato Mayan didn't dare to look at it again when she saw it. Xiaonan was very fierce. It seemed that only in front of Obito would there be other shy expressions like this. Getting this ring means that you are a person I identify with. Here I will say it again, Zai Behu, Xionan, my name is Uchiha Obito, I hope you don't mention it to anyone. There was a sound that seemed to have been recorded in the ring, and Xiaonan who heard it had some questions. Obito. There are people who agree. Xiaonan was a little happy, so does this ring mean a marriage proposal? Oops, so shameful. Obito needs to know that so many things have happened to a ring. Maybe he wants to come back and explain it. Seeking flowers, evaluation votes, collection, if you think it's okay, you can give a little reward. In addition, if you have any valuable comments, I will seriously accept it in the book review department. Chapter 47. Chapter 47 Miss. You are so beautiful. After Obito left, he moved quickly and continuously in the direction of the water country. Looking at the surrounding scenery, this is the unique weather in the country of water. The island is surrounded by water. The evaporation of water all the year round forms the mist on the water. This is the name of Wuren. Obito is not concerned about this, dragon veins, this is the main reason why he came. After arriving, he had already ordered Ju to continue searching, and he himself was also constantly exploring. No one felt more sensitive to time than Obito's. I'm a little hungry. Obito thought that although the ability of time can be used to make this hunger go away, wouldn't it be too boring to be alive? If you can't even enjoy the food, how can you be considered alive? So if it is not a last resort, Obito is generally the same as ordinary people. It is to eat and sleep. This is a habit and a kind of enjoyment. Taking off Akatsuki's clothes, the Uzumaki-like mask was taken off, and they were put into a space together, took out the opinion coat at random, and put it on her body. Just going to dinner, Akatsuki's clothes are very interesting, although they don't know what it means to wear them now. It's just a meal, there is no need to make yourself stern and mysterious. But Obito also didn't expect. In fact, the gold color is also very conspicuous, idiot. Obito, who didn't care at all, walked into a shop, a sushi restaurant. Okay, Obito discovered one thing. In fact, sometimes people think you are weird when you wear a mask, but for him, it seems that without a mask, it's not right, it is definitely more to find someone to pay attention to. No, the people who originally ate just wanted to put down their chopsticks like Konoha last time, and all men, women, old and young looked towards Obito. Some people say things are male, and some say they are female. There are different opinions, and each language is different. Ignore, just pretend to be invisible. Obito thought so. Miss, what do you want to eat? The uncle who opened the shop walked over and asked with a smile. However, they are also kind, they all face the service with a smile, and Obito can't say anything. Hee hee, tuna sushi. Obito replied with a smile, but he was a little reluctant to smile. Okay, tuna sushi, coming soon. Miss, what you have eaten today is what I asked for. The boss said boldly. Free? Isn't it so good? Am I the first 10,000 customers or something? Seeing Obito having some questions, the boss explained with a smile, this, in fact, it's nothing. You see, it's a young lady. You are so beautiful. There are so many guests today. Most of them are attracted here just to see your dignity. What? What do you mean? Obito immediately looked around. Really? There are a lot more people around than just now, it's better to say that it's already full. There were some people who said that Obito was a beautiful man, and gradually stopped talking, and looked at Obito enviously. After all, what the boss just said was a young lady, and Obito didn't explain it either. Those young girls were naturally beautiful girls too. Why is there no jealousy? This is about human nature. If you are just better looking than them, the other person will of course be jealous, but when the gap becomes irreparable and cannot be surpassed, on the contrary, the other person will not have those thoughts. To be honest, miss, you are really the most beautiful person I have ever seen in my life, haha. Oh, is not it? Then it is my pleasure. Looking at the sincere look in the uncle's eyes, Obito felt very wronged in his heart. There is no malice, so it's not easy to do it. After finishing talking, the boss went to help prepare the food. After a while, plates of golden sushi came to Obito with the aroma of freshly cooked rice. Even if it is Obito, it's ecstatic to watch. In the words of the boss, this is an enhanced deluxe version and is specially for him. Does this shop look good? No wonder there are a lot of people who just came in. You can eat such authentic sushi in such a small place. I'm really lucky. I added a piece with chopsticks, blew it, and put it in for a slow tasting. It was very chewy, with the tenderness of the fish, and it fell into the throat in a short while. Obito narrowed his eyes slightly, with an expression of enjoyment on his face. Sticking out his tongue, he cleaned the sauce on his lips. Spray. Obito was eating when he noticed strange noises around him. I opened my eyes. Obito glanced at it and immediately didn't bother to look at it. Most of the original mood has disappeared. FK, don't I just have a meal, let you see that I don't say anything anymore, I don't say anything about those strange expressions, but what is the situation with your nosebleeds? Obito really didn't know how seductive his movements were for the young men and women around him. It's just some women. I think Obito is a woman. They can't help but have a nosebleed, let alone those young boys who are full of energy. Beauty is a disaster. There was such a sigh from the young man on the side. What the hell? I didn't do anything. Let them bleed. Is it my fault to grow up like this? BD. You bad old man. Get into the soil when you are so old. What food is wasted still living in this world? While Obito was constantly cursing the old man in his heart, a young man at the entrance of the restaurant brightened his eyes when he saw Obito. He saw Obito on the street just now. He always thought he had a high self-esteem, but when he saw Obito, he believed it. It's love at first sight in this world, but Obito walked too fast just now. He didn't react for a while and he couldn't find Obito again. He was anxious, and kept searching and running along the way. Fortunately, Obito was so eye-catching, but he found here all the way as the person inquired. Just when he arranged his clothes and took out the prepared flowers. Another person has already run ahead of Obito. Miss, you are so beautiful. Obito looked at the man in front of him with a black line. Seeking flowers, evaluation votes, collection, if you think it's okay, you can give a little reward. In addition, if you have any valuable comments, I will seriously accept it in the book review department. Chapter 48 My First Love. Chapter 48, My First Love. Obito was a little uncomfortable with what the old man said, but it was not easy to do it in front of everyone. Low-key, I came to the country of water and had something to do. After hearing what the young man said, Obito was annoyed. Under the surprised eyes of everyone, I didn't know that a sickle was taken out from there. The sickle is terrifying in size, shape, material, and color. Ding! He pressed the sickle heavily to the ground, a loud noise was made, and the ground also appeared to be cracked. This sickle is of course the sickle that Uchiha Madara gave to him with the ball fan at the time, and was combined with the ball fan. Is there a problem? Obito asked word by word. The young man looked at the ground and looked at the sickle. He swallowed a few mouthfuls in his throat, and said with some difficulty, Miss, I want to be with you. Boom! Didn't wait for the other party to finish speaking, Obito directly took the opponent away with a sickle. Think about it and know what the other party probably said. Obito didn't want to hear those words, otherwise it would be sick for a while. The young man behind saw that the flower that had been taken out instantly froze in his hand. I'm going. Is this girl so cruel? How long will it take to be in a coma? Some look at Obito in fear, which is completely different from the ladies he imagined. But, this is the first time he has seen a person, he can't bear to give up like that. Obito also felt a strange look at him, and looked back. It was another man with a flower in his hand, but he stood there motionless and didn't know what was wrong, he kept looking at himself. Obito raised his eyebrows. He didn't understand. This man is going to send himself flowers? Still waiting for others. Obito is not so narcissistic either. He completely believes that the other party is sending flowers to himself. After all, where is the flower sender standing so stupidly? I didn't expect to scare the other party at all. Since the other party didn't come to pester him, there was nothing to care about, and he took a casual glance at the other party, then returned to the original position and continued to eat the food. It is shameful to waste food. By the way, today's sushi is really delicious. So, Obito is always different from ordinary people in dealing with these things. Should it be a genius with a weird character, or a weird fool? Can normal people still eat after this happens? The answer is no, Obito just doesn't take the usual path. Metersbin, when I didn't say. The young man saw Obito glance at him and sat down as if nothing had happened to continue eating. He was in a daze, not only for him, but also for the people next to him. This is too calm. I have to say that this is the gap between ordinary people and ninjas. There was also an incident of a certain beautiful girl beating in Konoha last time. However, the surrounding people reported that although they were surprised, they were still not as good as the people next to them. The reason was actually quite easy to explain. Konoha's villagers and the villagers here have different visions, so their appearance is naturally quite different. The young man saw that Obito didn't show any bored look when he saw him, thinking that Obito had a different view of him. In short, he seemed to be different from others. Thinking so narcissistically, looking at Obito's enticing way of eating, he only felt that there was only one person in the sky and the earth. In fact, Obito didn't think he would come to bother him, so naturally he didn't show any bored look. He had to know that this would give this foolish young man such an idea, he must have let go of such a secret technique. There are beautiful women in the north, peerless and independent. Take care of King Grenchange, and then take care of King Gren's country. Ning knows how to poor people and the country. No matter how rare the beauty is. Unconsciously, Obito casually uttered a poem, as if he was saying that he was an intellectual with moral integrity. FK enough. But now Obito, as a woman, reading such a poem makes people feel like they are complimenting themselves. Obito regretted it immediately after speaking out. As expected. Everyone looked at Obito with strange eyes. You can't live by committing sins. Only after a while, the culturally asked questions slowly realized the artistic conception of these poems. As for those who did not, they also felt that these sentences were very beautiful. Without contempt, everyone thinks that these words are excellent when used on Obito. The young man sighed the same when he heard it. This beautiful girl is literate. I thought I was already familiar with hundreds of schools. Looking at other people, a poem after a meal is so full of artistic conception, it can be alive through the ages. No, some people have already taken notes. What is a cultural person? This is the cultural man, and the young man was deeply shocked by the talent of this woman. At the same time, he feels that Obito is the kind of person who can only watch from a distance and not play with it. Now, he only feels that it is a great blessing to know Obito. Walked up slowly. Hello. The young man said with the smile that he thought was the most beautiful since he was born. To be honest, he hadn't smiled much. What? Obito's answer was very concise and clear. This product didn't directly call out any beautiful lady or something, so he didn't have an episode. That, beautiful little. Boom. It's this damn name again. FK, I have nothing to say, just fly. The young man's body is not bad. Although his head is a little dizzy, he still stands up. You. How do you beat people? Women should, FG. Before he was halfway through his words, he saw a chair flying over. After avoiding hastily, a cold sweat was left on his forehead. This girl is not easy to deal with. It seems necessary to talk to him about some of the things that ladies should have. This girl, the ancients have a cloud, FG, don't throw things away. Obito didn't say anything, ignored the other party, and continued to throw it over. Where does this thing come from? Don't break these things. The boss saw it but hurriedly said. Yet. Miss, these are for money. The young man said the same. It's okay, all the losses here, I will double back to you, my mother, I just have more money and nowhere to spend, what's the matter? Obito's morals are gone. You continue. The boss smiled and stepped back. Immediately after that, a group of 7 little things smashed in the past. Before the young man fainted, he exclaimed, Ah! My first love! It is so miserable. Seeking flowers, evaluation votes, collection. If you think it's okay, you can give a little reward. In addition, if you have any valuable comments, I will seriously accept it in the book review department. Chapter 49 White as Snow. Chapter 49, White as Snow. After the young man snorted, he leaned against the wall a little groggy, with stars in his eyes, and even a strange white object floating out of his mouth. Obito clapped his hands, as if there was something dirty on his hands that was about to be patted off. I ignored this foolish young man. When he was about to sit down and eat, he saw a petite body trembling in the cold wind through the window. The child was only 3 to 4 years old, in ragged clothes, and his eyes on his little dark face had no focus at all. Holding a steamed bun that was only half of it in his hand, it was covered with dirty things. I don't know where the child found the half-steamed bun. Obito stared at the child in front of him in a daze, not because he wanted to help or anything, but felt that the child in front of him seemed to have seen it there, and the figure was a little familiar. As for sympathy, well, our Dr. Obito had no such thoughts in his previous life. But Obito is not without sympathy. He sees some poor people, he will naturally feel sympathy in his heart. But you want Obito's sister to help them? That's something you don't even think about. The world is like this. People are selfish since ancient times. Sympathy does not mean that you have to be a bad person and help others for no reason. Just like some people donate to others to live in luxury houses, but live in themselves. Dilapidated house. In Obito's view, this is definitely not a good person or a benevolent kun. Absolutely, there is a problem with the brain. Either IQ was low or the brain was hit when I was young. On the premise of helping others, you should ensure your own conditions, right? This is Obito's rules of life. He will not think about other things until he has reached the strength he is satisfied with, and he will not do it. Everything is based on strength. Want Obito to help the helpless? Obito doesn't want to cheat each other too much. Since ancient times, those who have become kings and hegemons will inevitably not be trivial in everything. Kun see that the historical hero in history is a virgin? What is the end of the Virgin Mary in history? Therefore, for people of righteousness, Obito always thinks that it's good to be on the surface. This kind of actually cheating thing should be done by others. He shook his head slightly, and when Obito was about to leave, he suddenly found that the child at the door was in danger. In the cold wind, a few-year-old child suddenly appeared in front of a vicious dog. The vicious dog opened his mouth and barked at the child, so scared that the bun in his hand fell to the ground. The whole person also stopped in a daze, as if shocked. It's just that Obito can see that this is a look with no hope or nostalgia for survival. In my previous memory, when Lin died, Obito had this look in his eyes. Just when the dog was about to pounce on the kid, Obito started. With just a wave of his hand, the vicious dog flew out like a barrier and fell to the top and finally swayed away. It's not that Obito has any sympathy, but he just remembered it. The identity of the child in front of you. Water without moon white. The one who is more like him, HMM. They are all very beautiful people, not beautiful, but beautiful. That kind of beauty is the beauty that makes people not desire. Holy as an angel. Okay, I'm a girl for nothing, Dr. Obito. You're a bit FG like this. Since it is Mizunwoiwibai, Obito is still more interested. Why? There are several reasons. First of all, there is not much left of the blood inheritance boundary of the ice shield now, so this is a very precious resource, and also, it seems that he lacks a person to take care of his life. Hong is not by my side. Zionin. Okay. It's harder. Bai has a very good temper and a well-behaved person. This is just normal. When fighting, he is also very loyal from the original book. In the general period of reform and opening up, any talented person is a resource. Just as Obito took the shot, others also reacted. This girl is not an ordinary person. It's no wonder that the sickle just played so, powerful. Bai was also secretly surprised when he saw that the evil dog that had already been pounced suddenly flew out. At this moment, someone walked over in front of him. Coming is dressed in golden and white clothing, which looks like a kimono and a robe. The white clothing does not make her skin dull, but it even reflects the appearance of her skin like snow. A long figure, waist-length green silk, plus a beautiful appearance, and when you think about others, you are also delicate and soft. Such a existence is like the girl who is in the sky and what is called, Anyway, Bai had never seen such a stunning person before, even Shui Wu's group of exclusively feminine mothers, who were in the sky and underground compared to the person in front of him. Seeing Obito, who was like an angel, thinking about coming by, and thinking about saving him before, looking at him, Bai suddenly didn't want Obito to lean over. She was afraid that the filth on her body would contaminate Obito. Obito saw Shiro's thoughts and smiled. It seems there is nothing wrong, this should be nothing, even in such a situation, the heart is still so good. In fact, Obito was wrong. Bai's character was born and naturally also later. Bai is only a few years old now, so naturally he doesn't have the habit of forming later. Her gentleness this time is just showing to Obito. After experiencing many wandering sufferings, Bai has long known that this world is not as naive as he imagined. Are you alone like this? Obito said slightly, because it was white, it was the first time to meet, Obito's voice was a little softer. It's just that he doesn't know how much influence his so-called mildness has on people. Looking at Obito's clear and white face, with a smile on the corners of his mouth, a pair of bright eyes gently looking at himself. Bai only slightly responded, and was lost in this beautiful smile. Not only her, but also the people around her. I applied for the previous sentence. There are beautiful women in the north. Why look back and smile at Bai Meishung and the like, these two songs don't seem to be together. Obito's voice was deserted and clear and bright like a aureole, this time he put on a gentle tone, matched with this FG look. It can be said that it killed everyone present. Seeking flowers, evaluation votes, collection, if you think it's okay, you can give a little reward. In addition, if you have any valuable comments, I will seriously accept it in the book review department. Chapter 50 I'm here to be your last hope. Chapter 50 I came to be your last hope. Looking at the trembling white, Obito said softly, where is your family? Bai heard his eyes dark. They are not there anymore. Bai's voice was very delicate, and it made people want to take care of it. Bai's life can be described as very bitter, because the people in the village regarded his mother as a monster of blood inheritance, and the person who killed his mother was not someone else, but his father. What a young age Bai was at that time, and what kind of psychology he had to endure in order to face some. Constantly wandering, and constantly feeling the pain of being alive, for Bai, there is nothing in the world to miss anymore. She doesn't know the reason for her existence, the value of existence, and the future is a dead grey for her. After all, Obito is still a bit bad, knowing the facts but still mentioning the sad things of others, but this can make the subsequent persuasion more impressive. Good guys are hard to do, bad guys live for thousands of years. Obito naturally knows all the changes in Bai's heart. Here. Haven't eaten for a long time. Obito took out the sushi that he had planned to pack and eat slowly while walking, and handed it to Shiro. Looking at the things in front of him, Bai didn't know how to say what he was feeling now. Since his mother died, his father also wanted to kill himself. That was his own father. Bai unconsciously used his own blood boundary, ice shield. Killed the only living relatives in this world. Even if his father wanted to kill himself, even if he didn't mean it, but Bai still blamed himself very much. Since then, he has met all kinds of people, but no one has ever helped her. In some difficult places, some people even come to bully her and take away the food she finally asked for. Therefore, the world itself is like this, and there are very few people like Naruto. Today, Bai felt a kind of warmth that he hadn't felt for a long time, although it was just a little bit of food, but for her, it was a rare warmth. Thanks. After a long time, Bai realized that he hadn't thanked the other party, and said quickly. Obito didn't say anything, just looked at Bai gently. Although there are other reasons, he also has a natural affection for Bai, gentle and attentive, although he is still young, cough cough. Well, Obito decided he was definitely not to blame. I guess so. Is there no attachment? Do you feel that you are dispensable? People exist in this world for their own reasons. Some people have found them, and some people haven't found them. Hearing these words, Bai raised his head suspiciously and looked at Obito. She understands some of these words, but more of them seem to understand. People have no hope and nostalgia, then they are not real people, but the so-called feelings of the gods in the population. But does that kind of feeling have any existential value? To live innocently, just to live. Lost child, tell me your name. At this moment, Obito seems to have turned into a sacred stick, well, priest. Shuiwu, white. When Bai said his surname, he clearly felt pain and reluctance, and didn't want to face this name that was extremely sinful to her. Nothing is absolute. Just like what happens to you, you can't stop anything, everything on your own should be calmly faced. No one has blamed you for anything. And you have not made any mistakes, but, I killed my father with my own hands. Bai choked up and sobbed. Mother died because of me too, it's all because of me. Bai no longer has any relatives in this world, and the deaths of her parents have all been imposed on her. She has no motivation to live anymore. Plus the world is so cold. The person in front of me feels very warm. If all your hopes are gone, just go with me. Bai's originally apathetic eyes slowly gained a look. Is it okay, can I really go with the person in front of me? But I'm a disaster star, I will harm adults. It should be said that this is white. Even if there is hope, it is still for others to consider. Obito was the first person who made him feel warm since his parents died. In this cold world, this may be the only thing she will think about in the future. No one can hurt me, no matter who it is. After a pause, Obito continued, since your previous hope has been dashed, then let me be your last hope. Last hope. Bai murmured. My lord really doesn't dislike me. Bai has decided that he wants to protect the person in front of him, the only person in the world who is important to Bai, perhaps as Obito said before. Everyone has their own meaning. The time has not come, so now maybe I understand the meaning of my existence. I exist to wait for the appearance of the person in front of me. Yes, I need you, no one needs you more than I do, Bai. Bai. Someone called her name, but the most important person in front of her said it. Bai can't remember how many days she hasn't called her. She somewhat thinks that the meaning of the name is unnecessary. My lord. Bai is willing to follow the Lord. Follow the Lord forever, even if you don't want me that day. I won't leave you. Bai was so happy. Someone finally agreed with her. Someone needed him. She was not without the value of existence. Obito rolled his eyes, almost. Although the method used now is a bit wrong, it is nothing. True feelings can be cultivated later, and responsibility and loyalty are the most important. Obito didn't want any betrayal to happen to him again. So. Bai is not with you because of any responsibility, idiot. Bai Xin said these words after agreeing with Obito. Otherwise you think that any cat or dog who says I need you in front of her will be so moved and cry. Seeking flowers, evaluation votes, collection, if you think it's okay, you can give a little reward. In addition, if you have any valuable comments, I will seriously accept it in the book review department. Recently, I'm in a bad mood, ask for flowers and evaluate the monthly pass. Naturally, I will update a few more. Mimda 0.0